Hello everyone, a very warm welcome to a not so very warm Cadwell Park here, nestled away in the Lincolnshire countryside. The conditions are looking grey, but our mood is not great in the slightest because we've got plenty of Caterham racing action coming your way throughout today, starting of course with a race at 9:30, so it starts very, very shortly. Here is the plan for the rest of the day's action. We're going to start off with the Caterham Roadsport Championship, as I say, getting underway in just under 10 minutes time, and we've got racing all the way through for the rest of the day beyond the 5 to 3 time that you see there on the screen. There's even more racing beyond the 3:10 hours at 5 to 3, as I said already.
Good morning and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second day of this British Lincolnshire Racing Club organised Caterham Festival here at Cadwell Park.
And obviously beyond the schedule that's on your screen as well, we've got one more race that follows at 3:30, which will be the finishing point of today. It's the Sim Motorsport Caterham Graduates Championship Sigma 135s. And I'm pleased to say that once again, joining me up here in commentary is Chris Hutchinson. Chris, another day of Caterham racing awaits. How are you feeling for this one?
Yeah, great. The weather, like you say, is a bit damp again, but we don't know what's going to be. But the racing action was fantastic yesterday. 6 races yesterday, 10 to get through today, so more than you can shake a stick at, and I'm looking forward to calling all of them through.
Excellent stuff. Well, without further ado, I think it's time to investigate what's going on down in the assembly area. I'm pleased to say that Sam Parker has joined us once again, as well as Harry Scott Munro. He's stuck with us here in the Lincolnshire countryside, and both of them are going to be in and out of the assembly area, in and out of Parc Ferme, in and out of the paddock, talking to all the drivers, the teams, the cars themselves as well, because we love to hear these Caterhams roar on our microphones also. So without further ado, let's see what these guys are up to and what sort of inside gossip they can get for us. Sam, Harry, it's over to you.
Well, thanks very much, guys. Welcome to Cadwell Park for day 2. The rain, for the moment, it's abated at least. Sam, an amazing day of racing yesterday and 10 brilliant races coming up today as well.
Yes, it's going to be an action-packed day. The weather conditions are tricky again, like they were yesterday. So I think we're in for some exciting racing.
We really are. Now, we're a little bit pressed for time before this first race, Caterham Roadsport, so we're going to run straight over and start chatting to the drivers. You're going to have to forgive me for a little bit here. I'm going to be a little bit selfish. We're going to go over to car 31, Ben Stewart. So Ben and I used to go to primary school together, so that's the link here. Ben, very quick chat. Who would have thought a couple of years ago that you and me would be chatting here in the assembly point coming out of a primary school class?
Yeah, not me, mate. No. I didn't think I'd be here, and I didn't think you'd be anywhere near up north either.
There is that as well. It's obviously... Talk to us a little bit about the conditions then. The track, really slippery, looking at it earlier. It's going to be a tough old race out there.
Yeah, I think if you can just keep it on the road, I think we'll make up some places, but means I've got to keep it on the road as well, which I think is going to be a harder job than I'll make it out to be.
And just last one, and then I'll pass back over to Sam. Sam mentioned this is your first time up here racing as well. Are you looking forward to the track?
Yeah, I mean, it was a good day yesterday. I enjoyed qualifying. I enjoyed the track. There was a mixture of opinions between everybody whether I was brave or stupid to not do any testing, but yeah, it worked out all right. So all four corners are still on the car, and yeah, we go again today.
Brilliant. Well, best of luck, mate. I'll catch up with you after. Sam, I'm going to seamlessly pass over to you now to take us through some of the other drivers.
Thank you very much, Harry. Right, yes, qualifying yesterday for these guys was very tricky. There was a red flag. We've got a few people that are out of their usual, out of their unusual grid slots. Adam Keane, he's down in 17th. He's not normally down here. He's normally up at the front, so it'd be interesting to watch him come through. But I'm just going to walk down and have a little word with Norman Jeeves. He's got donkey on his number plate. Well, let's ask him why. He's got donkey stickers on his cars as well. Norman, how you doing? I'm intrigued with the donkey.
I always said I was going to tell you the story, but I'm not going to tell you the story I was going to tell you. In our house, if someone does something stupid, we call them a donkey. So that's where it comes from.
And would you like to just press your horn for us? I mean, I love it. It's brilliant. It's good fun, right?
Yeah, it's out to have a laugh and do your best and have a laugh, yeah.
Exactly. That's why we're here.
That's it, yeah.
How are you feeling about this race?
Scared, nervous. That's it, really.
Yeah.
Just do your best.
Exactly. Just enjoy it, and yeah, it's going to be tricky, but it was tricky yesterday in qualifying for you, wasn't it?
I didn't mind qualifying yesterday. I thought it was all right, but bit wetter today.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. Well, enjoy the race.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norman. Right, let's have a quick word with Rob, who is next to Norman. Hello, Rob. How are you feeling about this race?
I'm looking forward to it. I'm not a massive fan of the wet, but we'll give it a go and see what happens.
Yeah, it's going to be. I mean, what about Cadwell? Because Cadwell's it's a fantastic track, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really good fun. It gets really slippy up the top through the trees, so we'll have to take it easy there, I think, and push out the back. But it'll be great.
Yeah, if it's anything like yesterday, that bit through Hall Bends and the hairpin is very tricky, isn't it?
It is indeed. We were watching you go around yesterday, and we were really enjoying that, watching you all slide around. It's great fun to watch.
It was just a case of survival around that bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's the whistle blown, so wish you all the best, Rob. Right, yes, there's whistle blown, so these guys are going to be heading out onto track right now, so we'll hand back to the guys in the comms box.
Thank you, Sam. Well, let's take a look at how the grid lines up for this first race of action here on Sunday at Cadwell Park. On pole position is Istvan Dems. He was able to do a 1:41.7 in qualifying. Monty Hinds shortly behind him, and the championship leader will start in the second row. Paul Goldstein with a 1:41.9, and shortly behind him Arif Hanif as well in row 2, and that field is pretty tightly packed as well. 1:42s in the row 3 as well, and 4, and then when we get back to row 5, that's only when we start slipping into the 1:43s with the likes of Joel Mayer, Potts and Miles Iron. This is the second page. We've got plenty of pages of people who have qualified as well, though. Tim Payne heads up this pack with the 1:44.2, and dropping into the 1:45 just behind him is Norman Jeeves. But again, the rest of that pack is 1:45s all the way down to Ben Stewart in row 9, and then he set a 1:46.1 in his Caterham, the number 31. Giles Hansen and Henry Speaks just behind him to round off that second pack, but there are still more to come. Here we go, this is page 3 now as well. Look, Dean Polland in the number 40 heading up this pack, 1:47.2 for him. Identical time to Henry Morris in the number 5 Caterham as well. Neville Sykes behind him on row 12 with Django Jones, and Andrew McKee rounds off this second page of competitors. 1:53.03 set by the number 65. And then this is our final page of competitors here in race 1. Andrew Porter, Craig Jarvis, Graham Handy and Howard Ashmore. We believe Howard Ashmore might have made a mistake in qualifying, which is why he qualified with a 2-minute 1 second qualifying lap. So obviously he went off when the track was still dry, and the only time that he was able to set a lap time was when it was slightly wetter, and therefore that affects his qualifying ability. So we might see him actually make a charge forward through the field towards the early stages of this race, because we don't actually know what the pace of Ashmore will be like. But Chris, there they are, they're lined up on the grid, ready to start their green flag lap. They're all coming out the back of Barn at the moment as we speak to try and get towards the rear of the pack. However, I'm looking out onto this circuit, Chris. There is a lot of standing water. The marshals and the stewards have done amazingly well to try and clear off as much of it as possible, including as much debris as possible, because there was a lot of bodywork flying all over the place yesterday. But the standing water on the pole position side of the track as well on pitch straight, that's not a welcome sign for any of these drivers.
There's also a river going, good morning everybody, there's also a river going across the track about 100 metres up from that starting line, which they're all going to have to deal with as well. Unbelievably, they were all lined up on the front row of the grid for quite some time, and cars were still coming out of the exit of assembly area. You can still see them queued up down the hill as they try and line up this 34 cars, the maximum number of cars you can have around this Cadwell Park circuit. So unbelievable numbers of Roadsport cars. This is the second step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. So all these drivers were part of the Caterham Academy last year, and they've all graduated. Only people from the Academy or people with very little race experience can go and race in this series. But it is basically the Academy car, but with strapped on with new Toyo AAA tyres, and they've got a rear anti-roll bar setting as well as a brake bias valve. So 3 little changes, but they're going to be going about, even in the dry conditions, about 1 second to 2 seconds a lap quicker than the Academy cars. The rear anti-roll bar and the tyres are the biggest difference in these cars. But 34 cars, what's the worst that could happen? I am looking forward to this one.
What is the worst that could happen, Chris? And once again, you're reaffirming the point. You make a fantastic teacher. Smashing it as always, being able to give us the lowdown on all these cars and the evolution that they go through from the Academy Series right the way through up to the very top of the Caterham Racing ladder. Right, we're looking out onto the grid as well. They seem to have all taken their positions just fine. Marshall's obviously checking to make sure everyone is in the right positions, because they'll soon go around for the green flag lap. And Chris, as a driver going around on a green flag lap now, the track is completely different to yesterday. The track is not a fast track today. We've already mentioned a lot of standing water. We've already mentioned that there's a lot of mizzle that's still lingering in the air as well, so it's not looking like it's going to improve anytime soon. And what do you hope to achieve from this green flag lap as a driver, and what do you do in particular during it?
Well, you're definitely looking out for things like that river going across the track, feeling where the drier parts of this track, feeling where the grip levels are compared to the last time you're out. The Roadsport didn't race yesterday, so this is the first time they've touched the track since qualifying yesterday before lunch. So it's a long sort of wait for them to get out on track, and they've got their 2 races today, one at the beginning of the day here, and one at the end of the day. But they will be pulling off now onto their green flag lap. They'll be weaving just a little bit to see, again, not to get temperature really into the tyres, because I don't think you're going to achieve that, but definitely to figure out where that grip level is. You can see them just kicking up that big puddle of water. You can see them running through it now on your camera as that river comes across into the pit lane exit. There will be 3 or 4 other rivers that they will have to be watching out for, as well as we watch them going up through Charlie's here, through Coppers and up into Charlie's. But yes, weaving, getting your brakes in, making sure the car feels good, making sure you're comfortable, there's nothing digging in. They've all got some of these beaded bag seats, so they'll all be pretty comfortable in their cars. But yeah, it's just checking that they've got everything ready, and then they'll have their own little procedure that they go through in their head once they get back to the line. Once they've found their grip spot, it's easy on a day like today. There was so many cars out there that finding your grip spot, especially when the track's wet, it's pretty difficult to see the track lines. But they will do that and achieve that, and then we'll get this race underway. 20 minutes for this race.
20 minutes of racing awaits us, and there you go. You can see them, a couple of them weaving around, trying to see where the grip might be or how wet and damp certain parts of the track might be. Now, they've all just finished coming down Park Straight. We saw pretty much most of the overtaking action coming as a result of the tow down Park Straight. Is that null and voided with the conditions today, or should we expect more of the same?
I think it's still the best opportunity there. You know, you're going to get more opportunities because of mistakes, so that's what drivers will be watching out for. Drivers running offline, braking that little bit too late, maybe braking too early, too cautiously. So there will be opportunities to overtake elsewhere, but as we saw yesterday, the real action around other peaks of the track only really happened when it dried out and they had the confidence to be able to put their car offline and off the, and sort of manoeuvre themselves around the drivers around them. So yeah, I think certainly up into Park is where the best opportunity to overtake is, but they will try everywhere, and we will see, especially in the Roadsport. We talked about the Academy yesterday. They're in their sort of 3rd ever race, so really learning. Well, the Roadsports are only a little bit beyond that. They're still only in their 2nd year of racing, and obviously they've now got a bit more experience, but they're still learning, and especially in these conditions. They really didn't have much wet running last year, so actually this is all new for them as well.
Well, a man I will mention who's had a little bit of experience from yesterday as they fly past our commentary position, Paul Goldstein. He was running really, really nicely yesterday, and the championship leader at the moment in this category as well. Could we see an attack from 3rd on the grid?
Yeah, absolutely. He's got some experience from that racing yesterday with the Graduates Club. So yeah, absolutely perfect bit of knowledge in your back pocket, isn't it? So you know what it feels like. You know what it feels like to go and brake late into Park with no grip under your tyres. Really is a topsy-turvy grid. This is a massive grid, and we are seeing quite a lot of our championship rivals right down. So Henry Morris down in 22nd, Paddy Cunningham down in 26th, and even the drive, so Adam Keane, 3rd place in our championship, Sartre 17th today. They've got a lot of work to do, and again they had an upset and a disrupted a qualifying session, but they clearly got caught out in that process. So but there's going to be there's going to be people looking to go forward and trying to work that out, and how is that going to happen? Well, your guess is as good as mine, but we're about to find out.
Well, look, pole position, Istvan Dems has just taken his place, and we've only just had the last car on the grid go past us in commentary. That is how big this grid is,
That's
Chris.
A quarter of the track covered by cars just coming to the grid. Yeah, and Demes on the pole position there, on the wrong side of the track, as we saw yesterday. He's just on that left side. You can even see it now this morning, even though the whole track is wet. The left-hand side of the track just does not have any sort of running going on during the race itself, and therefore it really does pick up these puddles. And it's it's also got that river coming across just like pole position has. But I imagine that the right side of this grid will move forward. I'm looking forward to see what Barry Thompson can do there from 6th or 7th, or 6th on the grid, I think, 5th on the grid. And so he's in the black and white car there. He's often spectacular to watch, and I would be interested to see how he gets on in these conditions.
The only problem with these conditions, though, is unfortunately Thompson's on the wrong side of the circuit, in your opinion, isn't he?
Yeah, no, I think so. He might well drop back even further into the clutches of the cars behind. But hopefully the drivers have done their homework. They would have watched what was happening yesterday, and they can see. I can see the rear of the field still slowly moving forward towards those grid spots, but we're nearly down the hill because the end of the grid just about ends on the back of that hill. So we're nearly ready with these 34 cars in this Roadsport Championship. Bill Steen sponsored, 34 cars around here for 20 minutes of action. They're out here again a bit later.
While the lights are on, we're ready to go racing here at Cadwell Park for the first time. The lights are out, away we go. It's a fantastic start from second place for him, but is he going to be able to hold on to the lead, because charging in from behind is Hanif. Hanif might have him going into the first corner up, Coppice around the outside. Let's watch them as they go through. Here they are, cleanly through at the moment, go the Caterhams as they fly up that hill for the first time here on Sunday. What's going to happen as they head around onto the Park Straight, Chris?
Yeah, I think it's Van Demis has slipped back, like we said, and everyone on the left-hand side of the track, considerably more spray than we saw yesterday. So it is Monty Hind into the lead of this race then. It's Van Demis is still in that battle, and we'll see where Goldstein and the rest drop down to. Goldstein's still in that third place, so he did a great job getting that car off the grid. As they head up, you can see how much more spray. The drivers behind just aren't going to be able to see anything.
He's taken that defensive line, Goldstein. He's trying to protect his third place currently, forcing the guys to go around the outside of him, and he looks as though he's been able to hold on to it. All of the cars getting through Park Corner at the moment very cleanly. No one seems to be making any mistakes so far. And there we see the number 89 of Cunningham as well, flying past our screens, heading round the Chris curve, and then they'll drop down towards the gooseneck, which in these conditions, Chris, could be treacherous.
Yeah, Cunningham is in 7th place in our championship, so he's right at the back of the field, and a lot of work to do. Goldstein's dropped another place, hasn't he, through that gooseneck. Everyone well done up into Park, and well done through gooseneck for making it. In fact, I say that, I've put the commentators go, that is Van Demis, isn't it? That's our pole position leader going off around Mansfield, finding there really wasn't any grip around the outside of the track. He does recover to the circuit with no harm, no foul, as we watch them coming around then up into the mountain section for the first time. This is going to be slippy.
They come through us, just in front of us now. It is Hind, Monty Hind, that leads the pack currently. Goldstein hunting down the front runners in third position at the moment. He's done well to keep it clean, but as you say, unfortunately our pole position sitter Dems has slipped all the way back, and the field are making their way through nice and cleanly in that Hall Bend section. No major sideways action. I'm looking between the screen and our lovely commentary gantry is giving us a great view from the first couple of chicanes there. And maybe a move around the outside. That was quite an optimistic pull.
Very rare to move around the outside of the Hall Bends. Normally it is single file. As we look at Goldstein then looking to see if he can make a move over Hanif.
He's going to take it around the outside up Coppice. He's going up that hill. Can he keep the momentum and keep his Caterham on the track as well? We await to see as we switch camera angles potentially where he comes out. He does come out into second place. That's a very brave move from Goldstein, but a statement of intent on how he wants the rest of the race to continue.
Yeah, Thompson moving up into that 4th place as well. Hanif making a great start. They're both the Hanif brothers are right at the front of this field after qualifying. They're loving these wet conditions as well. They're regularly throwing their cars left, right and centre, and clearly that and the car control they have is great. As we watch Thompson looking to see whether he can devote Hanif another position. So Hanif's already lost a position to Goldsmith on us. That looks like he might lose another one as they head up into Park. No, he holds on for now, but he was looking down the inside Thompson. Again, they've all got the braking points just about sorted, haven't they? No one's causing a problem up into that corner, which can be an issue on the opening laps. There's the number 21 also of Morris looking to see whether he can make a position up over Cowan.
Brilliant first initial laps of racing here at Cadwell Park on the Sunday. Goldstein is getting right on the back of Monty Hind. Hind, I was about to say, been able to pull out a fantastic leading advantage already, but no, he's been able to close the gap between himself and Hind, has Goldstein. But there is a yellow flag that was out in that section, and a safety car actually out on the track as well. So all of the cars are slowing down now as a result of the safety car being deployed. It means someone's gone off somewhere that we haven't been able to see just yet. You're pointing towards the Hall Bend.
It's got to be. We would have seen it. That's the only bit of the track we don't really get to see at the moment. So it's got to, and it's really slippy. It's unbelievably slippy. They were trying to get 34 cars through there. I can imagine that that's exactly where the bottleneck is, and they're just waiting to see whether they can tidy those cars away.
Well, we hope it's nothing major, and we hope the driver involved is safe and well, including all the marshals that would have been there to assist them. We are waiting on pictures to see if we can confirm the car that may have gone off. There's the recovery vehicle heading towards the incident.
So that's not around the back then. If that recovery truck is near the car, then it's not that. It's hard to say. Is that off round the going on to Park Straight? Maybe there's contact there.
Well, there's another angle of another recovery truck, but unfortunately with the mist of rain that's coming in as well, it's making it very hard to see.
Looks like the exit of Chris Curve. Unfortunately, I know that barrier. If it is. Again, it's a skill, and it's one of these drivers will be learning today.
We're all clear here now.
So we've just heard from the circuit commentary team that's coming out through the tannoys that they're all clear now at the Chris Curve, that they have been able to move the car away. So I'm sure we'll see a recovery truck appear somewhere on the circuit with a Caterham on the back of it, so we will be able to identify them, or potentially we can even identify them from the live timings, Chris. That's what I've just had the thought. It is the number 65, unfortunately, of McKee. So I'm just thinking to see where he would have started. Andrew McKee started in 30th on the grid. So it was towards the back that he obviously, the incident occurred. But treacherous conditions, it's going to happen to anyone, so it's nothing to be too ashamed of. I'm sure he'll dust himself off, come back for the next round potentially, and be able to right the wrongs.
Yeah, he's got to put his car back together and get it sorted. Caterham will help him do that. All these Roadsport drivers all fully supported by the Caterham Motorsport team here at track. They're not allowed to have team support, but Caterham give them all exactly the same support in the awning and all the parts truck they have access to. So they'll get him back out on track. And as soon as they have got confirmation that the track is clear and the trucks are all clear, the safety car will speed up, and that will maximise the amount of racing we get. But it looks like we're going to get going racing next lap.
Fingers and toes crossed. It looks like cars are indeed starting to gain a little bit of pace here at Cadwell Park, and as we mentioned earlier, we are at the maximum amount of cars that we are allowed on the track as well. I can't see any recovery vehicles from that shot of the Chris curves as well, but I can see is a safety car going a little bit faster down that section of the track.
Keep an eye on those safety car lights as well. That's what, as a driver, you'll be staring at, to sort of craning your neck to see whether you can see the lights and see whether they are going to go out. Obviously, you're not always aware of everything going out, but you get a feel for when things are being tidied by the marshals and how quickly they may clear it. So you keep in mind, because again, you've got to then, say, in dry, you'd be weaving to get a little bit of heat back into the tyres and into the brakes. In these conditions, it's more about just making sure you're ready to go again. And brakes are going to be more important. Are the lights out then on the safety car? Indeed, they are. The safety car goes a little bit faster. Monty Hine's still following him quite close, but we are going to get racing going. Goldstein right on his tail.
I was just about to say, you talked about him following the safety car closely. Goldstein was practically stuck to the back of Monty Hine's Caterham, so they are going to head through the hall bends and they'll come round the hairpin, and I feel like from Monty Hine's perspective, you've got to almost bunch everyone back up again and play chicken with them and when you're actually going to go racing again.
Yeah, absolutely. All these drivers need to bunch nose to tail. You'll see in the higher formulas, they really are on it straight away, right up to the rear bumper of the car in front. You don't want to give any advantage away. You've seen how close Caterham racing can be.
Well,
as
here
the
we go.
Car pulls away.
The safety car is pulling away into the pit lane. Monty Hine welcomes himself back onto pit straight, and they are racing once more here at Cadwell Park. It's a great judgment from the leading Caterham. Goldstein is still stuck close behind him as well, and they will head up through Coppice, but Monty Hine has judged that to perfection, and he will continue to lead this first race here on Sunday.
Whether it's deliberately or not, he got his foot down just as everyone else was struggling to turn around Barn. You know how slippy it is out there. Timed it to perfection. I saw one car going off wide, I think, up the hill maybe in the background there, so we'll keep an eye over that he's going to be able to rejoin back up again. But as we see, Monty Hine and Cool Goldstein got an absolute jump over the Haniff brothers, and there is Thompson looking around the outside as they head up Park Straight this time.
They have judged that brilliantly, and Goldstein has taken full advantage of being within the toe down Park Straight of Monty Hind out front. He's not close enough to make a move just yet through Park, but he will join him very closely through the Chris curve and then down towards the gooseneck, which we've already seen is quite treacherous. And will he be able to stay with the front runner there?
There's Thompson, though. He has made his place through Haniff, and he will be looking to see whether he can catch up. I said watch out for him. Coming true so far, isn't it? See whether he can come across that small gap. No sign of a yellow flag I can see anywhere out there, so hopefully whoever it was that went off onto the grass was able to. As they come down the hill out of Gooseneck, then down into Mansfield at the bottom of the hill. It really is steep down there. You can't see it from our camera angle. And Monty Hine managing this well, but relentless pressure starting to come to fore from Goldstein.
Well, there we go. Goldstein and Hine lead the pack down out the straight from Mansfield, and here they go heading into the mountain section of the circuit. Let's see if there's going to be any sort of air. They are very close to each other. No air at the moment from these two cars. Still a bit too damp to be running that quickly, but here they go disappearing off into the mountain. Into the hall bends. They've gone past in the mountain. Oh, Monty Hine getting a little bit out of shape there as well. Perhaps starting to feel the pressure of Paul Goldstein behind him. So let's keep our eyes on those two at the front as they head around through the forest section and down onto the pit straight as well, because Chris, could we see an overtake from Goldstein again going up into Coppice?
Yeah, absolutely possible here. He's right on his tail. Thompson now has come across that gap like it wasn't even there as the rest of his field go through, but Goldstein is in the prime position now. Whether he'll want to make the move into turn one or whether he'll save.
He's looking around the outside again. I can see it from our commentary position. Goldstein going around the outside of Monty Hine now up through Coppice. They go side by side. Goldstein looks to have backed up. He's switched actually back to the inside as well. Let's see if he's been able to get his Caterham ahead of Monty Hine. No, he's slotting in just behind, but you can bet that he will definitely be stuck to him going down the Park Straight and heading into Park Corner.
Yeah, here we go. All he was doing there was manoeuvring Hine to a line that he didn't really want to take. He is in that prime slot now. He'll be going to the outside of the circuit. He clearly thinks that the outside is where the grip is. He's side by side as they hit the hill. He may have this done before they even get to the corner.
He looks as though he has got it done before they've hit the corner, but let's see who's going to be bravest on the brakes as they head down into Park. Monty Hind taking that inside line. He wants Goldstein to go all the way around the outside. Goldstein says thank you very much. The man with the golden Caterham flies his way into first place, and he will take the lead in this first race on Sunday as some cars get a little bit too sideways just behind him as they head through the Chris curve.
I said Barry Thompson was spectacular to watch, and he was fully sideways as he went round Chris curve there. Nothing if not spectacular to watch. But Goldstein, making that move, looked like it was always there. He was controlled that. It's kind of an overtake that took 3 corners to achieve, but he got it done as the rest of them slide out of the gooseneck. That's great to watch.
You told us to keep our eyes on Thompson. He's done fantastically well to go from 5th on the grid, on the wrong side of the grid really, where the conditions were not the best to get away from. He's made his way up into 3rd position already. Look, there you go on your screen. Goldstein leading this race as they head up through the mountain section of the circuit. Monty Hind just behind him, Thompson following as well, but Thompson has got a friend for company. He has got the car very close to him in the first Hanif brother, flying through the hall bends together. Look how close the 2 of them are, but look how sideways they all were as well, Chris.
Yeah, it's still ultra slippy through those hall bends. We saw that was the last place to dry in yesterday's racing, and it's worth pointing out that the rest of this field are still in clumps of cars, still really closely running together. That safety car has kept them all fully in touch with the cars in front. And I'll check out to see the sort of progress, but our pole positions, Demes is now down in 8th place, looking to see whether he can recover any more positions.
We're into the final 5 minutes of racing here at Cadwell Park in race 1 here on Sunday. And this is now crunch time. You always tell me how important the final 5 minutes is in any race, Chris.
Especially in Caterham.
Especially in Caterham. Well, especially at this circuit as well, when we see positions exchange hands so often as well.
So all of our back runners who were started towards the rear, it's I think Keane is the most advanced. He started 3rd in this championship, started 17th, up into 10th place now, so made 7 places up since the start of this race. So good job by him to make it up into that midfield. The rest of the people starting at the back haven't managed to make an impact yet, and obviously some of their races have been impacted by that safety car.
Keep your eyes on the number 78 as well of Nick Hyton. He's just gone and set the fastest lap of the race as well. In these wet conditions, 2 minutes dead, which makes him the fastest man out there by a good 2 seconds almost.
There he is on our screen, just going around, following along, and he's looking quick out there. His car was just on that edge of adhesion, but still pointing all in the right direction. Monty Hind, though, is now having to look in his rear view mirrors rather than out of his front windscreen. They still got windscreen in this Roadsport race, fully road legal cars. You can go drive these home again afterwards, and some drivers do choose to do that. But definitely having to look in his rear view mirrors rather than looking out the front.
I'm not sure I could do my Tesco shop in any of these Caterhams, Chris, so you won't catch me driving one home, unfortunately. But they are heading up through the mountain section of the circuit once more. Goldstein with a slightly more commanding lead as he heads past us in commentary. Monty Hind is chasing him down, Barry Thompson as well, but Thompson needs to be careful because he has got someone for company in Nick Hyton, who, as we've already said, is the fastest driver out on the circuit right now by about 2 seconds of that.
Yeah, and really looking like he's got control of these conditions, isn't he? And actually made his way through since the last lap to make another place up, to really be fully involved. So he got past Hanif in that latter section. Hanif just dropping back down the order, isn't he? But he's got a nice little comfort gap between him and Payne, who's next up before his brother comes along then behind. Look at the lead that Goldstein has, though. It's definitely the battle for 2nd place. Hind, Thompson are going to be the ones to watch up into Park, but don't look for any further than Hyton either. He's looking like he wants to get involved. Are we going to have 3 wide?
Look, 2nd, 3rd and 4th are separated by inches, not even seconds, inches between them all as they head around the turns and down towards Park Straight. Who's going to have the toe? Let's see if we can find out. I desperately want to, there they are back on the screen. I desperately want to watch these 3 as they head down the Park Straight and towards Park Corner as well. Right, there we go. Hind currently leading them. Thompson in shortly behind as well. Here goes Thompson towards the outside. Hind is trying to shut the door on him and Thompson has to switch back. Thompson shortly with the outside line and the speed and momentum heading down to Park Corner as well. Is he going to make the move around the outside of Monty Hind? Hind is certainly pushing him out to do it, and he does. Thompson makes the move stick, and he'll slowly make his way around the Chris curve in a nice controlled manner, and that is a great way to take 2nd place in this race.
Yeah, he had to get out of the throttle just a touch because he chose the inside line, then had to switch to the outside, but the outside line is still where the grip is in this wet weather, and at the moment he was able to carry speed where Monty Hind had to get out the throttle, and even behind them, Hyton just lied in the car out there. He had to get out the throttle as well to stop crashing into the back of Thompson, who was switching sides of the track, but well controlled by all the drivers there.
Look, Nick Heighton is still all over the back of them, and 3 of them still only separated by inches. It's not a commanding lead at the moment by Barry Thompson over the pack of 3 that's evolved, but they do realise that it will be the last lap that they head into. Goldstein is coming past us in commentary now. The 3 of them following behind, led by Thompson currently. 1 more lap to complete, and Monty Hind has really got to try and hold off Heighton here, as we see that there's a car that's gone off well wide there, just off of Mansfield. We'll come back to that in a second, but at the moment it's the battle for second place that we want to keep our eyes on, because we've got 1 more lap of racing to go. Goldstein looks as though he's going to take the victory. He's got a couple of seconds, maybe 3 seconds now between himself and second place, but the battle for second is going to go to the wire as we see even more cars starting to introduce themselves into the fight, because Hanif has caught back up once more.
Yeah, Thompson did actually have a little gap and sprung a gap and has got it back, but he was fully locked up as he went through the hairpin that time. And there is our drive getting out. Hopefully that car will be deemed to be in a place that's not in danger, and therefore we can go racing, but it looks like you can't get that car off the wet grass.
I can't see any yellow flags anywhere. I can't see any yellow flags on our screen either, so hopefully it does mean it's in a safe place and it's out of danger. Right, here we go. Thompson leading the pack of 3 from second place at the moment as they head up onto the park straight. A little bit too much grass taken there by Heighton, so it means that he's going to lose out, but Monty Hind is right on the back of Barry Thompson. Thompson is going to have to go defensive on the inside as Monty Hind might pull off the same move on the outside. No, he ducks out of it, and it brings Nick Heighton right back into the mix. Heighton this time might go around the outside of Monty Hind. Can he make it stick as they head through the Chris curve together? All of a sudden, for some reason, Heighton decides to back off, and he lets Monty Hind through. Is that tactical? Is it safety? What's going on?
He just dropped a wheel onto the curb, and as soon as he touched the curb, you'll get wheel spin, and he would have been in risk of spinning if he didn't get out the throttle, which is exactly what happened there. Monty Hind was fully chopped. Barry Thompson's got sharp elbows today, chopped him off up into that corner, said, no way, Jose, and he went down the hill. They are going to be racing. That's
big sideways action from Barry Thompson. He's lost out on his second place. Hind is going to go through to take second from him with Nick Heighton as well. I don't know why we've cut away from those 3 who were fighting for second place, but look, there they are on the screen again. Nick Thompson has dropped all the way back. Barry Thompson, sorry, he's dropped all the way back now. This is electrifying racing going on at Cadwell Park. What a way to start day 2 of racing. As we can see, Monty Hind, he's got Nick Heighton right behind him now as well. Barry Thompson's dropped out of the equation. Who's going to make a move then as they head through the forest section of the circuit?
Yeah, that was one mistake and it cost him 4 places, I think, that time, such as the close running. But it does look like Goldstein has got this all under control. Monty Hind has risen all the waves that have crashed over him, and he sticks to that second place, and it's going to be Heighton in that third.
Checkered flag is out on pit straight. Paul Goldstein is going to come through to take the victory here at Cadwell Park in race 1 of day 2, and shortly behind him as well will be Monty Hind. Confirmation on your screen there. He made it through the forest section. And Nick Heighton, the fastest man out on that circuit, came through to take 3rd place. Hanif, the first of Hanif brothers, coming in 4th, and Barry Thompson will be gutted. A little bit too much sideways action. Saw him slip down to 5th on the final lap of the race, Chris. That is gutting for him.
And our pole position runner still not crossed the line yet. He's dropped all the way down. We saw him, that's where we cut away to just briefly. He was across the grass up at the top by Park. So yeah, Thompson had it all done in that second place, and unfortunately one slip just cost him all of that time, momentum and progress into Mansfield. Stemes still hasn't crossed the line, so he really did lose. He's got an awful lot to do. Finishing order for this race is the starting order for their race later on this afternoon, so from pole position he's going to be starting near the back of the field. But Goldstein controlled that nicely, didn't he? And Monty Hind sort of held on in there, I think is what you'd say.
He bided his time. He was patient, and patience is a virtue sometimes, especially in these sorts of conditions. Well, there you go. Paul Goldstein takes the victory and takes more points to accelerate himself further away in the championship standings as well. More cars still to come through and to finish in this race as well. But a special mention to Adam Keane, who's been able to grab the fastest lap of the race on lap 8 as well. So right towards the end of this race also securing himself a top 10 finish
17th to 6th place, so not a bad run for him.
Really good pace being shown there by the number 88. But there you go, confirmation of our top 3, Goldstein, Hind and Heighton. But a special mention to Barry Thompson, who had a stellar race up until that very last lap. So fantastic racing from the number 79. And a big shout out to Arif and Barry Hanif, because they both have really good pace in the rain, Chris.
They really do, and they held on well there. They've had a mixed season of results so far, so to see the back up here as soon as these tricky conditions come out to play is quite telling. We'll see what they're going to get up to later on. But this field is only just finished going through. Unbelievable numbers here for their Roadsport cars, but they are heading their way back into the Parc Fermé area then.
don't know. So of course it will only go back to the
Well, what a race we've been treated to, but let's head down into Park Fermé. Sam Parker is there to talk to all of the drivers. Sam, what a race!
What a fantastic race in those very tricky conditions. But yeah, well done to all these guys. Paul would be delighted with that. He's walking away from me. Paul, don't go away. Oh, I let him take his helmet off first and get a drink of water. I think you need it after that. Yes. That was the conditions looked horrendous, but well done. You know, that was fantastic drive.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, conditions weren't optimal at all. we went out the back section and just got sprayed with water. I was like, I can't actually see. But the rest of the track wasn't too bad until you went up the back section and you just got sprayed. But no, great race. Yeah, no, I don't know what to say. It's 1 of 4 today, so I've got to get myself ready for the next race. But yeah, no, really happy to start off the day with a P1. Brilliant.
Well done. Hopefully it will continue.
Thank you.
Right, let's have a quick word with Monty. Monty, congratulations. Fantastic. You had a mega start, didn't you? And then, yeah.
It was honestly probably the hardest race of my life. Got a good start, got it off the line. We had a couple of laps, then the safety car came out, had to manage that. And then that brought us all back together, because I think I had a decent lead up until then. Then Paul and Nick and Barry all came up and it was close.
Pressure was on then.
God, I think Barry span on the last lap right in front of me. I was like, get out the way. And then I'm in second, I'm like, oh my God. Yeah. Then this last section is so slippy, so you've got to keep it together, haven't you? Oh.
Well done. It's hard work, isn't it?
So hard. Oh my God.
There's no rest at Cadwell. There we go. Here's Nick. Congratulations! What a fantastic race! And goodness me, how hard was that?
I literally could not see anything into turn 1. It's like so much water spray. I don't know if you struggled yesterday, but could have raced in the end. Obviously a safety car, but after that I think the track came to as well. Actually, at the end, it's a really good race with Monty. He defended really well. I look at the in-car footage. I bet it's bonkers. Yeah, really good. Excellent. Hopefully it's a bit dry this afternoon.
Yeah, hopefully. Was there a dry line forming at any point?
Not really. No, I don't think so. Not sure what the lap times were, but it was good. Really good fun, isn't it?
It is good fun.
Test your metal.
Yeah,
really
exactly.
Good. Yeah, so yeah. Oh. Crack on at one more race, I think.
Yes.
Watch the football.
Yes, exactly, hopefully. Thanks, well done. Right, we spoke to the Sigma guys earlier. We'll hand over to them, and we caught up with Henry Heaton. For the Graduates 150 race is about to go out after the Caterham Motorsport. I'm just going to come over and speak to Henry. I've met Henry quite a few times. I've interviewed you quite a few times as well, haven't I, in the 420s. So how are you finding the 150 Sigmas?
Great fun. Wicked car to drive. Fantastic. It takes me back. The last time I raced this kind of specification of car was, I think it was 2017, so yeah, fantastic car to drive. I just need to get my head around, Sam, the manual gearbox again, because I made an absolute made an awful show of the start yesterday, shifting from first to second. The racing driver in me wants to make the excuse that I was on the wet line, but I think it was more my fault. So let's get it off the grid today, P1, and let's see what the race has in store for us.
Yeah, well, I wish you all the best. But yeah, you're used to the sequential gearbox, aren't you, in these?
I am, but it adds that extra element there where you've got to heel and toe, you've got to watch out where you're going with the gears. But around this circuit, I love it. It's fairly local for me, Cadwell Park, and this car around this circuit is fantastic fun to drive. So yeah, looking forward to it, and it looks like it's going to start changing the conditions, so we'll have to have our wits about us today.
Yeah, that green flag lap is very beneficial, isn't it, to see if there's any dry lines forming?
Yeah, absolutely, exactly. You want to get the heat in the tyres, heat in the brakes, just get as much experience up there before you start racing. So particularly when you're P1, you're first into it, so everyone else is following you. But yeah, looking forward to it. We'll see how it goes.
Excellent. Well, have a good race. Thanks, Henry.
Well, there's a little bit of a delay in the action resuming here at Cadwell Park. Inspections going on across the circuit. So let's go join Sam and Harry down in the assembly area. Let's see what drivers we can grab a hold of and grab the thoughts of.
Well, a brilliant race, if not slightly chaotic there, Sam, to sort of kick off the day. Whilst we've got a bit of delay with some repairs going on track, just talk to us a little bit about the track from a driver's perspective, how to manage these conditions, because everyone's saying how difficult it is out there.
It is really difficult. It's so slippery, and the problem is with Cadwell, like, it's a fantastic track, but in the wet you do not want to get on that grass. It's, you know, the grass is really wet. I mean, I did actually go off on Thursday in the last session on the test day, and as soon as you get on that grass you're a passenger, and I was trying to avoid hitting the tyre wall, but I did go in the tyre wall. Luckily came out with minimal damage, so that's you know, very good. But yeah, the conditions are, you know, you don't really want to be getting on the curbs. Some curbs dry out quicker than others, but you've got to try and navigate that and test it out on the green flag lap, which is what Henry was saying earlier. But you know, it's just so narrow, so you don't really want to be, you know, you've got to just be very careful, particularly through Hall Bends and the hairpin and Barn. So slippery, and you don't appreciate sometimes how steep Barn is. It runs away from, you know, towards the grass on the edge of the track, so it's, yeah, there's a lot to think about on this track.
There certainly is. It's not called the mini Nürburgring for nothing. We were saying yesterday, it's only when you're actually out on track do you fully appreciate just how steep it is as well.
That's right. I've only managed to walk from the top of the mountain through Hall Bends and round to the start-finish straight, and I couldn't believe how steep it was. Yeah, but sounds like the whistle's gone for these guys. So
it does. It does. So we're going to get out of their way because we don't want to get hit and run over, and we'll move back over to James and Chris in commentary.
Thank you, Harry. Great to pick the brains of a racing driver to find out exactly what to do in these sorts of conditions. And I love the honesty from Sam as well, actually, Chris, that you can make mistakes here, and when mistakes happen, you are simply just a passenger at a circuit like this.
Sam is an incredibly experienced drift instructor. She is used to flying her car sideways or having it permanently sideways. So when Sam tells you things are slippery, you know that things are slippery. And yeah, from personal experience as well here, it really does, especially under the trees, it really just doesn't dry out. And I think we explained yesterday, around this sequence of the corners you're seeing as the cars just being released from their assembly area, normally in dry weather they're going around 60 to 70 mile an hour through that section, which is unbelievable when you say it like that. But in these conditions they're probably going to be getting down to 30 miles an hour, if not less. So it really does make such a big difference. And in the driver's seat you turn the wheel and just nothing happens. And so yeah, for they've got to all get used to this. But these are the drivers in these Sigma 150 cars. They're kind of experienced, they're used to this. We heard from Henry Heaton. He's, like Sam said, been driving in the 420, the 7 Championship UK, top flight of Caterham Motorsport in the UK. He's out there on the wrong side of the grid again, so he's going to have to struggle to pull through. But nevertheless, it's going to be interesting to see. Graduates run a system whereby they run one qualifying session, but their fastest lap says the qualifying position for race 1, second fastest lap sets qualifying position for race 2, and their third fastest lap sets qualifying position for race 3. So interesting to see how they all get along today. Another big field of cars out here.
Be interesting to see how your old championship rival gets on from the wrong side of the track, really. Stop grinning. I know he's on the wrong side of the track, Chris, but you've got to feel sorry for him a little bit. Let's take you through how that grid lines up exactly. There you go. Henry Heaton on pole position, 1:38.4 set by him, but 3 tenths behind is Harry Senior. Harry Senior had a very strong race yesterday. Add to the likes of Jamie Elwood joining just behind him, and Matthew Willoughby as well. All 4 of those drivers were right towards the front of yesterday's racing action as well. Thomas Horton, another one that was close behind as well, and Andrew Whitten rounds off this first batch of Caterhams heading out for this second race today. Another page, there's 3 pages here still as well, Chris, but here's the second page for us to dig into. Craig Denham in the 929 Caterham, 141.2 set by him. Ian Anderson shortly behind, only by 3 tenths, 141.5 set by his car in qualifying yesterday. Barry White, another one to keep your eyes on as well. He's another strong runner, 141.8 set by him in qualifying, so he's in row 8. And Michael Downing is the one to round off this second page of competitors, 147.97 set by the number 52. And all by himself on page 3, and last but by no means least is Rob Appleton in his number 2 Caterham, 149.8 set by him in qualifying yesterday, and that's why he's the sole driver on row 11 here at Cadwell Park for race 2. And you can see there, the mizzle actually, Chris, I don't want to jinx it, but the mizzle has stopped. And for anyone who missed out yesterday, can you just explain what mizzle is before I look like a complete idiot?
Well, I think it's just miserable drizzle, that weather that you just walk out in it and you don't notice, but you get soaking wet. But it really is like we're in cloud here sometimes during the day. But as we saw yesterday, as soon as that sort of drifts away, and we can see from our position here that it's gone at the moment, it really does start speeding up, and that drying line does appear. It really tries, because the temperature's still not freezing like it is. It may look like a winter's day at the moment, but it's not freezing out here at least. But yeah, as soon as that mizzle and drizzle and the rain sometimes goes away, we see the action hotting up out there on track, and I think that's what we're in store for.
Well, yes, you're keeping nice and warm in your lovely Caterham Motorsport shirt. Caterham don't like me enough to give me one just yet, so I've had to wrap up a little bit warmer. But look, the drivers are certainly trying to get some warmth in their tyres as well, weaving a little bit from side to side. But it's reassuring to see, because in the first race there was none of that happening, because it was just too slippery to try and risk wobbling your car too much. As we see Henry Heaton come flying past us here, he's testing his brakes, he's testing his tyres, making sure everything is warm and everything is gripping as it should be.
Yeah, brakes are really important in conditions like this. When brakes are cold, they can become snatchy, and if they're snatchy in the wet weather, it means they're almost certainly going to lock up. So they're, as much as trying to get some heat into those tyres, they are desperately trying to make sure their brakes are ready to go for turn one. The last thing you want is to go for a slightly heavier brake than you've been doing on your green flag lap, and then for everything to lock up as this field goes through. We did see back markers come into play yesterday as well, so hopefully that won't in fact it affected the race nearly dramatically, didn't it? But let's see how whether those back markers can gain a bit of pace from yesterday and keep in front of the lead group as the checkered flag flies.
And something that really caught our eye yesterday was some of the amazing liveries that are on these Caterhams, and I think Rob Appleton's might be my favourite in this group of cars, with the lovely golf-inspired livery. Iconic colours really in the racing world, isn't it?
It's almost illegal to have a race grid without a golf-inspired, golf colours-inspired race car out there, and certainly the graduates making sure that that is achieved. As we see the lining up there, Henry Heaton just coming to a stop on his. Really close, look how close the drivers are. They can really look into the eyeballs of each other side by side. He's trying to maximise by being more to the right side of the track than on the left-hand side to see whether he can do anything about the fact that there's a wet line and he's not on the ideal place.
You know, I was just about to ask you about that. That's probably exactly why he's done it, because he was listening to you all of yesterday complaining about that wetter line on the side where pole position sits. Right, the final cars are slotting into their grids towards the back. Rob Appleton will be the final Caterham to make his way into his starting box. There's the 5-second board out on the start-finish line. The lights will soon light up. The lights are on. We're ready to go racing here at Cadwell. They are out. We are racing here at Cadwell Park. A great start from Henry Heaton, but another amazing leap forward from Fred Moore by the looks of things in the 55. That's a brilliant start.
Yeah, absolutely. Rocket ship from his side of the track. He made it launch, but Henry Heaton, importantly, from that wrong side of the track, is the first person we've seen manage to get up into that turn one. We'll see other people replicating slightly to the right-hand side of that grid spot as they all stream then up through and in through these early corners. But what a start from our driver in of number 58 there.
Rob Warner, sorry. Rob Warner. Brilliant start from Rob Warner there towards the front. He is right on the tail of Heaton as well. He might already have the toe going down Park Straight into Park Corner as well. He's had to slow down a little bit because Heaton had closed the door on his advances, but might he look down the inside in these early stages? He is late on the brakes, but he doesn't look for the move. He's got to be careful because there are cars around him trying to get through as well. Harry Senior is looking to bite now on the back of Rob Warner, who's dropped down from second. He dropped back quite far as well, almost to fifth, but he's made up his places again as they head round the Chris curve and then down towards Mansfield and the Gooseneck.
Remember, it was Senior and Elwood who went away as a pair yesterday, but Henry Heaton has got this done so far. A gap that he had to recover through the field twice yesterday because after a mistake he went backwards again. He looks like he's got absolutely ready to go this morning, and he's broken a gap over the second place already.
Remember not to write off Willoughby as well. He pulled off some very brave manoeuvres yesterday to stay with the front runners and the leaders, but just look at the gap that Henry Heaton's already been able to pull out over his rivals. Warner is doing desperate everything he can to try and hang on to him, but Harry Senior is itching to get past him into second place and chase down a big rival this weekend.
Looked like a rear wing arch flapping away on Henry's car there. Not a problem. We see that plenty of times. Henry was saying in that interview that he's not used to having a manual gearbox. The 420 he's been used to driving has a sequential box, so he's having to get used to changing those gears and using that clutch properly again. But down the hill then into the, it's great to see that out the back of the course because you see how slippy it is as Warner trying to put the power down after that fantastic start.
There they go, all nice and cleanly out the back of Barn and down the pit straight, all instantly going towards that right hand side of the circuit where the dry line has seemed to appear over the last 24 hours, and Warner holding on to second place, keeping Harry Senior at bay behind him as they head around Charlie's and towards that Park Straight, and inevitably Harry Senior will have a slight tow from Rob Warner in front of him. Let's see if we can join that action. We can. There we go. Harry Senior just behind Warner and bearing down on him as they head down the small dip on Park Straight and up the hill towards Park Corner. Is Senior going to look for a move around the outside? He is. He's moved to the outside. Warner's gone full on defensive on the inside. Let's see how they go through the Park Corner together, and it is Harry Senior that moves around the outside of Rob Warner. Warner's done so well from where he started to get towards the front. Let's see if he can stay within that fight, but now Harry Senior will be bearing down on Henry Heaton. He'll see that happening behind him, and he'll know that he's really got to put his foot to the floor.
Yeah, he'll be trying to maximise, but cautious of, oh, we've got a spinner there out on the grass there. But yeah, Henry Heaton will be looking in his rearview mirrors and seeing that Senior's now there, and a rare sight of a car between Senior and Elwood. That rarely happens. They're normally stuck together, but Henry Heaton, as in fact he's lost that position. He had another mistake, I think, out of Mansfield. We saw that yesterday, and Senior is immediately on the tail of him, so he's going to be gutted.
He's feeling the pressure already, Harry Senior. We know how dangerous he is with the Caterham at the wheel, and he is right on the back of Henry Heaton as they head down in towards the Hall Bend to the forest section of this circuit. But Rob Warner is staying with them. Very interestingly, Thomas Horton has flown all the way up from 6th. He's now in 4th. He's gained 2 positions since the start of this race, and we also know that he's one to keep an eye on. And Willoughby will be slightly disappointed with how his race is going so far. He has dropped back a little bit, and Max Haynes is the one keeping him company. But here we go, Heaton heading them round the corner in Barn and down onto the pit straight once more. Potentially Harry Senior might be looking for a tow along this pit straight, but it might not be good enough to make a move up through Coppice. I'm looking from our commentary position now. He's going to stick in behind Henry Heaton, and you can pretty much be sure, Chris, he's going to look for a move on Park Straight.
Every single time Harry Senior tried to press the accelerator there, his car just went to full opposite lock. It is no grip out there. They're having to be really patient on the throttle in this 155 horsepower Caterham. There's a lot of power under there, especially in these conditions, but Heaton certainly looking in his rearview mirror. That Harry Senior had a more planted car as he went round the corners in front of us. He has dropped away a little bit, those power oversteer moments. He's going to have to get that under control because it's not gained him any time. This time he's going to have to settle to just watch Henry for a bit more.
He hasn't been able to catch him enough on the Park Straight to really challenge. Oh, Henry Heaton going a little bit too sideways there round the Park Corner, so it opens up the door now as they go through the Chris curve for Harry Senior to get right on the tail of that leading Caterham. Goodness me, that was a hair-raising moment for Henry Heaton, but he had to really fight and wrestle his car to get through Park Corner. Looks as though someone's gone straight on and straight off our screen, but that doesn't matter. We'll get back to that in a second, because right now Harry Senior is on the back of Henry Heaton. We saw the two of them fight all the way through to the checkered flag yesterday, and it looks like it's going to be more of the same today. He is right on the back of Heaton now, Senior. Definitely some more mistakes being made by the leading Caterham as they head down after Mansfield towards the mountain section of this circuit. They will appear in front of us in commentary any second now, Chris. Here they come. Henry Heaton still leading, but Harry Senior even closer now after some mistakes in that middle part of the circuit.
Yeah, full style marks for Henry there, sideways all the way around Park Bend. He would have been probably going woohoo.
And now Harry Senior going sideways as well as they enter the Hall Bend.
As from the driving mentality, you see the car just in front of you, you just want to get on that power because you know you're going so slowly, but every single time you try and get the power down onto the tarmac, you're slipping. You can see sideways once more as they're going down into Barn. It's still one of the slippiest places on this track. Henry Heaton got the power down better than Senior that time.
It was Rob Warner as well on that occasion as he was going around the hairpin and heading down towards Barn. He just got a little bit too sideways, so he's losing time and dropping back into the clutches now as well of Tom Horton, who's chasing for a potential podium finish, and that means vital championship points.
Yeah, and Elwood dropping behind Horton there, so it's unusual again. Elwood's not happy this morning in his car. He was the one that was fighting with Senior right to the last lap yesterday, and there is Heaton still leading then Senior as they go Park Straight once more.
Heaton is leading, but as they head through Park Straight, Harry Senior has got the tow very kindly from the leading Caterham, but the door has been closed once more by Henry Heaton. A very late move towards the outside by the leading car, the number 34, and they're heading very tidily round towards Chris Curve as they negotiate their way through Park. And I think it's fair to say that Harry Senior might just be quite happy to sit behind Henry Heaton until the final lap really, and he'll make a stellar move to take the victory maybe.
We talked yesterday about how Elwood and Henry Heaton sideways as he went around there once more. Harry Senior and Elwood were happy to work with each other for their opening 10 minutes of the race yesterday. I think Harry just got a message from Henry that firmly he's not willing to play today. He's out to stay in front as long as he can. He's gone defensive as well.
Henry Heaton really opened the door there potentially for Senior to go through, but he had the speed to continue forwards in first place. Here they go, heading down into the mountain section of the circuit now. They're coming up the hill towards us in commentary. And Harry Senior, again, looking around the outside at Henry Heaton. He's keeping him very honest out front, isn't he?
He's quick into all bends, is Harry Senior. He closes up every time we get here, but there really isn't an opportunity. This is sideways once more. Really isn't an opportunity to overtake there. Horton still hanging on in there. Has he got in front of Warner, actually? I think there may have been a position change. Let's keep an eye out for that, but it is still Henry Heaton leading us down. Indeed, Horton has got in front of Warner.
Oh my goodness, Thomas Horton has finally got in front of Rob Warner. Warner obviously with an amazing start, but the pace seems to have dropped off as the track dries off as well, and the faster runners who qualified ahead of him start to come through. But Henry Heaton is still our leader with Harry Senior very close behind him. There's the updated timing board on the left-hand side. Tom Horton's come through to take third position from Rob Warner, who was having a stellar race so far, and really this is delivering from minute one to the very end as well. Tom Horton set the fastest lap of the race, that lap as well, 1:55 dead as well from the number 128 Caterham. But let's just keep our eyes on Harry Senior, because he's got the toe once more on Henry Heaton, heading down the little dip. He's got the outside line, heading up the Park straight hill and heading down towards Park Corner. He's got the overtake done before we even make it to the corner. Harry Senior is our new race leader, and Henry Heaton has to settle for slotting in behind him, and he's going to have to watch him very carefully and perhaps wait for a mistake.
Yeah, I'd say Senior's got a lot of speed in that car, and Henry Heaton's let a gap go that shouldn't have really gone. We also saw Elwood losing another place to Haynes as they were going down into Barn that time. Elwood's really not comfortable in his car this morning in these conditions. Henry Heaton, though, is right onto the raggedy edge. Those white lines can be really slippy, so careful as he goes, but he is just about still in touch with Senior. This is where Senior's been strong, though, and he'll be looking to see whether he can break that gap. That time through, Henry looked like he let him go, but unfortunately that looks like it's cost him a little bit of time on track.
We've still got just over 10 minutes of racing left here at Cadwell Park in this race, the second of three that these cars will take part in this weekend, and Harry Senior has got a lead. And to be honest, Henry Heaton will be learning a lot from following this car out in front of him, a car that had a lot more pace than him. So it's a learning opportunity to keep that gap as it is and then really close in those final 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's been looking in his rearview mirror and seeing Harry Senior catch up through through the Hall bends, and he'll be now able to see exactly what lines and what braking points he's taking. So really important information from a driver, and Henry's got the capacity to be able to take all that in and work it out. And the gap is still very much not expanded to the extent that there's a safety margin at all for Senior.
This will be a battle that I'm very intrigued to see unfold over the next 10 minutes or so. Special mention as well to Rob Warner, who's really sticking with Tom Horton at the moment. You can see him there on your screen as well. He's settled for fourth place at the moment, but he is right on the tail of Tom Horton, actually. In fact, he's caught well up to the back of that Caterham as well. I hope we can actually watch them go down the park straight. Here we go. So we've got Senior out front, Heaton just behind, but the battle for third is really starting to spice up here. You can see Warner's getting a little bit closer to Tom Horton as well. Let's watch them fly up the Park straight hill as well. He's too far away potentially to make a move down into Park, but it's encouraging to see that a man who started slightly behind the leaders is actually staying with them in this race.
Yeah, it looked like Horton might be able to break away from Warner, but Warner, no, after that rocket ship start, he's really holding on nicely, coming a couple of spaces off the start from the wrong side of the grid. But yeah, so Warner definitely looking like he's putting the pressure back on Horton, and again, that's not going to go amiss. He's not going to go unseen by Horton in that, and Elwood and Hayes still together on track as well, but Horton in that white car leading the blue and orange of Warner, and then it's a little bit gap back to Max Haynes, and then we've got Elwood and Willoughby as well.
Willoughby really sticking with Elwood and Haynes in that battle to try and close in on the podium finishing positions. But for now, we look at Tom Horton and Rob Warner on our screen. There are two leaders, Senior and Heaton. They'll fly past us in commentary now, but just behind them, really closing the gap now, is Rob Warner on Tom Horton. They're heading off into the forest section now. How they will emerge is yet to be seen, but we could potentially see the gap really close up on pit straight.
Yeah, Horton using the wide line there, seeing whether he can get any grip around the outside of that track. Or side by side, Henry Heaton is just having to get in front back, and so it must have been a mistake there by Senior. I think Heaton is now in front. So yeah, out the back there, just as they went into the chicane, he must have put too much pressure on through the hairpin that time.
I've said it once, I'll say it again. Patience is a virtue. Henry Heaton has been able to steal the lead of this race back off Harry Senior. A small mistake in that forest section has led to him retaking it. Rob Warner still sticking with Tom Horton as well to challenge for that third place in the final podium finishing position, but Harry Senior will be all over the back of Henry Heaton. Hopefully we can watch them go down Park Straight now, because we might see another exchange of positions for the lead of this race. Here we go. Harry Senior all over the back of Henry Heaton now. The little dip is done. He's moved to the outside. He'll have the outside line going up the rest of the hill. The move is done. Harry Senior has retaken the lead of this race, and he's done it before we even reach the corner as well. Henry Heaton slots in behind him once more. Heaton won't be mad about this, because he'll be exchanging positions with Harry Senior for the next 4 or 5 laps.
Now, exciting stuff for the drivers, trying to work out where the grip is enough that you can actually go offline and drive around the outside. Greatly managed there by Senior, so he's moved back to the front after losing that position, and again he's put a little bit of a gap in there. Elwood's dropping down, the order continues. He's lost another place to Willoughby that time through, just after the start-finish straight, so he really isn't comfortable there. He was up in that lead battle, sort of fighting to the last lap for the win of this race. Harry Senior, in fact he took the win, didn't he? So Harry Senior will be looking to see whether he can go one step better today and get that win.
Well, looking for any Harry Senior fans watching on from home, he is the fastest man on the track right now. 1:53 dead set by him on the last lap when he retook the lead of the race, on this lap, but previously he was the fastest man out there with the lap that he set. And he has got that lead. Rob Warner is very close. I'm watching him as they go past commentary. I was absolutely perplexed at how close he was stuck behind him, and he pretty much only braked when Tom Horton decided he needed to brake going into the Hall bend.
Yeah, well, it's going judging by the other car's braking position, but Henry Heaton, again, Harry Senior making it through this time, and therefore Henry Heaton does maintain that second position, but they are still working out what to do. How can they work it out? How can Henry Heaton get back in front in 6 minutes? How does Harry Senior? We've had
a lot of cars go off. We've had Martin Gleich at the whack as well, the number 94, Stefano Mara as well, both of them safely rejoining the circuit. That's over by the park corner in Chris Curb. They're probably going to have the leaders catch up to them very soon as well, because we've still got 6 minutes of racing left. There goes Rob Warner off in the corner of the screen as well. Willoughby is made up of position as well. He's chasing down Elwood.
So Willoughby actually he's got packed through. Yeah, so some things are adjusted the order at the front here. So we've got Senior and Heaton still in the place. Horton and Warner. Have we lost one of those drivers? The order certainly seems to be shuffled slightly.
Well, here comes Rob Warner looking down the inside. Maybe a Tom Horton. He's a bit too far back on this occasion.
Has dropped back a few places. That's what's happened.
He has. He must have made a mistake, and that's what's allowed Willoughby to come through. And Jamie Elwood will be very thankful that he's got the opportunity to close the gap on the leading pack as well, potentially. 5 and a bit minutes left of racing here at Cadwell Park in this race. It is still delivering as it ever has this weekend as well. I'm desperately looking out, Chris, from our commentary position to see which leader is actually going to come through, because they keep changing places like it's going out of fashion. There we see Tom Horton and Rob Warner disappearing off in the bottom left of our screen. Here we go. Here are the leaders. Harry Senior and Henry Heaton stuck to each other like glue at the moment, heading through the mountain section. Past us in commentary as well. Oh, Rob Warner getting very close to Tom Horton now as well. He's really putting the pressure on, and he's looking left, he's looking right. He's trying to pressure him into a mistake as they head into the forest section of the circuit now as well. And Jamie Elwood has got Willoughby for company just behind them also. Now on your screen, Harry Senior heading around the final turn there at Barn with Henry Heaton really close in behind. Potentially some towing opportunity on pit straight, as we see the fight for third still unfolding between Horton and Warner as well. I can confirm Senior has kept a hold of the lead heading up through Coppice, but will Warner look to make a move as they head down pit straight now? No, he's a bit too far back on this occasion, Chris.
It's 2 by 2 by 2 at the moment, Senior and Heaton, followed by Horton and Warner and Elwood and Willoughby. All those 3 raging battles for the top 6 of this race, but it is very much a pair racing out there as the guys behind figuring out how can I get in front of the person in front. Heaton only half a second back, well in the tow. Is he going to make it through this time?
Well, here comes Heaton up the little hill on the park straight. He's looking left, he's looking right. What's he going to decide on? He looks like he might settle for the right-hand side. No, he's going to settle for slotting in behind Harry Senior on this occasion. Doesn't want to risk it, doesn't want to risk being forced onto that grass, because you lose so much time from doing so. But how is the battle between Horton and Warner unfolded on that occasion down the park straight?
We're going to find out soon, I think.
We just about saw the livery of the cars glide past the bottom of our screens as well.
Still
Warner,
the same position.
Warner is still behind Tom Horton, but this battle out front is fascinating to watch, because it's almost as if Henry Heaton is simply biding his time. He's waiting for the opportunity to get past Harry Senior, because he knows a moment might come in the final 3 minutes. As as we still see first and second right next to each other, third and fourth right next to each other, and fifth and sixth, even Elwood and Willoughby, are stuck to each other metres apart.
Absolutely, yes. And we saw this from Senior yesterday. He got a bit done over, didn't he, by Elwood on that last lap. Elwood let him go on the penultimate lap just to give himself the run up Park Straight, and it worked. So Senior's going to be working out whether he did, well, he was licking his wounds last night because he'd lost that win, and now he's going to be seeing whether he can do anything about Henry Heaton, who looked like he was happy to sit back and wait for Harry Senior that time through. He knows it's not time to go just yet.
So now that we're in the final 3 minutes and the cars are going to be coming out of barn, here they are coming out of barn, taking the timing beacon. Harry Senior still ahead. We've got 2 minutes and 46 seconds left, so we've probably got about 2 laps worth of racing left in us, Chris. At the moment, if you're in Henry Heaton's position, what are you thinking? Or if you're in Rob Warner's position, what are you thinking? Because that means you've only got 2 opportunities left to take the position in front of you.
If I'm Henry Heaton, I'm looking at the back markers and saying, oh, come on, let's go, because they're just in front of me. If I'm Warner, I can't see them yet, so I don't know, and they're not going to come into play. In fact, there are the 2 back markers side by side, just as we saw yesterday. Henry Heaton's going to be seeing whether they can do anything to help his race. And in fact, Senior's broken a little bit of a gap there off the back of that. Michael Downing pulls the outside, lets him go through. Both of them making their way past through Michael Downing. So he's not going to affect that race for them. And it looks like it was Mara as well fighting with Downing. Maybe, in fact, the orders all changed up there as we watch these cars go through. But Henry Heaton, that didn't do. So now he's going to have to work out that the last lap is coming up. And how can he get close enough? Right now, he just needs to get closer. He's not close enough. So he at the moment is trying to close that gap.
That's a huge gap that's evolved between the front 2 runners at the moment in this race. That is not good news for Henry Heaton, but it's great news for Harry Senior, because he was able to negotiate his way through the back markers much better than his rival. But we can still see Horton and Warner stuck to each other, Jamie Elwood and Willoughby all stuck to each other as well. This is fantastic racing that we're seeing here at Cadwell Park as Senior and Heaton come past us in commentary again.
More back markers into the single file for Paul Benz. That is going to be a catastrophe for Senior as he heads through there. He really won't want to see that car blocking him as they go into the hairpin, but it's still Elwood's car's coming to him now as this track dries out. I think he's got a dry setup on that car, and it just didn't come dry enough for him early enough. You can watch him through Hall Benz just in the background there, and Horton has still managed to hold on from Willoughby. He's been looking at a lot of the rear panel of that car. How is the gap with Senior and Heaton though? Heaton got caught up more than Senior. The gap is still extensive.
The gap is very, very large out front. Harry Senior with the advantage. But let's see how Tom Horton and Rob Warner emerge from barn. Rob Warner getting very sideways, heading down onto pit straight, but he is still with Tom Horton. This is it. This is the final lap now, the final chance for him to try and make a move on the guy in front of him. But both of them have had a brilliant race. Thomas Horton coming through from 6th to now being in 3rd, and Rob Warner's made up 1 place. He almost took the lead of the race on lap 1, but to still be in the fight for a podium is remarkable. But here is Henry Heaton looking, searching for an opportunity around Harry Senior. It's not going to come though as they head through the park corner and around towards the Chris curve. Is that the final moment gone now for Heaton?
We've not seen any overtaking in other places unless there's a mistake, so I think that probably was the last good opportunity. He was not close enough. The tow brought him all the way back to the rear panel, but he's not close enough to make that stick. The only a mistake now, and it might happen. Henry's right with him. He's going to be hounding him to see whether he's a mistake, but that drying line's not going to be helping him.
He has got right on the back of Harry Senior's Caterham, and Harry Senior going very wide. Heaton even wider, taking all the curb, as much speed as possible that he can carry as they head through Mansfield down the hill. Now they're going to emerge in the mountain section of the circuit. Now Harry Senior taking a lovely racing line up through the uphill section, and he took the defensive stance as well, coming and emerging from the brow of the hill too. There they go, heading off into the Hall bends. Henry Heaton stuck to the back of Harry Senior as well as they go through the bends cleanly and down towards the hairpin. Who will emerge first? Who's going to make the mistake? Do they keep it tidy? They keep it tidy-ish. Harry Senior getting a little bit sideways, but Henry Heaton too. This is the final opportunity for Heaton. This is the last chance, the last dance for him in this race. Can he make something work as they head onto the pit straight? Harry Senior goes defensive. He's weaving left and right to try and keep Heaton at bay, and he does. Harry Senior takes the victory here in race 2 of this series at Cadwell Park. And Henry Heaton has to settle for 2nd place. But what's going on for the battle for 3rd behind them? Tom Horton's going to take the line ahead of Rob Warner. A fantastic drive from him. And Jamie Elwood was able to hold off the advances of Willoughby and claim 5th position and some vital championship points away from a good rival. Oh my God, Chris, I'm out of breath. That was brilliant.
Only 8 races to go. Senior going one step better, Heaton going one step better, and Horton going one step better. So great results for them. And Elwood, I think, managed to manage the situation. He was behind. In fact, he was in 7th place at once, but Max Haynes and Willoughby both had issues. So Elwood got back in front. But what a race from Senior and Heaton. Great to see. They were absolutely trying to extract. Their cars were twitching and squirming all over the place. From a driver's angle, I can see exactly how hard they were pushing. Heaton was really not letting up, and he was trying everything he could. We got 3 wide across the line there. Fantastic from our lower orders as well. But good fun action. Heaton will be seeing whether he can do one better again later on when they have their next race.
A photo finish between Witten, White and Denman. That was fantastic to see. I mean, I have to apologise to the 3 of them because I completely forgot to look at that battle because I was so fixated on the front, because Henry Heaton really could have done something there in the final turn, but Harry Senior had done enough to get the right amount of traction and propel himself out of barn and down onto the pit straight to claim the victory.
Yeah, those back markers didn't help too much. I was saying it was an opportunity for Henry Heaton, but actually it cost him a little bit, and that gap was just a little bit too much, and going through Park and knowing you're in front, that gave him the advantage. Great result for all the drivers out there, and well done to everyone for getting to the end, and looking forward to seeing their final race later on today.
Well, let's take a look at the results as they come through now. Confirmation there, Harry Senior is the winner. 0.2 of a second behind was Henry Heaton, and he was also the fastest lap of the race. He made it a 1, but he got the fastest lap, a 1:49 dead. Tom Horton does take the final podium position, but Rob Warner very, very close behind him, just 0.6 separating those two as they took the line. But for now, let's go to Sam, who was able to catch up with the drivers who are taking part in our next race earlier on today.
Yeah, he'll have to. So I've come down to assembly. Zach Lower is just next to me. Zach, yesterday's race, obviously you pulled off the track. So just tell us what happened.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate. So basically, coming down one of the straights, I went to click 4th and it kind of skipped out. So I've put it back into gear and then heard this loud clattering sound at the back that I hadn't heard all race long. Because I was coming down into the mountain, I just pulled straight in because I thought I'd done some mechanical damage. Turned out the wing had just randomly popped off on the straight and was just clattering against the body. So it was really minimal damage, nothing mechanical, but it's just the coincidence of doing it during a gear change just threw me off, really.
Yeah, but it's hard when you're in the car and you've got so much to concentrate on and you hear this sound that is not normal. You think, oh my gosh, what's happened? You don't want to put yourself out continuing to race and then put yourself out for the next race. So yeah, there's a lot to think about, isn't there?
Yeah, and definitely because of the way of this track, I didn't want to take a risk. And if something had snapped on the rear and I try and take a corner and go off for no reason, I'd rather come in with all 4 wheels than try and commit and be a hero and come back with less. So
yeah, no, that's very wise.
That option.
Excellent. So hey, pretty similar conditions out there.
Yeah, should make up some positions, but I'm just trying to go for consistency again.
Yeah.
See where we end up for race 3.
Excellent. Well, enjoy.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, Zach.
Well, what a race that was. The Sigma 150s delivering again. Harry, we're going to come to you. A titanic tussle yesterday. You didn't quite get over the finish line first, but today you did. Talk us through it, because, again, going up against Henry there, that was nip and tuck.
Yeah. I mean, me and Henry kind of broke away, just like me and Jamie did yesterday, which is how you want it in Caterham. There's a lot less to think about. Conditions were very, very tricky. I mean, we overtook a lot of back markers right at the end there, which just kind of shows, how the guys at the back were really struggling. I mean, we were struggling as well, but making the most of it. Henry would say I got a bit lucky with back markers right at the end. I'd say I was faster overall, but, I'll take a victory every day of the week.
That's the thing, isn't it? It's not always how quickly you go, it's just crossing the finish line first, and you certainly did that. Congratulations. We're going to move on quickly, just have a quick chat with Henry Heaton. Henry, Harry was just saying there it was nip and tuck all the way through. He said you might say he was a little bit fortunate, but back markers playing a part in that one.
Harry said he was a little bit fortunate, did he? Oh, well, I'll take that then. I'll take that. Yeah, it was very, very close. I mean, the back markers they always had that element of spice to the end of the race, you know, and you know, Harry just caught them perhaps at the right time, and he got a little bit of a gap. Although I was with him on that final lap, just not quite close enough going onto that Park straight, which is the key overtaking area. But yeah, it was. It's always a good fun race when the conditions are changeable, because every single lap you're thinking, where's the grip? Where was I last time? Can I break that a little bit later? Can I take a little bit more speed, but then not overcook it? You know, so yeah, good fun. Really enjoyed that. P3 yesterday, P2 today. I'm not going to say it, but it'd be nice to go one better. I've said it.
You have said it. One more to go. Hopefully go one better. Congratulations. Great tussle between the pair of you, and we'll see you both again on track later. Now we're focusing our attentions on the 270s. So back over to you, James and Chris.
Thank you very much, Harry. Make sure you're staying dry out there, sir, and staying warm. And what a very fetching quarter zip that you told us your girlfriend dressed you up in for today as well. Chris, stop laughing at everyone, honestly. It's very rude of you. Right, we've got the 270Rs, and this is how they're lining up on the grid in front of us. Ben Timmins has got pole position. Ben Wheatley shortly behind them. Lionel Tolmarsh and James Empson. These are some names that we mentioned yesterday who are racing up towards the front. And we, of course, have also got Daniel Hope and Nick Bryant bringing up the rear of that first page of competitors too. Another race with 3-page worth of entries, Chris, as well. Here's the second page to get you in the mood. James Moon and Craig Boyle at the front of it. Andrew Bailey and Peter Mott shortly behind. Darren Butler and Harvey Lawrence also joining them. Oliver Kibblewhite, Scott Graham, Benja Headley and Gary Cross all together in that second page, right the way back from rows 6 to 10. And the final page, Ryan Wilby, Craig Story and Zach Lower joining each other there towards the back of the grid, but I'm sure we will see them try and make an advance and a resurgence towards the front. And it gives me great pleasure to say that Chris hasn't run away, he's not disappeared, he's not got the Batmobile to Wayne Manor just yet. You're still with me, sir, because there's plenty more racing action.
I'm not going anywhere. I want to watch all this racing action out there. Remember, Ryan Wilby's Story and Zach Lowe all had issues in yesterday's race, didn't finish, that's why they're starting from the rears. Craig Story, we say, dramatically in the barrier just under the camera. They made me jump yesterday as we did it. Ben Timmins, though, managing that race and just pipping Wheatley, our guest, into the championship. Ben Wheatley have it in that second place, so he'll be seeing whether he can do anything. Lionel Tolmarsh managing things very nicely into that third place ahead of James Emsworth and Rob Kenley in yesterday's race. So can Ben Timmins hold on again? That was his 7th win this year so far. He's got 2 more opportunities to add more to that, but everyone is going to be gunning to see whether they can take that away. Ben Wheatley won't be taking any points away from him, but he'll certainly be seeing whether he can take that trophy away from him. Tolmarsh now from, I think it was 7th on the grid yesterday, finished in that 3rd place, so he's got a good result. And Empson always quick up there as well. In fact, all of the front drivers just about making it to the front of the field. So let's see what they can do in these tricky conditions. I think it's slightly wetter than their race yesterday, but still no drizzle in the air, and therefore I think we might see a fairly dry line around most of the track by the end of this race.
No mizzle either. No drizzle, no mizzle. Just a clear view in front of us. Not a clear sky. It's looking very grey up there still. But a clear view in front of us. So no disruption to track conditions either. But something I thought I'd just mention very quickly, Chris, to get your thoughts on. Lionel Tolmarsh is having a fantastic weekend here at Cadwell so far. But in the championship standings, he is right the way down there towards the 13th, 14th, 15th positions. But with his good performances, he could all of a sudden bump himself up to the front. Because if he can continue this form as well, is he a championship rival to the likes of Timmins?
He's definitely a championship contender, but I think he's got a couple of race weekends he can't do. He wasn't able to join us at Silverstone, and that's why he's further down the order at the moment in the championship points. And I think later in the year he's also going to miss some more racing. So he is more here this year to get more speed out of himself, to see what he can do ready for the championship next year. When I was speaking to him earlier, he was saying he's looking to see whether he can go to 310 next year, and he'll be wanting to put a full championship charge together.
Well, he's certainly got the pace to challenge in that series. He's certainly got the pace to challenge once again here at Cadwell Park. The final car making their way through the hall bends. That's Zach Lower
He started from 4th place, and he was saying in his interview that he had a change of gear where he missed a gear, and then there was a flapping noise that he hadn't heard. He thought something had broken on his car. Actually, it turned out it was just he'd lost a rear wheel arch just at the same time as he did miss a gear, and he pulled in to have it all checked over, and unfortunately that's why it dropped out of the race. And he starts from the back, but he's going to be spectacular to watch, see whether he can get back to the front.
But we would all do the same. I do the same driving my car down the motorway. I'm sure the likes of Verstappen and Hamilton would do the same driving their cars around the various circuits that they do. If there's something that's making a clanging, even if you know for certain that it might be bodywork, you've got to stop and get it checked out as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. Second of 3 races for the 270R cars this weekend. 20 minutes of action ready to get going as this large field just get themselves lined up, ready to take the green light.
Here comes Zach Lower heading out of barn very, very slowly towards his grid slot. But keep your eyes on Timmins on the right-hand side of the grid starting boxes, the pole position sitter, and Wheatley as well on his inside. Tolmarsh just behind the pole sitter as well in the blacked out number 2 Caterham. And James Ensign, he might be looking for a strong start. There's the 5-second board. The alarm has sounded. Are the lights going to switch on? The lights are on. We're ready to race here at Cadwell Park. The lights are out. We are racing at Cadwell once more. And a great start from Wheatley in 2nd place. But has the resurgence of speed come from Timmins to potentially retake the lead? No. He's going to have to settle for slotting in behind Wheatley. And a lot of fighting and jostling for positions means we've got a pretty much a brand new order in behind. But a really good start as well by the back marker, Zach Lower. He's going to start his drive towards the front of the field.
Wheatley did make a good use of the dry side of that track, but Timmins is right there. It's as we were for the race yesterday. These two absolutely stuck together, and just behind them we've got Emson as well with Tolmarsh right on his tail. And as he said, the rear of the field, I was watching them carefully. Ryan Wilby and Story already at multiple places.
Tolmarsh going around the outside of Emson by the looks of things as well already, and it looks as though Timmins might have taken the place back from Wheatley. He has as they head round Park Corner, and it is a good advancement by Tolmarsh to retake 3rd position from Emson. So it looks as though we all are getting through the Park Corner quite nicely and tidily as we head through the Chris curve, and Lower has made up even more positions coming from the back.
Yeah, and in front of him Story and Ryan Wilby also in front of him as well, so they've made up just as many places as they head down the field. So our marker there is Zach Lower in his bright yellow car. But there we go, we've got the change of the lead. Timmins already over the top of Wheatley. Tolmarsh has also made it over the top of Emson, so they're going to be into that 3rd place, so it's all change at the front.
He made that lovely move going down Park Straight, but Tolmarsh has been thrown right into the equation here as well. He's caught right up to the front 2 runners, but Wheatley's all over the back of Timmins as they head towards the Hall bends as well. It's given Tolmarsh the opportunity to join the front 3 runners as well, and it looks as though Emson's just going to have to sit back and relax a little bit. He doesn't want to get caught up in any sort of melee that those front 3 runners might have with each other, as we see the rest of the field cleanly make their way through the Hall bends as well. Right, here is Timmins, our front runner as well. Wheatley very close behind, and Tolmarsh joining them as well. Emson is settling in to just watch the battle for the top 3 happen in front of him, and he might pounce when a mistake's made, because we've seen plenty Caterhams go sideways already today, and I'm sure we'll see more of it happen as Wheatley looks to go around the outside of Timmins as they go up through Coppice, but Timmins has the advantage and that inside line, but Wheatley's going to switch back as well and try again as they go up the hill, but no, he's settling for slotting in behind. But it really does bring Tolmarsh into the equation as they approach the Park Straight, Chris.
Watch Tolmarsh this time. He's going to have the super toe. He's got Wheatley just in front of him, and then he'll be able to hook onto the back end. Oh, he chose the right side. Wheatley covered him left and right there. That was a
But it looks as though he's still got a bit of a toe. Has he got the speed to go around the outside? No, he's going to slot back in behind Wheatley. Wheatley now looking to the outside of Timmins, as is Tolmarsh. Could 2 people take him in one corner? He's run very, very wide there on that occasion, and it's Timmins and Tolmarsh that are going to go straight past Wheatley. And Wheatley is dropped all the way back to 3rd, and it means that Timmins and Tolmarsh are going to disappear off into the distance now, leading this field.
He got caught out by the extra few miles an hour he had from the super toe at the end of the straight there, and unfortunately he wasn't able to scrub that speed off, just drifted wide over the edge of the curb, and that let Tolmarsh right through onto the rear of Timmins. So Timmins got a rear gunner now in the shape of the Tolmarsh, but I don't think it's a friendly rear gunner. I think he's going to be looking to see whether he can make another position up.
Stephen Merritt has also got ahead of James Emson as well. Emson dropping a place as well, potentially because of a mistake also on his part. Let's see how they emerge coming up through the mountain section of this circuit. Timmins is in the lead, Tolmarsh just behind him, and Wheatley has actually made up the gap that he lost to them after that big mistake running wide at the Park turn as well. and I'm just waiting for a confirmation on the number as well. Empson, yes, has switched back. He has dropped back, sorry, ever so slightly, but he is still in the hunt for the third position potentially if he can stay with the front runners in the field.
I had some rattling, and it sounded suspiciously like an exhaust getting loose on one of these cars. In fact, there's a car off wide at the out of the hairpin there. Who's that? Was it Brian? No, it's not Brian. It's one of the blue cars, so keep an eye out for who that was. But I just heard a rattling that sounded like an exhaust pipe, but it is still Timmins heading over the top of Tollmarsh, but Tollmarsh and Wheatley are still very much firmly there as well. Merritt is, so Wheatley in third, Merritt in fourth, Empson. So who have we lost out that? I think someone is dropping down.
Well, let's keep our eyes peeled on the scoreboard as we see someone dropping down. Chris, I'm sure you can do that whilst I get to watch this really exciting battle between Timmins and Tollmarsh, because Tollmarsh has got the toe from Timmins heading down the Park Straight. He's moved to the left-hand side of Timmins as well. Could we see Tollmarsh take the lead? Has he got the move done before the corner? It looks like he has, but Timmins is keeping his Caterham firmly there on the inside. Tollmarsh has to go around the outside, but he says thank you very much to Timmins. I'll take the race lead this time, and he has moved his Caterham into first position after starting in third.
Kennelly lost 4 places. Maybe that was who I saw dropping onto that grass, but great move by Tollmarsh there. He's a fairly young driver. He's been with these guys driving, and certainly sees his skill around the outside there. Outside still got lots of grip, as you can see from the pictures, but nevertheless Timmins was not willing to give that position up, and he had to capitulate on the exit.
Great show of pace from Stephen Merritt as well. He's moved from 7th all the way up into 4th now as well. He's closing on those front 3 runners as well. James Empson has slipped down into 5th, and he is dropping back ever so slightly into the clutches of hope as well. Here they come past us in commentary now. Tollmarsh, Timmins, Wheatley, and chasing down on them as well with Stephen Merritt. The number 11 is pretty much on his own now, so he is just watching those front 3, learning their lines, watching how they drive. You're right, there is a rattling and some sort of plastic on the track as well that's blowing around that might cause distraction. But anyway, emerging out of the barn corner now is the leader of the pack, Tollmarsh. Lionel Tollmarsh has taken the lead here at Cadwell Park. He'll be the first one to take the timing beacon with Timmins just behind him, but Wheatley has got a toe from Timmins as well, so Timmins could potentially lose out on second place to Wheatley as they head up through Coppice and towards the formidable Park Straight.
Tollmarsh has not only taken the lead, he's sprung a gap as well. It will probably not be enough to hold away the toe as they head up the thing. The bit of debris you saw on the track, that's gearbox, that's exhaust wadding, and that's why, so it is an exhaust that's rubbing on the floor there, and we're losing some of the innards of that. We'll watch out in case that comes any loose. So Tollmarsh trying to shake the toe, it's not going to work, and Ken Timmins is going to have a run on him.
Here comes Timmins on the right hand side. He's going to make that dive down the inside, even though Tollmarsh is the fastest man on the circuit right now. It doesn't matter to Timmins because he's taken the inside. Can he make the move stick? Tollmarsh going around the outside like he did to take the lead, and he's used it to stay in the lead ahead of Timmins. Wheatley was very much invited into the equation. These 3 are going to be racing right up to the checkered flag at the end of the 20-minute session, Chris.
Yes, it sounds like it, and well, I can hear by the sounds of the tyres that there is a drying line everywhere. In front of us we can see a bit of dry tarmac all the way into the entrance of Hall Bends, and you can see on your pictures here there are nicely dry bits of tarmac that they're racing on, but that makes it treacherous if you're trying to make an overtake, because you've got to get off of that dry part of the tarmac onto the greasy stuff, which is still equally as greasy.
Oh, Timmins looked like he was making a dive down the inside there, but he decided against it because the door wasn't quite open from Tollmarsh. Again, Timmins looking to the right hand side of Tollmarsh as they enter the Hall Bends as well. Just looking on your screen, are they going to keep it nice and tidy, the 3 of them? They look like they do, and Wheatley, most importantly, is staying with them as well. He is staying with the front 2 runners of Tollmarsh and Timmins, and Stephen Merritt is also staying and holding a very comfortable 4th position right now, and he will be happy with that because he won't worry about not being in the battle just yet, but joining at the right moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's more wadding you can see, and in fact the whole wadding of the exhaust, you can hear the car went by that time. It's completely lost its exhaust now, making a horrific sound, but he will continue along as Tollmarsh is out front then of Timmins. Timmins having to look at Wheatley. We saw though last time this gap is not sufficient. Tollmarsh will be defending by the time they get to the top of the hill, as is a little bit of a flapping wheel arch there from Tollmarsh. Won't be an issue, maybe a bit of a distraction, but certainly won't be slowing it down.
Well, here we go then, the formidable Park Straight section of the circuit. Wheatley is right behind Timmins. Timmins is gaining on Tollmarsh. Wheatley and Timmins have more pace than Lionel Tollmarsh heading towards the park corner. They looked like they were going to go 3 wide, but actually the 3 of them have completely changed positions. Lionel Tollmarsh has dropped from 1st to 3rd in 1 corner. Timmins has retaken the lead, and Wheatley slots nicely into 2nd. He'll say thank you very much, because actually the actions of Timmins have given him that advantage.
If you're not used to seeing the toe that's capable in front of the toe that happens in Caterham racing, well, you've just had a witness to it, how much quicker those other 2 cars are in front. In fact, Ben looked like he might have missed a gear coming out. No, he's good as he goes down the hill, but yeah, they're extra 7 to 10 miles an hour by the end of the straight, and they made absolute best use of that. Meant Tollmarsh is now down in that 3rd place, but now he's going to have that that toe, which is why he'll be looking to see whether he can return the favour this time through.
Wheatley was running a slightly tighter line there in comparison to Timmins. He was almost looking as if he was going to make a dive down the inside, but here they come, emerging up in front of us through the mountain section of the circuit. Timmins had the lead, Wheatley shortly behind, Lionel Tolmarsh staying with them. Also staying with them still is Stephen Merritt, Chris.
Yeah, great result from Stephen Merritt if he can keep it, and he's probably closing in. Let's keep an eye on those time. 1.8 last time across the line. They're about to do that again as we see that exhaust wadding all over the circuit there, but off the racing line, so it's not going to cause them any problems. Does even look like it's maybe drying down just a touch down here, but certainly nowhere near as dry as it is around the remainder of this track. This is still the slippy part. There's still a pit they have to be cautious of. Closing between the top three though, this time closer than it was last time. Let's see what happens as they go up to Park Bend this time.
Both Timmins and Wheatley were getting a little bit out of shape there as they left the barn corner, and they'll head up through Coppice now together as a nice neat three. Whether they stay that way for the rest of the lap is yet to be seen as we come towards the final 10 minutes of racing, as we elapse past the halfway point of this race. Here we go then, Tolmarsh right on the back of Wheatley now as they head around Charlie's and down onto the Park Straight. They're going to take the dip and then they're going to take the uphill battle as well. It looks as though Tolmarsh might have a bit of a toe from Wheatley here. It's not looking like it's enough to make a move. That wheel arch is wobbling around very frantically, and I think it is definitely causing the driver a little bit of concern because he's not going as aggressive as he has been previously.
He won't be concerned by that at all. It's a very usual thing, so it can be a distraction because you see it flapping, but it won't be costing many time, and he certainly won't be worried about it. It was Toby Boyes who had the loss of the exhaust. He pulled into the pits last time through and he's had it ripped off. Sounds horrific when he's driving around, but nevertheless the battle continues. It looks like that might have been the other driver that he had an issue with and maybe what caused the exhaust to go missing, but our battle will be heading now up into Park. There we go, Timmins has managed to hold on for the time being as they head around Mansfield, and there is the following Wheatley is just starting to lose touch. Ben Timmins will be eagerly trying to see whether he can do anything, and if Tolmarsh gets involved now, this could be how. Oh, that's big spin. Oh, that's Butler, unfortunately, into the barriers at the top of the hill. Unfortunate end to him. He's lost a wheel as well, so that car is going to be immobile. We did see it covered under yellows yesterday. Can they do that today?
Well, he has made it out of the car very quickly and very safely as well, so we send him our best wishes, hopefully that he's not injured in any way, shape or form, but it's good to see he got out on his own accord and made his way over to the stewards as well, so a big sight that we definitely want to see after a big spin like that on this sort of fast circuit as well. But there are the leaders disappearing off of your screen now, but here they are emerging from barn. A little bit too much sideways action from Timmins on that occasion. Ben Timmins still just about holding on to the lead as well as we speak. Ben Wheatley slotting in behind him and Lionel Tolmarsh sticking with them as well. The front three that we have right now are the three that qualified in the top three also, so that's the first time we've seen that this weekend too, Chris.
Yeah, they're doing well to hold on, and they're very much I'm trying to look to see whether there's any sign of safety car boards, but there isn't at the moment, so they look like they're going to be able to cover that under yellows for the time being. Let's see how the drivers go through that yellow zone. That is also what the stewards use to make sure that everything is, the clerk of the course will be checking that the drivers are all doing well. Here comes
Wheatley round the outside of Timmins. He's going to look to make a dive down into the Park corner. Is he going to make it stick? Because unfortunately for him, Timmins has got that inside line. He's got the advantage. Wheatley hasn't quite got the pace or the skill to be able to get around it like Tolmarsh did, but Tolmarsh has dropped back quite significantly from these front two now.
Yeah, he was on the grass there. He outbraked himself, and as he went up the hill that time, that's going to see him fall away from the battle for at least a few laps. I think they go through the occasion where that car was. You can see cars tucked up behind the barriers. Maybe one of the drivers from earlier. It's like Brian's car, and I can't see him in the order. So yes. Anyway, Ben Timmins, can he make this 8 race wins from and 9 races in this 270R Championship? But Wheatley will try and take that pot away from him, and it's definitely 2 by 2, or 2 drivers out front, and that attack from Tolmarsh has cost him a little bit just in this middle part of the race, but we've still got 7 3/4 minutes to go.
Look, the lines went on the arc 2 by 2. It's no surprise that the bends are going 2 by 2 on this circuit here at Cadwell Park, and they are disappearing off into the hall bends neck and neck with each other. Lionel Tolmarsh has done really well already to make up the time that he lost earlier on in this lap, and he will follow the 2 leaders through as they go round the hairpin and down towards the barn turn of this circuit and then down onto the pit straight. Let's see how they're going to emerge, because Tolmarsh has made up a huge amount of time already.
Like the gap wasn't there.
Such is the skill of that driver, isn't it, Chris?
Yeah, and as these guys trip up each other and slow each other down, and maybe Ben Timmins could have even done a little bit of backing up, seeing that the gap had been developed and said, right, I want you to deal with him again. You will see drivers do that, and they will back drivers up into other people, and Ben Timmins is experienced enough to know the benefits of doing it, but he takes quite a nice lead. It's Ben having to look in his rear view mirrors over Tolmarsh.
Well, Tollmarsh is all over the back of Ben Wheatley as they head around Charlie's and then down onto Park Straight. Here we go. He's all over the back of Ben Wheatley. Almost had to have a bit too much of a dab of the brakes as that meant that he's lost momentum. No, he's got the toe. He's looking to go round the outside of Wheatley and he's closing in on Timmins as a result at the very front of this leading three as well. Has he got the move done? He has. Lionel Tollmarsh has taken it. He's taken second place away from Ben Wheatley. I couldn't find the
words escape us. It's amazing.
It was just amazing. Just look at the bravery of that move in these conditions. Lionel Tollmarsh, take a bow. It's not the first time he's done that in this race. You're wiping a bit of sweat away there from your forehead, Chris, because this is keeping us right on the edge of our seats.
Yeah, Tollmarsh, that was a perfectly, there was contact between him and Wheatley as they went onto the straight that time. Wheatley just pulled to the right where Tollmarsh was trying to push his car, and that actually caused him to run into the back slightly, but he still had the momentum as they went up the hill, and a perfectly judged braking manoeuvre. We saw him outbrake himself last time through, but that time it was absolutely right, although he's mucked up.
Ben Wheatley's going to make a move on the outside, going into the Hall bench. This is very brave from Wheatley. He has got the inside line going that first turn, and he's managed to make the move stick on Lionel Tollmarsh. He's retaken that position. Great stuff from Ben Wheatley, giving Lionel Tollmarsh a taste of his own medicine.
Tollmarsh completely mucked up the mountain. He was wide going in, carried too much speed into the left-hander and just couldn't get it stopped for the right, which is why Wheatley got the opportunity into a place where you don't really see overtaking. So really exciting stuff, but that gives Timmins another chance to escape. He's got enough of a gap here to maybe keep himself safe just as they go up into Park this time through.
And they are heading into the final 5 minutes of racing as well. This is the most crucial part of the race, as you kept lecturing me about yesterday, Chris, and don't worry, it's stuck in my head, it's stuck in my mind. I know to look out for it now on the clock as we see Tollmarsh sticking with Wheatley, very much so as they head through Charlie's. They're going to round themselves off and head down onto Park Straight now. Has Tollmarsh got the ability to make another move happen down into Park Corner? Well, he's certainly got a toe from Wheatley. He's been given a helping hand by the man ahead of him at the moment. Tollmarsh going around the outside once more. Is he going to do it again at the Park Corner? He's done it twice already. Make that three. No, he's gone a little bit too wide. He's well out on the grass and he's spun. Lionel Tollmarsh has spun, trying to take second place from Ben Wheatley, and it means Stephen Merritt will surely come flying past in a second. He'll go from fourth into third as well.
He's stalled it as well, and he's made the engine go back because that's going to take a while to fire back up. What a shame for Tollmarsh. He was right on the raggedy edge, and that just showed that he just didn't have that little bit extra to go. Unfortunately, he can't get his car restarted, and it looks like Lionel may be stuck on the outside. You can see how disappointed he was there, but that leaves Wheatley and Ben Timmins to fight it out for the win this time.
The Bens are back together again. Ben Timmins and Ben Wheatley are at the front together now without Tollmarsh, unfortunately, but it does mean that we can see a battle continue for the first place finish. There is Tollmarsh still stuck, still stranded out in the grass. That's a dangerous position for him to be in as well, really. I'm sure there's yellows waving in that area to try and slow the cars.
See a safety car. If he can't get that car restarted, there's going to be a car right in the firing line on the exit as we go into Chris Curve. I think that will be a safety car then as we come to the end. In fact, they might be showing them the last lap board to say then one more time through and that's it. It's hard to say. In fact, that's a black and white flag. So anyway, as they go down, Timmins has got a nice comfortable gap over Wheatley this time through. They are going to maybe cover that under yellows, but Tollmarsh will be ushered behind the barriers, get him into a position of safety, and unfortunately he couldn't get that car re-fired up. It's one of the things, if you spin, go backwards, it can cost you some engine.
Do you know what is worth mentioning actually as well is that James Empson has obviously seen this happen, and he's all of a sudden thought, hang on a second, I could get myself a third place finish here. I could get myself on the podium if I can stay with Stephen Merritt, and he's actually closing the gap between the two of them down. It's down to the lowest gap that it's been in this race so far, and the race that we're watching out front is obviously the Bens battling with each other, heading down the Park Straight, but they cleanly make it through Park Corner. But what's going on in the battle for third? That's what we want to know most, because obviously these two are going to be finishing out front. There is Tollmarsh's car stranded off on the grass up by the Park Corner, but what's happening in the battle for third behind the front two runners? We'll have to wait for when they take the timing beacon next, or for when they next catch our cameras, because that could be a really interesting battle to watch as we enter the final 2.5 minutes
See
of
the
racing.
gap that they've got in front of them, but here comes that battle then.
It's Empson's got ahead of Stephen Merritt. That's his green Caterham. So Empson has really taken full advantage of the opportunity here, Chris. He's got ahead of Stephen Merritt, who have been very, very fast in the opening two-thirds of this race. But James Empson has seen an opportunity.
Where did he get through, though? Because there would have been a yellow flag up at Park that time through. So careful that hopefully he didn't overtake under a yellow flag. One to watch out for. But nevertheless, you're right. You saw it coming and it absolutely came true, didn't it? There he is in the green car. going through then into Hall Bends this time. Still got that drying line just here, but it gets squirrely and messy and mucky as they come to the tail end, as they move through this latter section into the hairpin.
It's almost the first time that one of my predictions has come true here at Cadwell Park. I should buy the lottery ticket this evening, Chris. Right, but for now, we've watched Timmins and Wheatley head across the line to take the first and second positions as we head pretty much to what will be the final lap of racing here in this race at Cadwell Park, the second race in this series this weekend. And here comes James Empson, confirmation there on the timing board. He has made his way into third position now. He started fourth, he bided his time, he waited patiently, and then he pounced on Stephen Merritt. But a great drive from Stephen Merritt. He's gone from 7th all the way up to 4th. And here are our front two runners. This is probably the last opportunity Wheatley's got, and I don't think he's going to be able to take it, Chris.
Just worth also saying, Story from the back of the grid has made up to 7th place that time across the line. Fantastic fight back through for him to see what he can do in the last race. But Ben
look
Timmins
at Zach Lower as well. 12th he is now up, starting 23rd.
So they both made their way through nicely from the back of the field, and they will have an opportunity to try and get to this lead battle. See the green flags there after that corner for covering off of Tolmarsh's car. Ben Timmins looked quite comfortable. Is 50 seconds enough to get back, or are these definitely the last lap?
Oh, I don't know. I thought as they crossed the line, there was about 1:40-ish left on the time at the top left-hand corner. But obviously, it's the time that the stewards have that's the most important, not the time that you've got on your screen in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see what happens as they make their way down the straight after Mansfield, heading into the mountain section of this circuit. Coming past us in commentary now as well. Timmins still with a healthy lead over Wheatley, but Wheatley is chasing him down. Maybe Timmins might be thinking, 20 seconds left on the clock. Surely this is the last lap. I just need to hold on. But maybe Wheatley's thinking, if I can push him to do another lap, then I've certainly got a chance to take a win here.
I think they might be preparing they are preparing the checkered flag then on the start-finish line. This is the run down to the flag, and Ben Timmins is in the lead, but Ben is definitely going to win.
There we go, checkered flag, the clock expires. Ben Timmins will take the checkered flag and take victory here at Cadwell Park. Ben Wheatley shortly behind him as well will confirm his second place finish. Also, James Empson is emerging out the back of Barn now in the back corner of your screen. He's going to come across and take a fantastic third place finish. A very strong drive there from James Empson. As I said already many times, bided his time, used his patience well, but we must commend Stephen Merritt's ability to finish fourth as well, to really stay with the pace of that leading pack for a good chunk of this race, Chris.
He did, and he did well to manage that whole situation. Unfortunately for him, that Empson was coming back through the field hard as the track dried out. We've watched these battles coming across. There goes Craig Story fighting from the back of the field all the way to 7th place across the line. Boyle not having the great race in 8th, and then you've got Bailey, Lawrence coming around there to finish their races as well.
You can tell which one's lost his exhaust, can't you?
Yeah, it's a completely different noise. That lower there also finishing 11th, so another place made up on that last lap to finish 11th place, just behind Harvey Lawrence, James Moon, Peter Mott coming home in 13th. So all of these drivers will again have their stories from out there. It's been tricky conditions, but a drying line is the story here. Still no drizzle in the air either, so as the racing goes on this afternoon, I think we are going to see a drier and drier track, and you saw how the racing was like at the end of yesterday as we had a dry track. I'm looking forward to calling some races in the dry and seeing what they can do. Where can they overtake when it's dry?
I'm very much looking forward to how the rest of this day is going to unfold, but let's confirm the finishers in this race that we just had here at Cadwell Park. And there you have it, Ben Timmins at the top of the timing boards, Ben Wheatley behind him, just 7/10 separated the two men as they crossed the line. Timmins as well set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:45.1. He said it very early on in the race as well. So obviously the rest of the race was about battling the people at the front with him, but then also holding on to his lead eventually when he had Ben Wheatley tucked in behind him as well. And as I've already mentioned too, James Empson, great drive from him in the number 20 Caterham to take the final podium finishing position. And also special mention, Zach Lower, he's made up 12 positions in that race. So a really, really good achievement by him. And I'm sure he'll be looking forward to the third and final race in this category this weekend, as he'll look to continue to impress us in this championship.
And I think Sam is now available down in Parc Fermé, so we can hear from our drivers.
Lovely race for these guys. I feel so sorry for Lionel. He was doing so well, and it's really a shame because it's still tricky around. There's some dry line forming, but obviously there is some wet patches which you don't really want to get onto. But yeah, well done to these guys. We'll come and speak to both Ben's and James when they get out the car. But there's just no stopping you, Ben. That was fantastic.
Oh, that was dicey. Yeah. That was probably the most hard conditions we've driven in. Started off damp, began to dry, and then I thought I was leaking coolant or something because suddenly the grip just disappeared. So yeah, had to, every corner, every lap was different, so trying to be on the limit and not run off was so tricky. And obviously Lionel and Ben had exceptional pace. We went again with more of a dry setup. Yesterday the balance of the car was horrendous and I really struggled with it, so today felt much more confident in it. But yeah, that was tough. So hopefully, I just hope that we can have some sun and a dry race. The next race is July, and this is so boring. So
you'd never know it, would you? It's July.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So hopefully it dries out for the next one, so we can have some proper pace and see how we get on. But no, really chuffed to bits with that.
Well deserved. Thank you. Right, let's speak to Ben. Let's have a quick word with you. Fantastic race. Shame about Lionel, but you know that was. You had some great moves on Lionel as well.
Yeah, I think he just outbraked himself at the end of the straight. He got a bit squirrely coming into the mountain, and that was a good overtake there. But yeah, look, I've got to hand it to Benny. He's been faultless, and I made mistakes in that race. He made absolutely none. He drove a phenomenal race, so yeah, he's going to be really tough to beat in race 3. But we'll give it a go. So yeah, all good.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. And James, let's come and have a word with James. Congratulations. Well done. That's fantastic. Yeah. It was hard out there, though, right?
Very hard, and Stephen behind me, he got past me in the wet. He was unbelievable, and then as it started drying, I think his tyres cooked, and it was just fantastic racing. Really good. So I'm very pleased.
Excellent. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Right, we'll hand back to James and Cheesy in the commentary box.
Well, let's take a look at the racing schedule for the remainder of the day as it stands. We've enjoyed some fantastic racing so far. We've already had the Roadsport Championship, the Sigma 150s, the 270Rs, and coming up next will be the 310s. You can see they'll get started and underway at 11:15. Racing today will finish at 4:05, Chris, so plenty of time for you to take the private helicopter back to Wayne Manor and watch the England final this evening.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed we can all get back home and see join in that. But yeah, we've seen just 310s from the main championships to go, and then we've got the Sigma 135s, and then we're seeing everything that we've seen up to that point again before the action.
God,
so everything we've seen, we've got it all to do again. You can see a bit of tidy up, clean up happening out on track there.
Yes, luckily
That's Butler's car.
All the cars are being recovered as we speak. Look, there's Lionel Tollmarsh's Caterham getting ready to be towed away by our fantastic marshals. And again, it's another great opportunity to thank those marshals that volunteer and give up their times on the weekends to be here and make all this racing possible. This is fantastic of them. Here's an example of even more of them swarming across the track, trying to clear things up and get the track into a position that we can go racing once again, Chris.
Yeah, it won't be too long, I don't think. They've got a bit of tidying, sweeping and whatnot to go, and we were looking forward, though, to the 310R Championship, which will be next out there. The top flight of Caterhams that we've got here today. We are missing the 7 Championship UK cars, but nevertheless, the 310s will be the quickest cars that we've got out here on the circuit, and they did a fantastic racing yesterday, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. Slightly trickier conditions to start this race, but maybe we're going to be ending this race in similar dry conditions from that last time through.
Well, we're going to hear from Sam, who's been able to catch up with the 310 Championship just before they head out onto the circuit. Let's hear from the drivers and from our fantastic Sam as well.
Right, I'm down in assembly area. I've got Taylor O'Flanagan here in the Motul 310R Championship. He's about to go out and race, but just come round. Look at what Taylor's watching here. He's got our live stream on, and he's watching the 270 race right now. So that's great. Probably a good. Are you looking out for dry parts of the track?
Yeah, absolutely. The track's drying super quick again, like yesterday. So. Yeah, keen to see what the guys are doing out there now, and then it could be crucial for the first couple of laps to see where the dry bits are.
Yeah. Very good, like that. I'll let you concentrate on that. Good, have a good race, Taylor.
Look, there are the scenes still here at Cadwell Park. Trucks recovering the vehicles that had gone off earlier in that race, but really quick reactions actually from all the marshals and the track staff here at Cadwell, Chris, to get this cleared up very, very quickly and hopefully get our racing back underway very soon.
Yeah, the logistics of trying to get the track circuit ready for the next race. We build a bit of time into our racing as we try and get ahead of schedule. You'll see that sometimes we run ahead of the schedules that we advertise just to make sure that we've got opportunity to do that. We've just seen Nick Bryant's car being scooped up and collected on the low loader, and they'll have some routes to get back through. And you can see sweeping from the marshals out back of the circuit as well. This is that silty bit around by the hairpin and barn, but you can see that drying line. Time for us to actually just check that drying line.
Well, and look, and all of that rubbish that fell off the exhaust as well was gone from that section of the woodland part of the circuit now, hasn't it?
Indeed, yes, it's ready to race. You can see the gradient and the sort of camber on the tarmac in this picture as well. It really isn't, there's not a dull moment around this whole track. If you ever get to do a track day here or even come and race with us in the future, why not join the Caterham Academy and come racing with us? But yeah, it's a fantastic track to go. It's a kind of a relentless, and you just say the barriers aren't too far away from the edge of the track. It's a really old version of that. But yeah, Sam looks like she's got some of our drivers.
Well, actually, Chris, no, I'm going to hold you to account here on camera. You said that you were going to take me around for a track day here at Cadwell Park in a Caterham.
I would love to. Believe me, you won't be comfortable and smiling at the end of it.
Well, speaking of people who are comfortable and smiling, Sam is comfortably down in the assembly area and is going to catch up with some people who might fall into her clutches, those who are at risk of being caught by her on camera. Sam, who have you found?
Championship, so Simon Lambert will present the trophies very shortly, so I think he's just waiting for a gap. There we go.
Thank you very much. I know a few people fell off, but otherwise it was a really good race. And taking his first 270 podium, in third place it was James. Second place was Ben. And our winner again was the other Ben.
Introduce it and let the cars go out.
So we'll just, and then we'll pass back to David. So it'll just be me and you for literally 30 seconds in there, yeah. And then we'll just pass back to them. I think Millet's just going to chat to us for 30 seconds. And then chat straight back to Tom's.
So that's the presentation done. It's lovely, isn't it, that the whole grid come down and watch the presentation?
It really is, and that's one of the things I've really enjoyed this weekend when we've had the chance of seeing. Like I said, it's not just the whole grid, it's the friends, the families as well. It makes it special, and loads of the drivers have said to us, haven't they, it really is a family spirit when you're off the track.
Yeah.
And I think that's come through so much here as well.
That's right. It isn't just about on-track stuff. It's the paddock side, and there's such great friendships forming, and they carry that all throughout the championships, for years.
They really do, and different championships, yes, moving up different categories, trying different things out, but you always come back to that base, don't you, of the drivers, with the friends, with the family, and it doesn't matter if you don't get on the podium at all, obviously you want to do that, but it's just having that moment together at the end, almost to congratulate each other on a job well done, especially on a day like today as well.
Yes, much well deserved, isn't it? Right, so we've got the 3 to 9 championship race about to start, so we'll hand back to James and Chris.
And
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Harry. A great trophy presentation to watch down there in the assembly area, Chris. I think you do need to talk to them, though, about their champagne spraying ability, because it was a bit lackluster. They were great on track, but clearly the off-track stuff needs some work.
Do you know what? This is the experience of the drivers that are out there, because they know they've got another race to do, and it's nothing worse than a stinky, wet, champagne-drenched race suit to sit back in your Caterham. So they know that the champagne spraying happens properly later. But you're right, they will give it all. And in fact, one of the things you'll see from the Roadsports, they just love spraying each other, but they'll learn quickly that chafing in a race suit is not a nice, pretty thing. But as we see this 310R...
Very honest digression there for us,
Look
Chris.
how positioned Harry Cook is. You know, we saw that earlier, didn't we? Positioning as far to the right of the circuit as he could get, and he's done it again. So he's caught up from the earlier race we saw where Henry Heaton positioned to the right, and he's learning. But Harry Cook, what a race he had yesterday to take the win over Taylor O'Flanagan. It was a really good distance he had there, but Tom Willis, Hugo Bush and Hoffman all had a fantastic race. The first 5 of them all fighting left, right and centre.
Well, let's take a look at how the grids line up here for this next race in the 310R Championship. Harry Cook and Taylor O'Flanagan together on the front row, and they were together throughout most of the action yesterday. Tom Willis and Hugo Bush together just behind them. Those top 4 provided a plethora of entertainment for us, a really rich, fun race to watch. And you can see there the rest of the grid behind them: Hoffman, Murgatroyd, Mallet, Lovett, Bianchi and Air, all providing great entertainment throughout the last race that we saw them all appear in too. William Wood, Alex Vincent, Stephen Lancaster and Ronald Mounsley are all on that second page, all joining in towards the latter part of the races, because that's when we've seen this class bunch up before, because more mistakes start to come in as more risks are taken, because people really want to get aggressive and attack towards the front of that field, don't they, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely, and we're going to see that the drying track as well. So again, I think it's probably drier than they started their race yesterday. So I think by the end of this 20 minutes, this is the second time we're seeing these 310Rs out for the second of their third races. But yeah, I think it's all going to close up, and those front 5 are definitely the class of the field. And they did break free. Murgatroyd hung on for a bit yesterday in the green car, but can he hold on further into this race towards the end? And yeah, Chris Welch, I don't know if he's out there on the field. We saw him unfortunately in the barriers with a quite damaged car. We'll see whether he has joined the field. Watch him as they go through. But it's certainly the top 5 that kept us entertained for the whole of that last race. Duncan Mallet came through late on in that race, and he's in 7th place. So he'll be seeing whether he can do anything. He was looking strong. I can't see Chris Welch's car, so unfortunately it doesn't look like they were able to get that back up and running. So yes, it's Mountsie that's rounding out this field. So we'll see Chris Welch next time out when we head to Knock Hill on 3rd, 4th August. But we've got the short matter of 2 races here to complete for the 310Rs, including this 20 minutes just upcoming.
There you go, emerging out of the woodlands, emerging out of the barn turn and heading down onto their grid slots. Harry Cook in that smashing matte black and sort of gold shimmery livery.
Great, isn't it?
On his car as well. It's very well thought out, all of these cars, but I also really enjoy just the raw metal look of Tom Willis's Caterham too. I think there's something to be said about the simplicity of having something like that too, Chris.
Yeah, and it shows the kind of construction of these cars, doesn't it? It's just aluminium panels over the top of a space frame chassis, and off they go. And Hugo Bush seeing what he can do. Everyone positioned so far to the right, but yeah, Tom Willis not making that fully moving to the right here.
No, look at that. That's a very strange setup actually from Willis and Bush. Bush going right up close to the pit wall. Perhaps he's looking to make a good launch and fly down the inside of O'Flanagan.
He'll certainly be looking for that, won't he? He'll be seeing what they can do, but the grid are all lined up. We have got the 5-second board.
Here we go, 5-second board up. The lights are going to switch on very soon. The lights are on. We are ready to race here at Cadwell Park. The lights are out. We are racing, and O'Flanagan races away into the lead. An awful start from Harry Cook. Tom Willis also getting around the outside of him as well. Lars Hoffman in behind. The really raw metal looking car of Willis as well, but O'Flanagan flies off through Coppice on his own. Willis might get through the inside, but no. Harry Cook is able to maintain his position and cover off Tom Willis, but Willis will be hunting him down on the park straight as they negotiate their way through Charlie's. O'Flanagan is out in the lead. Cook shortly behind him. Willis shortly behind from there, and Hoffman is looking to keep him company as well with Hugo Bush.
Yeah, Murgatroyd in that battle as well. Taylor O'Flanagan distancing a little bit. Here comes Murgatroyd trying to get around the outside of Willis. It's grippy around the inside nowadays.
Hoffman also making a move in his red car, trying to go around the outside as well. We've seen that move stick a lot in the previous races that we've had here at the circuit. What's happening with the front runners at this field as they go around the Chris curve and then head down the hill towards the gooseneck?
Ryan Lovett making a great start there as well, fully ensconced in this battle ahead of Murgatroyd now, so he's found his way up there. It's O'Flanagan followed by Cook, then it's Willis, Hoffman, then Lovett. So he's made a couple of places over Murgatroyd. Bush is falling backwards in this early stage, being hounded by Mallet.
Good start from Lars Hoffman actually to move his Caterham up from 5th into 4th, and he's very much in the battle now with the front 3 that are starting to stretch their legs away from the midfield of this group that are racing now. Here they go, making their way up the tricky hill section in towards the mountain part of the circuit. Harry Cook getting a little bit too wobbly as he exits over the brow of the hill. Hoffman is all over the back of Willis as well as they enter the Hall bends. Hoffman having to brake a little bit more than Willis as well because he doesn't want to make contact in these early stages as well, and they'll head down towards the hairpin nice and cleanly as a group. No one's gone off just yet, and there's been no major contact either.
And they're all working out where that grip is, and more importantly where it isn't, as Harry Cook is hounding the rear of Taylor Flanagan, who is watching the stream beforehand in his car to see whether he could learn anything. Well, he's learned how to be in the lead. He just gained that position, but Tom Willis made the best start of all of them, arguably from the worst side of the track, and Willis is now looking to see whether he can do anything about Cook as they go into turn 1.
Well, Cook was trying to break the toe advantage that Tom Willis seemed to have there all of a sudden, and Lars Hoffman is just sort of stepping back a little bit to let them fight with each other, and then hopefully he can try and pounce as they go down the Park Straight as well. Now they've negotiated their way around Charlie's. O'Flanagan is out in front quite comfortably. Harry Cook just behind him, but Tom Willis is bearing down on him. He's got that slipstream toe advantage as well. Hoffman is a bit too far back to make use of it, but it looks as though Willis tried to go down the inside of Harry Cook, and Harry Cook has actually taken advantage from O'Flanagan losing some speed, and Harry Cook's gone round the outside of O'Flanagan, and O'Flanagan actually slammed the door on Tom Willis's progress, so Willis has to settle for staying in 3rd. He's now in the clutches of Hoffman as well, but Flanagan is dropping back as well. Oh, Willis might look for the inside. There was contact, there was a little bit of tyre squealing, a puff of smoke into the air as well, but Harry Cook has comfortably got the lead from those that sit behind him as well, but behind him it's O'Flanagan, it's Willis and it's Hoffman, and the midfield have suddenly caught up again.
That's quite significant contact. The radiator's just behind that nose cone. I hope Willis hasn't broken anything. He really wasn't expecting Taylor Flanagan to slow up quite as much, and a significant contact. Hopefully he won't have burst his radiator. We'll keep an eye out for that just as they go through here, but that's let Cook break a little bit of a gap as they head into Hall bends this time. O'Flanagan having to still, he's got a bit of broken rear wheel arch from that contact, and then it's Hoffman, and then Murgatroyd's got back in front. In fact, Bush and Murgatroyd have got back in front of Lovett.
He was very sideways coming out the brow of the hill in front of us here in Mountain as well, O'Flanagan. He was really pushing that Caterham, and I think he's going to have to if he wants to keep Tom Willis at bay. But look, Harry Cook has already got a comfortable gap, very quickly switching over to that dry side of the circuit as well, but then switching back again because he doesn't want anyone to gain a toe. Hoffman might have got a toe from Willis though. He's going to go up the inside through Coppice. No, he has to back up because he doesn't think there's enough room for his Caterham to squeeze through. Smart thinking from Lars Hoffman though, but he will have the Park Straight after they go round Charlie's. Let's see if we can switch and watch it. Yes, we can. Lars Hoffman right behind Tom Willis, but Tom Willis right behind Taylor O'Flanagan as they head down a little dip and now up the hill on Park Straight as well. Lars Hoffman bearing down on Tom Willis, looking towards the right hand side. There isn't enough speed for him to use to try and make an attack stick, and so they're going to have to settle for the positions that they started that straight in as they made their way round Chris Curve.
Bush another position up there into Park Corner. They're sideways as he overtook Murgatroyd, but you've got it all compressed. These drivers are all just trying to work out where the grip is and where their position is in the race at the moment, but Cook at the moment is disappearing off, and that's why Willis is keen to get past O'Flanagan. It is really this chase pack now, but Cook showing a clean pair of heels like he did in the race towards the tail end of yesterday. O'Flanagan still defending then from Willis. He'll have to look at this, but there's really no way through into the mountain section.
They're heading down the hill now, and then into the mountain section is the really tight uphill section. They've really got to continue and carry as much speed as possible, otherwise you lose so much time in that bit alone. O'Flanagan leading the chasing pack really for the lead from second place. Tom Willis behind him, Lars Hoffman sticking right on the tail of Willis as well. Let's see how they negotiate their way through the forest section then. There is Harry Cook out with an advantage. It was 1.3 seconds. I bet you it's more than that already now, Chris, as Taylor O'Flanagan takes him through the final turn and down onto the pit straight. Another really aggressive move from Harry Cook to switch to the other side of the track. He's obviously seen a dry line there, and look, it's paid off for him as well. His gap and his advantage has grown ever so slightly, and he's lapping 2 seconds quicker than the cars behind him.
Yeah, he's moving just over there to shake any chance of a toe. He doesn't want to give any extra mile an hour to his competitors behind him. And it's working, isn't it? Taylor Flanagan's having to look in his rearview mirror rather than worry about whether he's in the toe or not, and that's costing him a little bit of speed. Harry Cook's doing a great job.
Here comes Lars Hoffmann though, he's right behind Tom Willis, he's definitely got a toe advantage coming up the hill, but Willis is very smart and moves over to the right hand side. He knows that's where Lars was potentially looking to make a move, and so they do siphon their way through the park corner altogether, 2, 3, 4, as they are in the standings on the leaderboard on your left hand side, and safely negotiating through the Chris curve as well. But it's needless to say, Chris, they will be stuck to each other like this for the remainder of the race unless one of them makes a dramatic mistake.
The grip's even moving to the inside of Park Bend now. They are taking that inside line, so where they were going around the outside with the grip earlier today, it looks like the inside line is now in that transition, and there's still, as you can see, only a Caterham's car width of drying track, but that will develop as this race goes on. They'll have more options to overtake, manoeuvre and push their car. One of the reasons that Hoffmann had to back out was because of the wet line going into turn 1, so not yet ready to go full Caterham racing, but we're getting there.
Hugo Busch is sitting in nicely behind Lars Hoffmann as well. He's starting to break away from the likes of Murgatroyd behind him, who are establishing another pack of 3, chasing down Busch, chasing down Hoffmann, chasing down the pack of 2 and 3 on the grid. Chris, this race is just full of drama from the top right through to the bottom.
Yeah, we saw this yesterday as well, didn't we? This whole pack of cars all ready to go racing. Mallet is sort of in 8th place, is the rear of this long line of Caterhams that we've got. Willis having to defend once more. He's on the mucky side of the track now, but nowhere to go, so they are going to be line astern still.
Lars Hoffmann thought about it once more, but he decided it's not the place that he wants to be making a move here at Cadwell Park, but it means he is going to follow Willis as they go around Charlie's once more and on to the park straight. Right, here we go. Lars Hoffmann right on the back of Tom Willis now. They're going to go down the dip, then up the hill of Park Straight. He is attached to the back of the Caterham ahead of him in 3rd position. What can Lars Hoffmann do? Tom Willis has closed the door and the opportunity to go round the outside. It's going to be a big ask of Lars Hoffmann. He's not going to be able to make anything happen. It's really smart driving from Tom Willis in his Caterham to secure 3rd place for the moment, but it's also allowing Taylor O'Flanagan to pull away from them in 3rd and 4th respectively.
Yeah, and Tom Willis now won't be lost on Willis or Hoffmann. They'll see that those gaps are going out, and they'll see if there's anything they can do to drain it back in just a little bit to try and bring back that gap, because O'Flanagan's also losing a gap to Cook. 1.6 seconds has solidified or settled down a little bit, so Cook not moving further forward that time, and that's because Taylor O'Flanagan's now not having to defend from Willis. They will try and bring this all back together, but these gaps are quite critical at the moment. I think in the next minute or so we're going to figure out whether Cook is going to run off into the distance.
Taylor O'Flanagan has really lost the gap that he had between himself and Tom Willis. Willis, the much faster man in that middle sector, and he's given himself a bit of a gap between him and Lars Hoffmann too, who might fall into the clutches of Hugo Busch if he's not careful. Lars Hoffmann, he needs to keep this pace up and keep it going to stay in with a fight for the podium spots, but Harry Cook is flying away from those from 2nd onwards. He's already got a gap of about 1.6 seconds. I'd imagine it's looking at about 2 seconds, nearly 2 seconds now, as we see Taylor O'Flanagan take the timing beacon, so that will be updated, and Tom Willis is right on the back of the bright yellow Caterham of O'Flanagan. Could we see an attack from Tom Willis to maybe challenge Harry Cook right at the front of this race as we enter the final 10 minutes?
If Willis can get through now and Taylor O'Flanagan works with him, they can get back to Cook, but it's critical. They lost another sort of 0.5 of a second to him on that lap through. That gap is looking pretty tasty at the moment.
Oh, here we go then. Tom Willis right on the back of Taylor O'Flanagan. He's looking to the right. He decides he's going to go down the left. We've seen the move pulled off by the likes of Tom Walsh going down into Park, but it looks as though Tom Willis has had it done before they even make it to the turn. He secured 2nd place. There was nothing that Taylor O'Flanagan could do to try and stop him, because he had the momentum and he had too much speed as a result of the toe down Park Straight.
And O'Flanagan's wise enough to know that he saw Tom Willis come across that gap like nothing. He knows that Willis has got a fast car, and working together, they've got a bit of a gap now over Hoffmann. Working together, they can catch up with Cook. They wouldn't be able to do it alone, but they can, as this chase group's still all there. I think we'll call these gaps one mistake's worth of gap, won't we? It's all it takes is one little lock-up. I think everyone will be back together, but at the moment, Cook is doing what he needs to do and managing behind him. Can Willis do anything about him, though, in this second half of the race?
Well, both Willis and O'Flanagan coming up the top of the hill in that mountain section over the brow, very, very wobbly and unstable. So Lars Hoffmann and Hugo Busch are licking their lips probably from inside their helmet. They are chomping at the bit to try and get a piece of the action here at Cadwell Park. And there is Harry Cook on your screen now, flying away in 1st place. But Tom Willis is starting his chase down. But Taylor O'Flanagan somehow has the pace to stay with him, Chris.
Yeah, they're going to stick together. The toe is now in Taylor O'Flanagan's benefit. They say, I think they will work together for a couple of laps. We're not down into that critical end of the race yet. They're more interested in seeing whether they can work together to catch up that gap. Cook was 1 point, in fact about the same lap, a gap across the line that time. So everything's stationary again. Willis is the man to try and close that gap though.
We've got a lovely pair of battles going on here behind Harry Cook, who's in the lead. Tom Willis and Taylor O'Flanagan, and then Lars Hoffman and Hugo Bush just behind him in second and third and fourth and fifth, fighting for it. And Taylor O'Flanagan's going around the outside nice and early of Tom Willis. He's going to get the move done before they even make the park. Bush is too far back to challenge Hoffman, but Taylor O'Flanagan has retaken second place from Tom Willis. That's a great move from the bright yellow Caterham, and Taylor O'Flanagan will be very happy with that. But Tom Willis is staying with him.
Yeah, Willis is quicker through that Chris curve. We saw that contact from before. He really can carry the momentum through there, and Taylor O'Flanagan having to use the left-footed braking, I think, just to keep everything under control. And I think Tom Willis worked with him that time to see whether they could get any closer to Cook. It hasn't worked in his favour. He won't do that again, so it's going to be all battle here. I think Cook may well have got this done, and disappearing off into the distance, these guys are going to fight like anything.
Well, Lars Hoffman is already having a look around the outside and the inside of Tom Willis, so they've all of a sudden gone from being two pairs of jewels to one large group of four that are following very closely in behind Harry Cook, who's established a very dominant lead out front. Taylor Flanagan, the man leading them as they head through the Hall bends. There is Lars Hoffman and Hugo Bush on your screen now as they head towards that really tight hairpin. What's going to happen? Are they going to emerge in the same order? They do, and it means that they will descend around the final turn, Chris, and onto the pit straight in that order. What's the tow going to do from here?
Yeah, it's all going to be about this battle for second place now. Cook, unless he makes a mistake, has got most of what he needs to get done. Flanagan, though, is not going to be doing anything other than looking in his rearview mirror to see how Willis, who looks like he's got extra speed in that car. So Flanagan having to left foot brake again round that turn one, whereas Willis is absolutely happy to keep it planted. So he's just not maybe got the setup quite right for these drying or dry conditions. And all that effort he was doing looking at the stream beforehand looks like it might be coming undone.
Here we go then, Tom Willis all over the back of Taylor O'Flanagan. They swapped positions this way on the previous lap. They're going to do it again on this lap. Tom Willis making it look easy as he glides past Taylor O'Flanagan. Hugo Bush having a look around to Lars Hoffman, but he didn't have the speed to get it done on his competitor. But now Tom Willis is back into second place. Taylor O'Flanagan's dropped down to third. This is going to keep delivering.
Yeah, look how quick Willis is around this section, around Chris Curve and into Gooseneck. Compared to Taylor O'Flanagan, he really is having to chase his tail around there. But he's got a bit of a breathing gap back to Hugo Bush, who's making good progress, and then that chase back headed by Murgatroyd at the moment. But Mallet and Lovett still firmly ensconced in their own battle. But there is a gap between Willis and Taylor O'Flanagan there now.
Well, look, there you go, Harry Cook. You can see the lead he's been able to establish over those behind him. Tom Willis following behind in second, Taylor O'Flanagan third, Lars Hoffman fourth, and Hugo Bush in fifth, and very, very close to Lars Hoffman as they're going through the Hall bend. But there is Taylor O'Flanagan on your screen, the man who's just lost out on second place to Tom Willis. But no doubt in this lap that comes up, he'll be able to exchange that position once again with the bare aluminium car in front of him, Chris. But the interesting thing is, yes, Harry Cook's got an advantage in the gap between him and Tom Willis and Taylor O'Flanagan, but it's not getting bigger, it's just staying the same.
Well, yeah, in fact it came down that lap, so in fact you're right, it's actually shrunk by half a second. So yeah, where I said it had all been done, maybe when Willis is in second place, that is their best opportunity of recatching, but they've only got 6 minutes to go, and it's an awful lot to do to close that 2 second gap, especially if you continue battling. So will they continue battling? At the moment they're not going to go side by side into the top of Park. Well, they're side by side between Hoffman and Hugo Bush behind. Hugo Bush was again sideways as he went round Park Bend that time. Did he get it all gathered together? No, he lost out that place back to Hoffman as he got it all crossed up.
Hugo Bush and Lars Hoffman having a really nice battle between the two of them, but Tom Willis on that occasion had enough of a gap between himself and Taylor O'Flanagan to negate any sort of towing advantage on that occasion. It's not the end of the world though from the perspective of O'Flanagan. He's still going to stay in the fight with Tom Willis right to the very end, because even though it's dropped off this lap and it's not been able to give him the desired effect, Chris, he will very much have it on the next lap. I'll tell you someone who's definitely got it this time around, it's Hugo Bush. He is practically reading the rear of Lars Hoffman's car. He couldn't get any clearer to him right now. There's already a few dents on Hoffman's car on that rear section. Do you think they might have a few more added by Bush as he's desperately trying to get past?
They race constantly and continuously like this throughout the whole of this season. Hugo Bush, our championship leader, coming in. Hoffman in that, I think, second place or third place. So really are used to driving with each other. All these drivers out front. A little bit squirrely there from, I think that was Duncan Mallet, who looks like he's made his way through. But yeah, Taylor O'Flanagan's very much in touch with that battle. Enough that he's still drawing the tow, but Willis is the car with the speed, and has that gap come down? Yes, another 2/10 or 2.5 tenths of a second, They are closing in. Can Willis make it in the last 4.5 minutes?
Here we go then, but let's watch Hugo Bush and Lars Hoffmann making their way round Charlie's, and now onto the Park Straight. On the little downhill they go now. Hugo Bush getting the full advantage of the toe. Here they go uphill. Hugo Bush around the left-hand side of Lars Hoffmann's car. Can he get the move done? He's trying to move across to close the door on Lars Hoffmann. He has got the move done before the Park corner. That is great work from the number 22 Caterham of Hugo Bush.
Another millimetres between those two cars. Again, absolutely knowing the length of the car and the width of their cars, and we see that a lot. But Hugo Bush squeezed Lars and said, "You're not coming back through." Cook off the track out there, so is Taylor O'Flanagan. They are pushing hard to try and push, but they will be costing themselves a little time, although they don't seem to lose too much when they use that grass. They've got to be careful of the track limits though, but Hugo Bush is ahead of Hoffmann.
Big mistake there from Taylor Flanagan, going off nice and wide. I mean, yes, he doesn't lose too much time, but his tyres instantly become much wetter than they were before, because
we're seeing air. They're jumping.
Well, and at least, you know, that he didn't completely lose control, because we've seen that already in the previous race of this one. Lionel Tolmarsh going off onto that grass and spinning his car around, as we see Murgatroyd being harassed almost from behind by Lovett as well, who's really starting to bear down on him as we enter the closing stages. We've probably only got about 2 laps left of the racing to go now, Chris.
Yeah, definitely coming into the tail end. And if you've got anything left in your car, it's go time, and Hugo Bush looks like he's trying to take that through. The chase battle, as you said, Mallet, Murgatroyd and Lovett, all fantastic battling as they head through, but it's nose to tail as they disappear off around the corner. It's still this third place battle that is really intense there, but in fact fourth place battle between Bush and Hoffmann.
Here comes Lars Hoffmann, then he's stuck right on the back of Hugo Bush. Bush has done well so far to drive defensively and keep Hoffmann at bay, but Hoffmann now has the toe and the advantage heading up that hill on Park Straight. He's going to go down the left hand side just like Hugo Bush did on the previous lap. Bush decides to slot in behind. He settles for that, he's lost it on this occasion, but potentially knows that he can pick up the position again on the next lap. But do they know that'll be the final lap? There's no communication to these drivers.
They all have clocks on their dashboard though. They set them to go just as they head off. They know how important it is to know when you're on that final lap, as Willis is sideways out of the gooseneck that time, so he is pushing, but he is not closed anymore. In fact, the gap has gone back out to Cook. Cook saw him coming and really managed to maintain that 2-second gap, but it is this battle for fourth place.
They're neck and neck. Hugo Bush is going to go down the outside, then they're heading down the hill towards the mountain section of this circuit now. Hugo Bush has got to stay in behind Lars Hoffmann as they come over the brow of the hill now by us in commentary. Hoffmann is kept in at bay. I don't know how he's done that, but I think we can assure ourselves that Hugo Bush is going to be all over Lars Hoffmann like a rash now heading into the final lap.
Yeah, let's look at the timing as they go across the line. They're doing 1:35s at the moment, in fact 1:38s at the moment, so we are going to go on to the start of our last lap then, because we have got less time. The board is being hung out to the drivers. Cook has managed it. He's got that gap back to 2 seconds. Willis's charge has ended, but is Willis going to be able to hold on from O'Flanagan? And who's going to win the battle between Bush and Taylor and Hoffmann?
Hoffmann and Hugo Bush are the ones to keep your eyes on in this final lap. A big gap between first and second, a big gap between second and third as they head onto the Park Straight. It's fourth and fifth that we really want to keep our eyes on. Here they are on our screen then. Hugo Bush going round Charlie's. Great line there from the 22. He's right on the back of Lars Hoffmann. This is it. This is the final opportunity. Lars Hoffmann gave him room, and it means that Hugo Bush goes around the left-hand side of him. Hoffmann decides he wants to try and switch back. Is he going to try and do it under braking into Park? No. He's going to settle in behind Hugo Bush as they make their way round the corner and through to the Chris curve.
Yeah, great. In fact, the same move 3 times in a row, and it looks like Hugo Bush might just have timed that well, because there's no opportunity, and we haven't really seen too much overtaking. This Willis sideways again as they go out gooseneck. I don't think there's another opportunity, but Hoffmann's trying to make one again sideways as he comes out of gooseneck down into Mansfield this time.
If there's one person who can make a move potentially happen in the final half of this circuit, it's going to be Lars Hoffmann as he is bearing down on Hugo Bush. My eyes are fixated on these two. Cook flies past the screen, Willis flies past the screen, O'Flanagan too, but there goes Bush with Hoffmann right on his tail. They head into the Hall corners, but unfortunately for Hoffmann, he's a bit too far back from Hugo Bush, so Bush might have nailed this right at the end. We've got 3 seconds left on the clock. Here we go now. Pit straight camera. Harry Cook will emerge first. He's the man that's going to take the checker flag and the win here in this 3:10 race. Behind him, Tom Willis, and behind them, Taylor Flanagan. But who's emerging first from the woods? Is Hugo Bush. He takes 4th place from Lars Hoffmann. But what a brilliant, entertaining last lap of racing here at Cadwell Park between these 3:10 Caterhams. Chris, I can hardly believe what I've just witnessed, but that was brilliant.
Yeah, great stuff from the 310R, the motor sponsor series here, with Cook taking another win. So he's adding more to his score and really looking on form here. Can he make it 3 from 3 later on? They've got one more race to go. Willis looks like a really quick car out there. If he can keep with Cook, he's going to be challenging. But O'Flanagan put his car where it wasn't wanted many times as far as Willis was concerned, but he comes away with that 3rd place. So he dropped a place over yesterday. But it's great to see him out there. And Bush and Hoffman, well, the racing that we've seen all throughout this season, let alone these races, it's been great to watch. So good for them.
Well, let's see the results as well. I can confirm Tom Willis got the fastest lap of the race, 1:38 dead as well. Harry Cook gets the win by 1.5 seconds over Tom Willis. Taylor O'Flanagan slots in behind, and Hugo Bush stole 4th place from Lars Hoffman on the very last lap of the race. Great drive by Murgatroyd as well to hold off the likes of Duncan Mallet and Ryan Lovett too. But there is confirmation at the very bottom, set on lap 12, the final lap of the race. Tom Willis, he set the fastest time, so he gets those extra points. Chris, sum up that race in one word for me.
Cracking.
It was cracking. I absolutely loved it. And do you know what I absolutely love is the fact that we've got people everywhere at this circuit, Chris. We are omnipresent as a broadcasting team because we've got Sam and Harry down in Parc Fermé who are going to grab the drivers as they make their way through into that Parc Fermé area. So let's see if we can hear from them too.
There we go, great race for these guys. Nice and clean actually, which was really good. Nice dry line for them though, so they can start to push on. But fantastic for Harry and Tom. And Taylor's got a bit of damage on his wing though, Taylor did. But yeah, fantastic race and great battle for Hugo and Lars. And Hugo just pipped him, didn't he, right at the end. But we can hear Taylor's fans coming through. We can hear them every lap actually, it was great. And we'll just wait for Harry to get out the car. But there's no rest around this track at all. At no time to think about anything. You know, Silverstone's quite different. That was the last race for these guys. You've got the long straights to think about, you know, what's coming up next. But there's no breathing space here whatsoever. So anyway, let's go and grab a word with Harry. Fantastic, Harry. What a race. That was, you pulled a massive gap as well, didn't you? You had a great start.
Actually, the start was pretty poor, I think, actually. I had a lot of wheel spin, but then luckily not many people came past, so then I managed to get Taylor. And then there's usually this rain on the visor, and you sort of think, oh, it's just, you know, it's a lot worse on the visor, but then the circuit was so slippy. And down the back straight, I almost went off a couple of times, and then I was just trying to keep an eye on the gap behind. But yeah, really good race. It was a bit treacherous, but
it didn't show that. It looked very, very, you know, controlled.
Yeah, it was controlled, but then occasionally there's bits of the circuit where there was actually rain coming in, and then I thought, oh, it won't affect the track, and then all of a sudden, you know, and I almost lost it into the Paul Bends because all of a sudden it was raining there. So yeah, it was tough, but it was good to build the gap and get the win.
Well done.
Thank you.
One more to go.
Yeah.
Right, let's go and have a word with Tom. And Taylor is over here as well.
Hey,
well
Sam.
done. Gosh, that was it was a good race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good. I mean, second good with that, but wasn't as sort of dicey as yesterday. It was more just trying to catch Harry, and his pace is insane. So congrats to him. Just keep it on the road and keep Taylor behind. So yeah, I'll take second. Yeah.
That's it. Well
Try and do one better for the next race.
Yes, exactly. Well done.
Cheers.
And just have a quick word with Taylor. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, much easier with the dry line there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it was super tricky because obviously there was just about a dry line, and even the braking zones were pretty sketchy at the start, and then it started to dry, then it got wetter again for a couple of laps, just at the top part of the track,
Yeah.
so it's really quite sketchy, but yeah, I'm happy with that. The guys were flying, couldn't catch them at the end, so yeah, I think we are where we should be.
Excellent, well done. Right, we're going to hand back to Harry now. He's down with the guys for the next race.
Well, thanks very much, Sam. I've made my way back down to the assembly area for the Sigma 135s. Their first race of the day, their second of the weekend. And it was a great race yesterday. So let's have a catch up then with some of the runners and riders, see what they think heading into this one. We're going to start by heading over to Amanda Anderson. Amanda, great to see you. How are you doing?
Morning. I'm okay, thank you. I would prefer it if it was lovely and sunny, but we're here in July at an amazing circuit, Cadwell. But the weather isn't really on our favour today, is it?
You say that, but touch wood, it's staying dry at the moment. There seems to be a bit of a dry line out there from some of the races today. So what do you think you can do out there?
Well, I'm still learning in these sort of mixed conditions. I can't say it's my favourite. Much prefer it to be a dry track, but just every time I go out in these conditions I'm trying to learn something, and just flying the flag for female racing drivers, because I'm the only one in grads this weekend, so getting out there and doing that is just what my target is, really.
Exactly that, and Sam Parker's been with us presenting this weekend as well. She's been advocating about how important it is to have more women in motorsport and, like you said, keep flying the flag.
I think a lot of it boils down to budget, and that doesn't matter what gender you are, but we've got to have some role models in motorsport for other people to go, well, if they're doing it then I can do it. And it isn't about always winning, you know, it's about taking part and challenging yourself to do something. And motorsport is a great sport that we can do evenly for females and males. So the Caterham Graduates are actually doing a family and friends race, our next round at Snetterton, where if you can borrow a car or hire a car and you're a complete novice, they're helping people get out on the track. So it's those sorts of initiatives that people need to back and come together to really fly the flag for females. Because I think in grassroots it's getting better. There's a lot more females in karting, but in club sport we've still not got as many as we need. So if you're out there, you're listening and you want to have a go, come to Alpha 7 and I'll do whatever I can to help you.
Brilliant, Amanda, thanks very much, and there's your call to action as well to get involved. Best of luck out on the track. I think we've got enough time just to run over and try and find
Oh, I'm so sorry, Harry. We've had to cut you off there. But look, at least we're able to hear from Amanda before heading out onto the track, because, I mean, she is, as she rightly says, flying the flag for women in motorsport. And it's fantastic that a series such as Caterham Racing can support that too.
Yeah, and plenty of female racers throughout the Caterham grids. And it's good to see their involvement, and we'd love to see even more in future. And certainly grads and the official Caterham Motorsport. We've obviously got Sam Parker, our presenter. She's racing this weekend. And Louise Deason out in the 270s, although she's not racing. She hurt her hand, unfortunately, in testing, so wasn't able to make it. But the drivers are on their green flag lap for this next SIG 135. We saw them yesterday. They got a couple of races today as well.
Let's take a look at the grid, though, how the guys and gals line up for this race here. Jamie Winrow on the front row with Paul Goldstein. Goldstein has been on fire this weekend, so keep your eyes on those front two runners. Tom McEwing and James Hapgood just behind them. Richard Groom and Tom Power will also keep them company very close by from row 3. Paul Armitage and Thomas Gunter, two other really strong runners from the weekend so far. And Eric Barney and Giles Derry too. Don't discount them just because they're on row 5. We've got 3 pages worth of competitors to get through, Chris, don't worry. There's lots and lots of Caterham action here this weekend. Kevin Turner and Amanda Anderson, who Harry was able to catch up with just before this race started, on row 6. Andrew Sager and Michael Munt on row 8, and Sean Cronin and Russell Gunter on row 10 there. And here is the final page of competitors in this race. Mark Barrett and John Hood, David Poulter close behind them as well. John Vincent, Mark Snowden, Liam Baslington and Simon Nicholas round off a stacked field of Caterham talent, and a field that is fair to provide us with a lot of entertainment. Chris, you are very quick to your feet. You're excited about this one, I can tell.
Look at Jamie Winrow lined up all the way to the right side, almost on the same side of the track as Goldstein. They know that trick now. Goldstein, we go, what the heck are you doing there? You've got to be careful that they're not starting out of position, because that is one thing they need to be careful of. But Winrow and Goldstein went at it all through the last race, and we'll see whether Tom McEwing, Paul Armitage and Hapgood can keep up with them in the early part of this race. But they did seem to have a clean pair of heels. You can see pretty much everyone lined up now, so it won't be too long to the 5-second board if we haven't already seen that. Great colourful field of Sigmax 135 cars out there for the second of their 3 races this weekend.
There we go, 5-second board is out. The lights will shortly come on. Winrow and Goldstein can practically shake hands from where they are currently. The lights are on, the lights are out. We are racing at Cadwell once more. Goldstein gets a pretty good start, but no, Winrow gets the better one. No, they're neck and neck with each other. Winrow gets a second wind of acceleration, And coming in from behind and more challengers. Goldstein might drop down to third at this rate. They head up coppice. It's nice and clean, but Goldstein has indeed dropped down to third, Chris.
McEwing into that second place then, so the left-hand side of the track is not such a disadvantage now in this latter part of the day. Hopefully that will dry out even more, but he had to use every single last bit of that. Goldstein had to get out of the throttle, which is why he had a second phase where everyone went past him, but he's managed to stop the rot. He's looking around the outside. We saw grass involved in that move yesterday. He tucks it in before he gets on the grass. McEwing caught up, so it is the front three breaking a little gap in these early corners.
Three abreast there, just behind the leaders going into the park corner. Fantastic racing from all of these 135 Caterhams going at it today at Cadwell. Brilliant stuff. Look at them all cleanly making their way round park down towards the Chris curve. But what's happening at the front? Well, let's have a look. Jamie Winrow currently holding on to first place. Goldstein's dropped behind Tom McEwing. McEwing will be very happy. He's got the jump from third through to second, but Goldstein is staying with them, and those front three are starting to pull away from the likes of James Hapgood, Tom Power and Richard Groom.
Yeah, there's certainly a gap at this pace, but we shall keep the lid on that, because it's likely to see those gaps ebb and flow out through this whole thing. But Winrow's got the dream early start. Goldstein being a little bit held up, or he'll certainly feel like that behind Tom McEwing in these early laps. Richard Groom right up there as well near the front in the red car. See him going through as they flow through Park Bends, and this really is drying out now. We can see how much more speed they're carrying through this. They were kind of 30 miles an hour when we started today. They're probably more like 50 to 60 nowadays, and by the end of the day hopefully they're back to full speed, and it really is a spectacular place to watch it. But Winrow, clean pair of heels back to Tom McEwing.
Winrow's doing really well right now to establish that lead. McEwing, as you say, holding him behind him. Goldstein, I know, will probably think, oh, I should be patient here. I should just sit behind McEwing. I should wait for my time to come later in the race. But no, that's not what his thinking's going to be. He's leading championships across Caterham Motorsport for a reason. And look at him bearing down now on the Park Straight. Down through the little dip they go, and heading up the hill now. Goldstein all over the back of McEwing. He's going around the outside of him, but it will become the inside line heading into the park corner. He's got the move done before the corner anyway, so he can brake comfortably and reclaim second place. But now he begins his charge back towards the front, because he will want to take first place from James Winrow.
Indeed, so I think McEwing will be happy to watch Goldstein for a few laps now and just see. He felt like he had a lot of pace behind him, and can he draw them both back to the disappearing Winrow? So McEwing's wise enough to know that.
A little bit of a wobble there from Goldstein, took a bit too much of the curve and also the grass, but he's kept it under control, he's kept his speed going, and it's not too much to get worried about just yet. Tom McEwing happy to sit behind him at the moment, but great work at the moment from Jamie Winrow to establish his lead, and he's got quite a significant chunk of time between himself and Paul Goldstein. But whether that lasts very long, as you say, Chris, is another question, especially with Tom McEwing right behind Goldstein, putting him under pressure.
Yeah, we'll call that bit of exit of gooseneck, we'll call it grippy grass, because it doesn't seem to cost them too much speed. They will have to be careful of track limits, and Goldstein does seem to be drawing closer to Winrow in this latter part of the lap. So he has got the pace, and McEwing is struggling to keep up with that. So Goldstein showing a really good pace in his 1:35.
Let's actually take a look at the timing screens as they cross the line and give us updated times. Goldstein's the fastest man out there, and in sector 3 it looks as though he's making up all his time there to Jamie Winrow out front, but he was actually a tenth of a second slower than Jamie Winrow as well. So really interesting. Overall though, Goldstein is the fastest driver out on the circuit currently, and that'll be why a gap starting to form between him and McEwing.
McEwing will be a bit worried about how quickly that gap's formed between him and Goldstein, but Goldstein will still be able to catch up with Winrow, and McEwing will know that as soon as those two get together and start battling, that'll be his chance to catch that gap up. But behind him, Barney and Hapgood fighting with Gunther there and Power, so the battles are all sort of raging a little bit further back behind this front three.
Now, riddle me this, Chris. Goldstein has managed to get past McEwing. He's bearing down on Jamie Winrow, who's out comfortably in the lead. And when you're in the position of Paul Goldstein, do you have some sort of theme tune that goes through your head as you're, some sort of like
well, his nickname's Goldmember, so I'm sure he's got that sort of theme tune going through his head as he closes in. But certainly what you're doing is looking for every single one of your braking points, every single one of your turn-ins, working out, is there anywhere that I need to worry about grip and where the wet line is. At the moment it really is drying out here at Cadwell Park, and the racing is coming alive because of that. The gap is not coming down though. Winrow is getting the most of this car as he heads through Hall Bends. I can see he's really pedalling that car hard, and McEwing just about hanging on. They have got clear of this battle though, chasing through through, but this is all nose to tail in this mid-pack.
Look at that beautiful silver cut Jaguar livery that went flying past as well, belonging to Paul Armitage. I absolutely love the way that Caterham looks, especially flying over the top of the brow of that hill. They've not quite got comfortable enough to start establishing some airtime there, but I'm sure that will come as the track continues to dry and the racing continues to heat up here. Goldstein isn't starting to close the gap really out front on Jamie Widnow as well. As I turn my attention to the timing screens as well, I'm sure that might be confirmed also. Yes, because Jamie Widnow is the fastest driver out on the circuit by over a tenth of a second ahead of Goldstein.
Yeah, a couple of tenths extended that lead in that lap alone. So yeah, Winrow is definitely showing pace as we watch this chase battle then with the 95 there. That's Gunther in the middle of all those other cars, including that Silk Cup inspired car, as they go 5 wide. Why not? Because nose to tail, nose to tail, nose to tail, heading up into Park this time. Can they get it all sorted out by the time they turn right?
Oh my goodness, watch this as they go through the Park turn now. They're going to get through it cleanly because these guys are just so skilled, guys and girls up and down the grid. They're providing this entertainment for us today. Oh my goodness, Paul Armitage is actually making up a place there in the melee that happened through the Park corner as well, and this is just fantastic to watch, Chris.
Here comes that chase back. It's fantastic. 7 cars all involved in this battle to figure out how they're going to do it, so trying to get through into the order they think is the most settled, the most driving themselves forward. But here we go, he has made a couple of places up through that melee.
He's making up even more places. I don't know how on earth he's doing. I think it must be the livery. It adds a couple of horsepower depending on how fast your car actually looks, I'm sure. Here they go, whizzing past us now from commentary. Paul Armitage bearing down on James Hapgood. Hapgood will be disappointed he's lost so many places after starting on the second row of the grid. He'll want to get back to fighting at the front, won't he?
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things where we got everyone running nose to tail. As soon as he gets shuffled out the order, you see one driver there onto the grass having to defend now. He was on the wet stuff. That's going to slow them all down. But if you get nose to tail like this, as soon as you get shuffled out the line, you can be pushed backwards very quickly if you can't get back onto this single dry line that they've got.
Paul Armitage is going to make a move potentially going up through Coppice. He's around the outside of one of his competitors. Is he keeping it clean? Yes, he's made the move stick as well. Right. Oh my goodness, nerves of steel from Paul Armitage.
Yeah, fantastic lap by him to make up that many places through that pack. The seas have parted for them, haven't they? He just sailed on through as they head onto Park Straight once more. Winrow extended his lead a little bit more, but it's this pack that we want to watch. Little novice cross there as well, showing that the driver has.
He's going to make another move. Paul Armitage down the left-hand side, heading into the Park corner. Has he made it stick before the corner? No, he's going to have to go round the outside, but he is going to make it stick ahead of Giles Derry. Derry's going to drop behind Paul Armitage now, and it means that Armitage can go hunting. He is looking for those front runners.
He just sailed through that whole pack, didn't he? Great result there to manage that situation like a pro as he headed on through. Heading down the hill then, he's going to see whether he can now stay in front of the pack. It's one thing getting through, but now you're giving the toe to everyone driving behind you, and just in front of him, I think it's Darby that's maybe just got that little bit of a run for him.
Goldstein has just let McEwen back through after coming over the brow of the hill together. That's very interesting. Whether Goldstein's got some sort of problem that we're not aware of is yet to be seen. And Thomas Gunter will be next on the hit list of Paul Armitage as they all head through into the Hall Bends. And he is leading that pack, but like you say, he needs to be conscious about providing the tow for everyone else. How do you stop that as a driver?
There's nothing you can do. You just have to manage the situation and play the game of chess at 120 miles an hour, working out where do I need to be and on what lap, and then you figure out how do I do it. Game theory is a big part of driving a Caterham, and it's what's good for me is not always what's best for me position-wise on track, as he's having to defend down the inside. And yeah, we'll keep an eye out for what the leaders are doing as well, because it was very much Goldstein and McEwen side by side.
Well, look, Armitage is starting to pull away from those that he was racing with but a few moments ago, and he's looking at Tom Gunter just ahead of him on the track, and he has also got Varney there with him for company. Alaric Varney doing really well to move up from 9th to
great start
on the grid.
Race, yeah.
Really good drive so far. On Armitage, he's not quite close enough to make a move yet on Tom Gunter, but those behind him are still racing frantically with each other. It's Derry and Hapgood. Hapgood, again, he's dropping backwards. He's not moving up, is he?
Goldstein up again, though. Yeah, you're right. He's dropping back, but Goldstein is ahead again, so he has managed to get past McEwen. I think Goldstein made a mistake just as we were coming into the mountain. We saw McEwen getting past with the momentum. Winrow, though, is now fully ahead. 4.7, nearly 5 seconds last time through. So Goldstein lost the momentum, lost his initiative to try and catch up, and and it looks like Winrow's got everything settled as long as he doesn't make mistakes, and now Goldstein will see whether he can do anything about protecting from McEwen behind him.
Well, the gap between Tom Gunter and Paul Armitage is getting shorter and shorter and closer every time they fly past us in commentary. There goes Goldstein and McEwen on your screen. There they are coming out of Barn and heading onto the pit straight. Goldstein has re-established a bit of an advantage between him and the car behind. So I think it's fair to say that everyone's going to settle down in the top three. So the battle that we want to watch really is Armitage chasing down Tom Gunter. I can see him chasing him down on the pit straight. He's going to have an advantage on Park Straight now, I'm fairly certain. So let's watch the two of them go up through Coppice.
Yeah, they've absolutely nose to tail, and we've seen that nose to tail up through Coppice, and now Charlie's means that you're going to have an overtaking opportunity into Park, which is now pretty much fully dried out. They have the opportunity to go around the outside or down the inside. What will he do this time?
Well, here he goes, Paul Armitage right on the back of Tom Gunter. He's using that slipstream to his advantage. He's got the toe. He looked like he was going to go around the outside. I can't wait to see how this is going to unfold. He has got round him. Tom Gunter has lost his position to Paul Armitage. Armitage managed to get the move done before the Park corner. I'm sorry that we missed it, but Paul Armitage has done really, really well to push his way even further up this pack.
He's just scythed through everyone, hasn't he, all the way up to this, what is now 5th place, and he will be looking to see whether he can come across the gap to Barney. Barney's got a bit of an advantage, but he's come across the gap like that through this whole pack of cars that you're seeing on your screen now. Unbelievable progress by Armitage.
Tom McEwen, should he be starting to worry now that Paul Armitage is chasing him down?
I mean, I don't think he'd be able to see him at the moment. We've still got Barney, who's 6.6 behind, so Barney's the next challenge, and then we'll see what. But with 8 minutes to go, I think Barney's going to be his ultimate goal. 4th place would be a fantastic result, though.
Well, Eric Barney is ahead comfortably of Paul Armitage at the moment, but Armitage has shown that he has got some serious pace on this course, and he's using it to a full effect. Jamie Winrow, just to mention him, I know he's out the front on his own, in a world of his own really. He set the fastest lap of the race at 1:39.7, so we have broken into that 1:39 category. Everyone else still lapping around the 1:40s, so it's a very closely competitive field, and I can see Paul Armitage, he has got a significant advantage now over the cars behind him.
Yeah, he doesn't have to look in his rearview mirror anymore. He can now concentrate on closing that back down to Barney. Play that Jaws music in Barney's car, because he's going to be looking around the outside for, I think that was a Hapgood, was it? Around Power, maybe, one of the two. The yellow flag I can see at the bottom out just as they're going into Mountain. So why is that yellow flag flying? We'll keep an eye out for that as they go through next time. But the drivers, there you go, there is the gap to Barney in front. Barney just disappearing off your screen, and there is Armitage just trying to see whether he can do anything about it. Grass.
Oh, a lot of grass being taken by someone in their Caterham. I'm not sure who that is. Here we go, we can see them coming down to Park Corner. They're still neck and neck with each other, these two that are racing. It's the number 196 and the number 10.
That's Hapgood and Mott.
Yes, it is.
Peter Mott doing a great job in his sort of light-inspired car as he goes through. In his, I can still see green flag out Mountain. So the bottom of Mountain, there's definitely something going on. We've got double wave yellow, so there is a car off at the bottom of Mountain. We didn't see who that was. We'll see whether anyone tumbles down the timing tree next time through. But leaders are certainly all through, so I think it's not one of our leaders. As we watch this Mott battle continuing along, Hapgood and Mott fighting together out on track. There is Armitage. He's still not closing that gap, is he?
Now Paul Armitage might feel a little bit of grief, because Tom Gunter has closed the gap between the two of them through the yellow flag section. Before the yellow flag section, it was a big gap. Now out the back of it, they're neck and neck going through the Hall Bend, and you can see them still neck and neck with each other, coming out through Barn and now onto the pit straight.
I'll give the official answer, which is that's not a good idea to catch up. The unofficial driver's answer is very different. I'm not going to give that on commentary, but as we go on then, it is Winrow still significantly then ahead of the battles behind, but this is the battle again, so with Mott and Hapgood still fighting side by side as they head through.
Oh, Hapgood's done really well to squeeze in on the inside of Mott going up through Coppice. That's a fantastic move. It's like a work of art almost there from the driver. The yellows are now gone from the bottom of the Mountain section, as is the green flag, so whatever had happened has been cleared up very quickly.
Spun car, I guess, because they would have recovered back to the track rather than hitting the barrier. Mott going with the outside around Hapgood, though. This battle continues. Absolutely fantastic up the hill. Can he get it done round the outside where we've seen others do it?
Oh, it's going to be very, very close as they go down into the corner, and oh, Hapgood, he's trying to hold the inside line. He's trying to put Mott off, and Mott doesn't mind. He's going around around the outside completely as they head through to Chris Curve, and they're going to go down the hill towards the gooseneck with Hapgood falling behind Mott.
Yeah, I don't think that battle's over though. They've having a great time out there, even though they're battling for what is it, 9th and 10th, so the final position of the top 10. They are absolutely going for it. Fantastic to watch.
Well, just an update for you as well on the Armitage-Gunter battle. Thomas Gunter, he's got a little bit of company in the form of the number 77, Giles Derry. Derry's managed to break away from the midfield pack quite significantly. And he's right on the back of Tom Gunter. Good news, I guess, for Paul Armitage, because it means the man trying to catch him is distracted.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's all about looking out your front window, but also looking in your rear view mirror, and being able to concentrate on one rather than the other is great. So you will often back a driver up to make sure he's having to look in his rear view mirror just as much as he's looking to see whether he can overtake you. So we watch these battles flow on through in these Sigma 135 cars as they head into turn 1. We can see how much wider that dry line is into turn 1 even now. And if we continue to lose drizzle, I can see a bit of drizzle hanging in the air now. Is that going to throw a spanner in the works late on in this race?
Well, there is Paul Armitage, his beautiful silver cut Jaguar inspired livery heading down the Park Straight and up the hill with Derry and Gunter behind him. Derry is looking to chase down Tom Gunter. Tom Gunter closing the door on the right hand side, so Derry switches back around to what will be the outside going to the Park turn. He's got the move done before the turn even happens. Giles Derry has overtaken Tom Gunter, and now Derry will go forward to join Paul Armitage in the resurgence forwards to try and catch Alaric Barney.
And you know what, they have chopped that gap, I think, in probably about half in a couple of laps. So 3 minutes 41, Barney may just have enough on him before they get to the checkered flag to protect it. He will certainly still be looking in his rear view mirror though, but they're all three of these drivers being drawn back to Barney.
Speaking of checkered flag, we've probably got about 2 laps of racing left after this one, just over 3 minutes left in total. Winrow has got a significant advantage out front. Goldstein behind him in second place, has got McEwing behind him for company, but then Barney, Armitage, Gunter, Derry, Power, Mott and Hapgood are not all too far away from each other.
Armitage and Derry were absolutely sideways as they went through the left-hander into the mountain section that time. They were fully sideways. Must still be quite slippy round there, but they are pushing, and maybe they need to just adjust the balance of their cars, which maybe was slightly more set up for the wet. But Armitage coming down still ahead of Derry. They've dropped Gunter away a little bit, haven't they, in this latter part?
They have indeed. They have dropped Tom Gunter far behind them now, and actually Giles Derry looks as though he's catching Paul Armitage with some menacing driving, and he is doing very well in order to do so. That you can see that Derry switching places with Tom Gunter confirmed on the timing screens on the left hand side and lapping quicker than him as well, and that will be why you can see that Tom Gunter dropped away. But here comes Giles Derry on Paul Armitage. Has he got enough to maybe make a move into Park? He's got the inside advantage. No, he tucks in nicely behind Paul Armitage, and maybe he's thinking for the next time round there's one more lap of racing potentially.
Well, they're both saying, look how close Barney is in front of them, though. They've chopped that gap even more, so another couple of seconds gone, and they are really going to be on him by this last lap. This is the penultimate lap I think we're on now. So there is Barney in the black car. You can see how much closer Armitage is now, but he's having to defend from Derry heavily into Mansfield that time.
That was very risky from Giles Derry and Paul Armitage, but great to see that we can have that close racing between 2 phenomenal drivers here in this series. Derry looking around the outside of Paul Armitage as they're heading down towards the bottom of the mountain section. Derry has to tuck him behind, but can Armitage keep his pace up and lead them into the Hall bends? Yes, he can. And there's a bit of a gap, about half a second maybe, between Derry and Armitage that's forming. The will is significantly reduced as they head through the hairpin. There's Tom Gunter on your screen, but we want to cut so we can see the others. There they go, Paul Armitage and Giles Derry at the top of your screen. Armitage still leading them. Derry in behind, going through the final turn onto the pit straight. Armitage needs to make sure that he doesn't provide Derry with a toe, Chris.
Yeah, the problem is that their battling they're doing now, where he's going to have to look in his rear view mirror, means that they're probably not going to catch Barney now. You can see he's just tantalisingly close out front, but it is going to be a battle between Armitage and Derry then for 5th and 6th. Barney does look like he's solidified there. Winrow 5 seconds to the good of Goldstein, who is 2.5 seconds to the good of McEwing, so they look like they've got that podium sewn up.
Here we go. Derry got a little bit too much grass there on his rear left wheel, but it hasn't affected his speed too much. Or has it? It has. Tom Gunter goes flying around the right-hand side of Giles Derry, and Derry misses out on potentially pushing to finish 5th. And Paul Armitage will be celebrating inside his Caterham, because it means He's his closest challenger, his closest rival to take away his current finishing position has disappeared behind Tom Gunter, whose pace has dropped off as the stage of this race has developed. This is big news. Where are our leaders? Where is the leading pack? We're waiting to try and find them on our cameras.
Tom McEwen going through just there, so that's our third place. A couple of seconds behind there.
Well, there's
Goldstein in second, going
Winrow's gone past us in commentary as well. Goldstein's now done the same. Winrow disappearing off at the bottom of your screen. There is Paul Goldstein. There is Tom McEwen. They will be your top 3 finishers unless something crazy happens in these final moments. But there you go, Jamie Winrow, fantastic drive by the number 46 Caterham, coming out of barn, down the hill, onto pitch straight, completely unchallenged, it must be said, from about the second lap, takes the checkered flag and the victory here in this race at Cadwell Park. Goldstein settles for second place, and Tom McEwen will come in behind to secure a third place finish. Alaric Barney as well is pretty much certain to take 4th, but not by much as well, because he's got Paul Armitage, 4 companies shortly behind him. Paul Armitage is probably just wishing he had a few more laps to drive, and Tom Gunter comes in ahead of Giles Derry. Derry getting too much grass as they went onto the park straight on this lap, and therefore he lost a lot of speed and he lost a lot of momentum, and Giles Derry was able to take, Tom Gunter was able to take advantage of the mistake by Derry.
Yeah, indeed, just onto the grass there. Winrow, a great start and a pretty dominant race, wasn't it? He just disappeared off into the distance. Goldstein and McEwen had their battle, but that all settled itself as soon as Goldstein got through. Barney had a lonely race to 4. He was becoming, I think, one more lap, and Armitage maybe, in fact, he was half a second behind at the line, so one more lap and he would have been there. Gunter, Derry, Power, Hapgood drifted away, and that battle with Mott and was good as well with the other Gunter as they turned in. So fantastic action from these 135s after their second race. We've got them once more later on this afternoon.
Well, let's take a look at the official finishing results as they appear on the screen now in front of us. Jamie Winrow confirmed with the win and the fastest lap of the race on lap 5, so very early on in this encounter, 1:39.7 by the number 46 Caterham. Paul Goldstein is loading in behind into second place, and Tom McEwen takes the final podium finishing position. And a special shout out to Amanda Anderson, who we were able to catch up with through Harry before this race started. She rounds off the top finishers. But let's go and join Harry, who's down in Parc Fermé, to talk to the drivers. Harry, it's down to you. Please provide us with the inside scoop on that exhilarating race.
A brilliant race. We will obviously be speaking to our top 3. We're not going to speak to our man that came second, Paul Goldstein, because as you can see him getting out of his car there, he's now sprinting down the stairs to get into his car for the Roadsport race in a few minutes' time. That is commitment for you. But it was the same top 3 as we had yesterday, and you can see there Jamie Winrow enjoying that. 2 from 2 for him for the weekend. Tom McEwen back in third place again. Jamie, we'll let you get out of the car first. Pretty similar race to yesterday in many ways. Built up a little bit of a commanding gap and then managed to keep it going.
Yeah, this one was a little bit easier. Managed to kind of keep the lead from the front, and then kind of immediately managed to get a second or so gap. And then kind of I was like, if I can put a few really quick laps in here, break the toe, and it should be a bit easier towards the end of the race. So I managed to do that, and yeah, kind of managing the pace a little bit at the end. But I could see they weren't too far behind, but I had to keep pushing. But yeah, really happy.
So as you said, 2 from 2 this weekend. The hat-trick's on here.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, hopefully. We'll see. We'll see.
Let's say, don't want to tempt fate too much, but well done, Jamie. 2 from 2. We'll make our way over to Tom McEwen as well. Tom, another hard race, but another hard-fought podium for yourself.
Yeah.
2 third-place finishes.
Yeah, and congrats to Jamie. He's had great pace in these conditions. Paul too. Me and Paul had a nice little battle for a few laps, but yeah, we didn't have the pace to stay with Jamie. And then once I lost Paul's toe, we kind of spaced out. But yeah, it's my first wet race this weekend, so getting used to the conditions, and it's been enjoyable. But yeah, it's been tough. But yeah, fair play to Jamie. He's been mega all weekend.
Tough, like you said, but experiencing wet conditions for the first time and 2 third-place finishes is not a bad place to be.
Absolutely, yeah. Given the nature of the track as well, I will happily settle for podiums. Absolutely, yeah. Looking forward to this afternoon's race. Hopefully it'll be a dry one.
Yeah, fingers crossed for that one. Congratulations, Tom. Top 3 there. And, well, we showed you Paul Goldstein sprinting down to go and get into his car a few minutes ago. And a short time ago, Sam called up with some of the runners and riders for the Roadsport race.
So I'm now in assembly, and the Roadsports will be going out soon, so they're all in here ready. And we've got Paul Goldstein's car here, but no Paul. And that is because he is out on track racing in the Graduates. So he's currently in P2, so it'd be interesting to see him on the podium, then run down here and jump in his Roadsport. But we're just going to have a quick word with some of these guys. We're going to have a wander down. I want to speak to Adam Keane. And he's probably looking at me thinking, oh no, here she comes. Hello Adam, you made up some good places in that last race.
Yeah, thankfully after a bit of a shock in qualifying, had a bit of work to do. But yeah, it was successful. It was really fun in the wet, goodness me. It's just trying to find grip wherever you possibly can. But yeah, good fun, a lot of fun.
Yeah, how you made up all those places in those conditions though, I don't know how, that's, you know, hats off to you, it's amazing.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you, to be honest. There's no secret. No, I was just trying to keep it on the road and, you know, stay competitive. And yeah, it was a good race. I wish that safety car wasn't there because we lost about 7 minutes, and I was enjoying myself. But yeah, a bit of work to do now. So yeah, looking forward to this. It looks pretty dry out there. Does it look dry?
Dry, but I think just be careful around the hairpin and barn.
Yeah, I've heard a bit of a fluid spillage around barn. Yeah, it takes so long to dry around there because of the trees. So, good insight. Thank you.
At least you've got the green flag lap, so you can navigate it on that one and see how it's looking.
Yeah, always useful just to get a bit of an eye in, see what's going on. But yeah, and this is going to be fun. I mean, we've been testing here obviously the last couple of days, and we've had a lot of dry running, and it's just such a great track in the dries. So, just looking forward to getting going, to be honest. Yeah.
That's it. Well, wish you all the best. Enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam, and thank you, Harry, as well. We can see the cars making their way out onto the track for this second race in the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship this weekend. The second race of 3 that we're being treated to today. Plenty of racing, or second race of just 2. Sorry, I've got that completely wrong. I'm looking at this. It's just I'm getting too excited, Chris. I know that another brilliant race is coming with Paul Goldstein right at the front, and you can see there confirmation that he is the pole sitter for this one. Monty Hind, Nick Heighton and Arif Hanif are just behind them. Barry Thompson and Adam Keane as well. Barry Hanif, the brother of Arif, is on row 4 with Tim Payne, Robert Cowan and Henry Morris round off the first page of competitors, but there's 4 pages, sorry, worth of competitors, Chris, that we need to get through. Here we go. Here's the second page. Django Jones, Norman Jeeves, Miles Einan, Gerthed Ducey, Neil Bell, Patrick Cunningham, Jonathan Emery, Charles Hanson, Ist van Dems and Henry Speaks on the second page from 6 to 10. They line up on those rows on the grid. Starting on row 11 then, Dean Pollan, Orlando Morris, Neville Sykes, Anthony Nichols, David Jarvis, Craig Jarvis, Brian Joyce, Andrew Porter, Howard Ashmore, Graham Handy from row 11 to 15. But there's still more to come, Chris. And here we go, row 16 and 17, Ben Stewart, Joel Mayer-Potts and Will Jarvis all joining together at the back of the grid. But I'm sure all 3 of them will be looking to make a resurgence back towards the midfield and indeed the front of the grid as this race progresses. And there is Paul Goldstein lining up, not actually as far over as he has done previously when he's been at the front, Chris. Maybe that's an indicator that the track really is dry.
Yeah, I think significantly that is the key indication that, yeah, he's happy to sit sort of slightly wider, and that means that we are looking at a full width dry track as they're going over that start-finish line. 34 cars allowed to drive at one time around Cadwell Park, and 34 Caterham 7 Roadsport cars lining up to do just that and finding their grid spots. Can't wait for this. Second of 2 20-minute races. They were scheduled to have 3 races because there were too many of them when we entered this race weekend to fit them all into just 2 races, but we have managed to fit them all onto one grid, and therefore we only have 2 of the 2 20-minute races for them. This will be the final time we see them. We've seen them once already today. We've seen Paul Goldstein jumping out of his Caterham Graduate car, running down the hill. I could hear all the drivers beeping behind us as he got himself into his lead car there. But what a thing. You've just finished one race. You've got to get yourself ready for this next race, but he is ready to go, I'm sure.
For any driver at any level, that's incredibly physically demanding, isn't it? To finish one race and then hop straight away into another car and do a whole other race again. It's completely different machinery almost.
Yeah, it's obviously the same dynamics and DNA underneath, but this is a slightly lower powered car, slightly more loose, and it's not got the upgraded upgraded suspension that his Caterham 270. I got my own numbers muddled up. 270 car. So this is the fully road legal version. This is the Caterham Academy drivers from last year, all graduated through into this Roadsport race. And there is Goldstein in his gold machine on the pole position. And we've got some drivers further back down the order that would expect to see higher up. So they weren't able to fight all the way back through, but it was very much Monty Hind hanging on in there over Heighton. Haniff and Thompson having great battles. Thompson, remember, got up to 3rd place before dropping back Adam Keane and the other Haniff brother, Tim Payne-Cowan. But there's plenty of going to be action all the way up and down this field as they try and recover their positions. And like I say, 34 cars around here, and yeah, an exciting proposition for sure.
It's just fantastic to see, isn't it? 34 racers. I mean, not many other series could fill a track with quite that many cars and quite that many drivers in those cars who could all equally challenge right towards the front too, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. It's say they're all still in that learning phase. They're kind of coming of age next in the 270s next year. They'll really feel like racing drivers then. But they got double the opportunity to be out on track when they're in this Roadsport car. They've got upgraded tyres. They've got more grip. There's moving that car further forward. They're learning each time they're out on track, and because they've got 2 races per race weekend, that learning accelerates as soon as they get to Roadsport. And remember, they're all still looked after by Caterham Motorsport. None can have team support. It's all absolutely even. The cars are all locked down. There's very little you can do to change anything on them. Even suspension's quite highly regulated to make sure you're within regulation sort of amounts, and off they go. They all have a minimum weight limit, so if you're a heavier driver, you're not disadvantaged. Everything's done in Caterham Motorsport to make sure everything's down to the driver in the car and not to do with gaining money, performance by money, or anything like that. So it's fantastic, and I can't wait to see what they do. They were very well controlled in very tricky conditions this morning, completely different conditions. We were going to call these dry conditions now. It's I can see from my point, even Hall bends look like they're fully dry going in. There may still be a bit damp underneath the trees, and we go through Hairpin and out through Barn. But I would say this is dry conditions. I'm looking forward to seeing what these Caterham, the Bilstein Caterham Motorsport Championship can do for us.
It's going to provide entertainment, that's for sure, and they're going to come past us very soon here in commentary. And Chris, I actually want to give you the opportunity to tell people at home who are watching and thinking, you know what, I really fancy racing one of these Caterhams. How do they get started in that academy program? You spoke about it yesterday. Tell people where they need to go now to get involved.
Go to caterhamcars.com, and there is all the information there on the motorsport pages. The academy package is the one. If you've never been a racing driver before, it's a novice series only for people who have never had a race license or a karting license before. It's an even playing field. You buy a car, and as part of the process of buying a Caterham car, which is yours to own, use on the road whenever you like, you get a whole racing season thrown in. And not only that, once you get to the end of that racing season, you can do what these guys did, upgrade their car with a few cheap components, new tyres and a rear anti-roll bar. Off you go racing for another season, and it still maintains its fully road legal all the way through Roadsport. And it's only when they get to the end of this season that then you start making your car a race car on there. But we have got that positioning for Goldstein, as you pointed out.
It's almost like he's heard us. He's heard us tell us, oh, well, you know, he's lined up a bit differently now to the last couple of times.
Here I am.
Oh no, he's decided to switch all the way back into being as tight as possible to second place as he physically can. He's probably holding his hand out to shake the hand like he did to Jamie Woodrow in the race previous to this one. Right, well, we see the cars making their way out the back of the barn turn and again out through the forest.
Goldstein was already lined up, and we were still having plenty of cars running by us, such as the numbers of cars on this Roadsport grid.
Well, look, you're in Goldstein's position, Chris. What's one word that might be whizzing through your head? How do you attack the first corner? One word, go on.
All I'm looking at, lights.
Lights!
Lights is all that's going through my mind now. I've got to get the best start, otherwise I'm going to get swamped down that left side. But we have seen that left side of the track is good at the moment. I think they can left 5 seconds board. Sorry, let's get this race underway.
Here we go, 5 second board is out. The alarm sounds there on the far side of the track where the pit straight is here at Cadwell Park. The lights are on, we're ready to race here, and the lights are off. We're racing at Cadwell Park, and it's a poor start from Goldstein in comparison to his second place starter, but it looks as though they're going to be neck and neck going into the first turn. Brilliant from Monty Hind, and Hind will have the advantage going up through Coppice, and it looks as though Heighton has been able to get ahead of Monty Hind as well as they head up through the first turn.
Yeah, definitely not such a good start, but actually not as terrible as it has been earlier in the race. So I think he'll take that. He's in third place. still in exactly the position he wants to be, but it's Monty Hind who's taken that early lead, then disappearing off down the road. What a great start for him. And it's Nick Highton as well, who saw coming right through in the last battle. They're going side by side already.
Here we go. Goldstein is having none of it. He's going up around the left-hand side of Monty Hind's car, and he looks like Nick Highton. I'm just too excited, Chris. Goldstein's gone round the outside. Goldstein's gone round the outside of Park, and he's been able to take the second place position. Everyone seems to be making their way through quite comfortably and cleanly as well. No casualties just yet in terms of cars crashing out of this race. Everyone's made their way through as they start to begin their descent down the hill, and lots of cars going very wide at that point in the circuit. They love going off of that grass. What speed are they achieving there?
I mean, around that corner they're going through it at I think 85 in the dry, but actually they won't be taking quite that speed through the gooseneck in just yet, especially not in the Roadsport. But we have got still Monty Hind leading Goldstein in that second place, and it's following Alan Highton as well. So all settling down. We'll get this full grid over the line, and we can catch up exactly where everyone is.
It's actually Arif Hanif. My apologies, Chris. I identified it wrong. Arif Hanif has been able to jump up from 4th into 3rd. He's got the better of Nick Highton, actually. So Highton's had to slot behind into 4th place and just settle for it as they go through into the forest section of this circuit. Who's going to come out on top as we head out through Barn? Well, it's Monty Hind, and closely behind is Paul Goldstein, and the first of the Hanif brothers as well in 3rd position. And this is going to be going to the wire. We're looking as though we've got a pack of 5 that are breaking away from the midfield, and they'll be charging away and keeping us busy at the very front of the field.
Yeah, Thompson dropped down from his. Remember, he was fighting for that lead battle yesterday. He dropped down a little bit late, but he's dropped even more off the start. I would say Arif made a great start yesterday. He's doubled it again today, but he is now fully under pressure from the driver behind as they head up the hill. And Goldstein looking around the outside to take the lead.
Here comes Paul Goldstein going around Monty Hind. What can Hind do to try and cover it up? Absolutely nothing. Paul Goldstein's got the move done before they even make it to the Park corner. Goldstein goes round the outside, reclaims first place in this race, and Goldstein disappears now from Monty Hind. And Keane was getting a move done on Hanif. Whether he made his stick is yet to be seen, but I'm sure as they drop round through the Chris curve and in through the goosenecks down towards the Mansfield corner, that's when we'll see it. But a car has spun off here, Chris.
Yeah, we've got a car off on the left-hand side of the track. Had 2 cars involved. That's the number 94 there, so it's not went down the rear end of this field. So you see if I can pick up.
That's Meyer Potts, Joel Meyer Potts, who's gone off there, the number 94. We're not sure about the white car because we couldn't see a number, Chris. They are at the front of these caterhams, but here is Goldstein leading the way up through the mountain section of this track with Monty Hind shortly behind, and it is the number 88 actually of Adam Keane, who's gone from 6th all the way through into 3rd.
And he came through the field really well yesterday, from near the back of the field all the way up to 6th, so he has done a great job, and he's continuing that great job this afternoon.
We could see him start to challenge the very front of the grid very soon. However, the safety car has been deployed because there are some stranded cars in some risky sections here on the track, so obviously all the cars will start to slow down. They will form up behind the safety car, and it will give our fantastic marshals an opportunity to clear the way. I am seeing a yellow and red stripe flag being waved as well, Chris, and correct me if I'm wrong, that means that there's some sort of spillage, or it might be slippery out.
Can be just debris as well. So if there's a bit of mudguard on the track, they will also put this. It's called a slippery surface flag, and that's what that's probably what it's there for. It's
and
number 3.
It's the number 3.
That's Craig Jarvis.
Yes, Craig Jarvis, who started towards the back, so he'll be upset that unfortunately his race is already over as he started to go through. Oh, it's a bollard. Is that a bollard?
It looks like a bollard. Yeah. Certainly that. It does look like a bollard, doesn't it? Where's that come from? You see the marshal always walking backwards, making sure you're looking at what's coming towards you, so he will wait for that full pack to go by. And you can see how important it is for the safety car to bring all the cars together so the marshals know exactly where they are and they're all under control, so they can feel that they can actually get their job done as quickly as possible. They'll retrieve that bollard from the circuit, and then they will continue on their merry way. But we've got to actually get Jarvis's car out of the way and maybe to somewhere safe, either behind a barrier, or if we need the truck, we'll go and pick up that truck. Still 15.5 minutes. The clock continues to run as we come under this safety car condition. You to Marshall now jogging back down the hill again.
An exemplar way of removing debris from the track, really, isn't it?
And having to deal with the navigation of the hills around here. There's nowhere that you can go where there isn't a hill.
There's no easy way of doing it, that's for sure.
But there you go, perfect example of how we get the track clear. But as soon as we get those cars clear, we can get underway. So it's the same as we saw earlier on in that. They also had a bit of a safety car. They'll be used to it. So Jarvis getting asked to go back in his car if he can get it towed away. And it might well be they can get it fired up again now that it's cooled off a little bit and see whether he can get going. There he is. Looks like he's up and running.
Is it alive? It's alive!
So he'll be able
Dr.
to head himself back to pit lane, and we will be able to get in. Really is slippy out there, you can see, as he recovers his car to the circuit, and that will speed our clean up, and hopefully maybe one more job of tidy up before we can get this race back up and running.
Well, we've got another one of the recovery vehicles out there just doing some checks on the circuit too. And I imagine if a bollard suddenly disappears from a corner, sometimes they want to replace it, or will we just let it slide?
Well, you've got to hope that it wasn't one of the driver's braking points, because it's gone now and you won't have it to reference anymore. But I think it was maybe...
How selfish of you thinking like a driver like that?
Yeah, always about myself when you're out there on the track and figuring out what to do. But Goldstein doing what he needs to do. And again, the dynamics are changing from a 270 car to a Roadsport. It's not easy to jump backwards and forwards, but he's done it. At least he knows all the conditions. He was the one with the best knowledge as they went out, and he's making use of it. Can Barry Thompson come back through there? Can Keane continue his fight up through the field? Can Barry Hanif and Arif Hanif hold on where they dropped away a little bit towards the end of yesterday's race? All these questions are going to get answered. The lights are still on the safety car, so I don't think we're going to get them going this time through. In fact, though, the lights have gone out, so we are. This is coming now down to it, so it is Goldstein who takes over as the safety car driver.
He's starting to back up already, Goldstein. He saw those lights go off straight away, and he thought, I'm going to slow everyone right down. I'm going to pick the moment when we're going to go, and that is the benefit of being right there at the front. So he starts to lead them through the Hall bends, and will be going down to the hairpin. Oh, there's been contact in the backfield as well. There's been contact in the backfield because everyone has been slowing down quite drastically, it would seem. It's the number 6 who has lost a wheel cover.
A bit of bodywork there.
To the number 8. Everyone's having a few words with themselves, actually. So it's Anthony Nichols who ended up losing a bit of bodywork to Django Jones. So the few of them obviously exchanging some pleasantries, and a very quick recovery from one of the marshals as well means that we can still go racing. Here we go then. Paul Goldstein is taking the lead of this race, but he's got company. He's got Monty Hind alongside him, heading up through Coppice. Hind on the inside takes first place, and Goldstein all of a sudden, it's another bad start.
I'll tell you what though, Hind had to be brave on. There was still a bit of damp patch that he went over. We were confident that his tyres were dried out. He's made the best start from it. Goldstein losing that place, and behind him it's Keane coming up. He's going to see what he can do from that third place right now to the side by side.
It's not over. Paul Goldstein's going to go round the outside of Monty Hind, but he's going to turn into the inside line as they approach the park corner. Here we go. He's got the move done before the corner even happens, and it looks as though someone else has gone past. It's Adam Keane. Adam Keane has overtaken Monty Hind. Monty Hind has got it back though. Chris, what's going on?
And there we go. Caterham action in the dry. Here we go then. Time to turn things up a notch, and let's get going. Keane though showing that he was really willing to try and take both positions there. Didn't quite make it stick, and Hind saying, no way Jose, it's my position. Took it back as they went through Chris Curvis. The rest of the field come down here nose to tail, but Monty Hind has turned the action up a notch as he went through that safety car procedure. He temporarily got into the lead, but Goldstein is back where he's been most of this race.
This has turned into an extra spicy curry from a corner all of a sudden, Chris. This happened in the space of just one lap. Here we go, flying past our commentary position now. Goldstein, Hind and Keane are the 1, 2 and 3 as they head through the Hall bends now, keeping it nice and tidy. Not many sideways cars now that the track has really dried up, but another bollard has gone flying off in the background. I don't know who's caused that, but hopefully it's nothing serious as well. Green flags being waved as well to signal that everything's okay, and the cars assemble themselves through the barn turn onto pit straight, and Goldstein has the lead of this race again after he lost it from the safety car restart.
Yeah, the speed through the hairpin and barn has gone up significantly. It's all dried out the back of the course as well, so you really are working on dry conditions now, and it's a significant difference in speed as well. We're going to see those lap times tumble from this morning as the field all nose to tail heading up through Coppice and F and Charlie's. Goldstein's still there, but he's not pulling away. Hind is absolutely there and in contention.
Here we go, Monty Hind then right on the back of Paul Goldstein. He's going on the left-hand side of Goldstein. He looks as though he might have the run going into the park corner as well. But Adam Keane is there, and one of the Hanifs is there. Oh no, contact from Goldstein and Hanif. Hanif has gone off onto the right-hand side. He might not be able to hold this and spin. He might be able to. We haven't been able to see it. Adam Keane now going around the outside of Paul Goldstein, who initiated that contact with one of the Hanif cars, and it has gone off. I'm not sure what's happened. We're going to have to wait for the timing beacon to be taken to see just how far down they've fallen. Chris, talk about drama all of a sudden in this race.
Yeah, look at that. So we've got Hind in front of Keane in front of Goldstein. It's all changed at the front there, and Hanif had an awful spinning moment there. Hopefully he was able to go across the track without interfering, but we did see a couple of cars spinning off, a couple of cars using some grippy grass at the exit of Mansfield that time through as well. So it really has all on tipsy-turvy as they go to the final 10 minutes in this race then.
Oh my goodness, this is unbelievable. Monty Hind currently in the lead ahead of Adam Keane and Paul Goldstein. He's dropped back from first and third in the space of a lap, all because of the incident that happened at the Park straight. We are waiting for the leaderboard to update as they come round to finish this lap and take the timing beacon. There is the car in question that might have crashed out. It looks as though it's the number 24 or 74. Is that a 7 at the front?
It's hard to say, maybe 30 is really difficult to see.
It is very difficult.
Is that a 72? Is that Arif in the barrier with the 74? Maybe it is that he didn't make it out of that in one piece. We've got a car then at the top of the hill without a driver. We've got this drama through the Paul bends as the cars come across the line once more. And it is Monty Hind who was licking his wounds yesterday ahead of Adam Keane in second place, Goldstein in third.
Both the Hanif brothers made it safely through on that lap on that occasion. It looks as though it might be Sykes that's actually dropped out of this race, because Sykes is dropping very, very quickly down the leaderboard, the number 4 car.
Yellow flags waving and into park, no overtaking as Monty Hind takes them through. This is where that car is off against the barrier. You can see that, Monty Hind, after yesterday, he felt the wound of getting to defend the whole race. This time he's saying, right, rather than defend, I'm just going to clear off into the lead. Not quite working, because Adam Keane is there to try and pick up the pieces using the grippy grass on the exit of Mansfield that time through as they head down the hill then and through. Adam Keane looks at the man on the move, and Monty Hind's going to have another race where he's just looking in his rearview mirrors the whole time.
Goodness me, Adam Keane getting very sideways, trying to chase down Monty Hind, and more cars have gone
and
off.
That's under the yellow flag, so that might well get taken to the stewards afterwards, but we will save that for afterwards.
They are pulling off though, so it might be a mechanical issue that they just need to get the car off as quickly as possible. We hope that nothing serious has happened, but as it stands, Monty Hind leads Adam Keane and leads Paul Goldstein as the top 3 drivers. The first of the Hanif brothers, Arif Hanif, is in 4th position ahead of Henry Morris as well. This is a very tightly compact top 5 group at the moment as we see them emerging out of barn down onto the pit straight. Here we go. What's going to happen as they head down the pit straight? Monty Hind has to defend from Adam Keane. Adam Keane going to the inside, going up through Coppice. Adam Keane has taken the lead on this race off Monty Hind, and Paul Goldstein is licking his lips because there might be an opportunity out the back of the yellow flags.
Yeah, there's yellow flags into mountain. Keane just brushed the rear wheel arch. You can see it's not dislodged it. That's going to be flapping around. Hopefully it'll dispatch that car. Adam Keane missed a gear coming out Charlie's. In fact, we've got a red flag.
There's a car that spun off at the bottom of the mountain section. We can see it from commentary, but there's a red flag, a yellow flag.
In fact, there's 2 cars down there, so yeah, we've got more than 1 car involved in that accident. 7 minutes left to go. They probably will restart this race. In fact, other cars limping past, but at least 2 cars down at the bottom of the mountain, which is why we've got that red flag.
All I'm going to say, Chris, is this is where your lunch break suddenly disappears. So apologies about that. You'll have Kit Kats like yesterday. That's fine, don't worry. But yes, 2 cars have gone off. We're still waiting to try and identify them. It's at the bottom of the mountain section, so it's almost like a little blind spot for us, sadly. You can see the incident that's happened on the screen there. We're just trying to ID one of the cars now. But it's hard to make out, Chris. And Chris, that is it's a very fast braking zone, isn't it? Because it's an awful long left-hand straight, well, slightly left-handed straight that you go on, but then you've got to brake really hard and then go up into the mountain section, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. So you'll be carrying at least over 100 miles an hour, trying to scrub off down to 60. But if you make contact or touch the grass, then yeah, you're going a significant pace. The marshal's just making sure they are out of the way and making sure this truck can get round. He will go round to the gap in the barrier to go and pick up, and hopefully we can get this race. In fact, they're being sent around to the pit lane, which is where they'll reassemble. And in fact, or taken to the grid. It depends what the marshals indicate they will do now. There's quite a sort of pronounced start procedure, but with 7 minutes to go, I would imagine that they will restart this race. They often will start behind the safety car again, but alternatively the clerk might choose to say, right, let's do a full sort of standing start. So let's see how it goes. They're going to be able to clear these 2 cars away, I think, fairly quickly, and then yeah, we should be able to get the final 7 minutes of this race done.
Well, and a big shout out to the marshals currently driving that recovery truck, because all of a sudden they're the safety car. They must be having a whale of a time. Look at them go. Whee!
You can see how narrow this track is when you see it compared to a sort of truck there. The truck filling up nearly the whole width of this track, and you see how small a Caterham is in reality. These pocket rocket cars, fantastic action. They will be hauled up by the marshals though, stopped short of the grid so that they can position them and put them in the order they want them. So they will be asked to pull up to the side of the track and just stop line astern, and that's where they will wait for further instructions. So from the driver's perspective, looking at all the things you can do. You're basically trying to calm yourself down and get yourself ready for any kind of restart, but ultimately switch the engine off, let everything cool down, including yourself.
I can confirm as well, the recovery truck has squeezed through that gap, and you can see it on your screen as well. So the recovery truck will start to recover the 2 Caterhams that went off and crashed out of this race.
And the entrance to Parc Ferme is only off to the right of our screen now, so they've not got to move those cars very far. But yeah, they are. Let's have a look.
Well, at least both the drivers are out and they're okay. That's the main thing, isn't
absolutely.
it?
They threw the red very quickly as well, so they knew that they wanted to clear those cars. It's too much of a firing line. Get both those cars into the barrier, but they will get those quickly loaded onto the barrier. It's Rob Cowan at the top of the hill then, who we saw earlier. So 3 cars around the track, immobile, was the reason that we've had that. They've done so well this weekend, keeping the racing going under yellow flags, but this time there were 3 cars off, and that means that, yeah, red flag is the sensible approach.
Well, we're going to cut away from us because you're probably tired of hearing mine and Chris's voice enough as it is, and during this red flag we're going to head up to Parc Ferme and see what other information we can find out, what other drivers might be lingering about and who might be captured with a microphone and a camera. Guys, it's over to you. Enjoy this little red flag period and see what you can find out in Parc Ferme area.
And then after that, it was a balance. And I remember the first non-novice race I did, I had to start from pole position. And I was sort of pleading with my dad, saying, no, let me start the back still.
Harry, you come as well. I'm here with Harry. We're down in Parc Ferme waiting for these guys to come in, but obviously they've got another 6 minutes, I think, to go. So, but it always can be a bit tricky when you get a safety car and a red flag, because it's sort of, you're in that, you know, that zone, aren't you? That racing zone, and then you've got to sort of reset and get back into it.
And for us as well, having to sprint out of hospitality, having enjoyed the race as well. But yeah, like you said, it's a difficult period of time, and like I said, we saw it was, you were saying they're down at the bottom of the mountain. It's a dangerous position for a car to be as well. Yeah. Really dangerous position.
Yeah, that's it. And obviously the grass is still wet, so for anybody that does go onto the grass, you're a passenger. You can't, you know, stop the car. So if there's somebody off already, that car's got to be collected.
Yeah, 100%. And like you said, 6 minutes of running that we're still going to have. That's the good thing. Yeah. For Paul, that's going to give him a bit of a time to reset as well, because, to be honest, head probably wasn't fully in it, having had to sprint down and start, but he's got time now to collect his thoughts and see what he can do in the last 6 minutes.
And I feel Adam Keane was on a mission. He's made it up there, and he's, you know, done a fantastic job. You know, he didn't qualify, he wasn't happy. The earlier race, and obviously he had a good starting position today. Now he's in first place, so whether he can keep it there or not, obviously Monty, first podium today. He had a fantastic race, but he's, you know, he's going to want that win as well.
Yeah, all of them really are, and I think that's what's so great, isn't it? You've got drivers coming through the pack, coming through that we maybe haven't seen in and around the top 3 positions so far this season as well, and it's exactly what we want to see. It's adding that excitement, isn't it? And well, it's that thing, isn't it? Wet weather causes havoc, creates chaos for us, creates chaos for the drivers, but it makes for a really exciting race.
Yeah, it certainly does. But hopefully we'll be restarting very shortly. I think they're just going to line them up on the grid, aren't they, at the moment? But hopefully we can have some cars getting the checkered flag and back in here. We can speak to. I'd like to speak to Paul actually, because obviously he came second in the graduate race. Jumped out the car, ran down to get in his Roadsport. He didn't have a chance to do the presentation.
Yeah, not at all. I'd say it was quite a comedy moment for us, wasn't it? Watching him literally leap out of the car and sprint for his life down there. But
So a lot of marshals tend to group around their local service. Yes, there's a lot of real people on there. It's good to see them as well. And I still keep bumping into people I've been meeting here since I started in the 1960s. Yeah, I think once a motor racing enthusiast, always an enthusiast.
Sorry everyone, whilst we just solved that a microphone issue, we've just lost it for a second. I think it's some sort of battery or it's running out of energy, and that always happens to some people just before the lunch break, Chris, because that's when it's a time for the drivers to recharge and rethink. I mean, looking ahead into the afternoon, once this race is complete, this Roadsport Championship one, we've got the Sigma 150 straight after the lunch break and the 270Rs and the 310s again, and then we finish with the 135s. I look at all of those races, I look at the four that we've got left today, and all of them are going to provide us with a lot of entertainment because they already have done this weekend here.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen them all once today already, and we will see them all once again. So yeah, absolutely looking forward to that. And we need to get Snappy John out there to take a photo of all those Roadsports lined up single file, and we can pretend that's the opening lap of the race, can't we? And make it all look like they're travelling very fast. But yeah, looks like they're pretty much clear as far as where we've seen cars down here. We've still got Craig Jarvis's car to clean up from the top end of the track, and that's probably what we're just waiting for. But I think we're nearly done on tidy up down here, so it shouldn't be too long. And I've got the timing up to see whether we can get any message.
They're waving people down there on the pit straight right now. So we've got some marshals out in the grid slots. It looks as though they're waving cars into position. Yes, you can see it happening now. So you can see Monty Hines taking his place on pole position, which is interesting because I thought Adam Keane had got the move done to secure first place.
They take it from the last time the whole field completed a lap. So as soon as the red flag is shown, the result or the lineup it will be from the last fully complete lap by the whole field, and that's what they'll be using. So it's all got a procedure. The timers will call that as soon as the red flag is thrown, and they will then be able to press the button which tells them what the grids are. But it still takes time to print out all those results, send them down to the grid marshals, get them all to line it up, make sure the track's clear. So that there is a very distinct procedure to get that done, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Print them off. That's what emails are for, Chris. Come on now.
They can't email the drivers right now, so yeah, get down there. But I would be interested to see how many minutes they're going to give them. There was 7 minutes left. I think we're predicting a 5-minute-ish they will do to complete this just before the lunch break here to try and get this race complete. But it looks like they're doing a full standing start, so it's not going to be a safety car start. This will be the race that will be called the result. So it doesn't matter where there was before, it doesn't matter what the gaps were before. This will be the complete race to the flag, and wherever they finish is their finishing order.
Well, look, something that is quite interesting to note as well. Obviously, yes, Adam Keane, he was ahead, then the red flag came, but classified as second because when they last crossed the line, he actually won't be very cross with that because it means that he's on the good side of the track.
Yeah,
I've just noticed that, Chris, and I'm keen to pick your brains about it because surely that puts him in the best position then.
There's nothing you can do to control that as a driver. It's just what happens, isn't it? But yeah, he'll be quite happy to be.
It's the roll of the dice, isn't it?
Exactly that.
Yeah.
He'll be happy to be starting there, and he's made such good progress from qualifying through the first race to get to 6th, and now into 2nd place. He's thirsty to get that win. You can see there's still lots of cars to position and get them on this grid before we can get them going. They will have another green flag lap, so they will also get to be released around the circuit, so there's still a little bit of time before we start. But I would be interested to see whether Adam Keane's to do it. But Monty Hines fought all morning trying to protect positions. He's had to fight through that whole race from Goldstein, fought back, and now he's got this whole restart to do, and what will end up being, I think, 5 minutes to defend more with Adam Keane on the right side of the track. He's going to be thinking, oh, I wish that race had completed because I was ready.
Well, he's certainly going to be in a good position to take advantage of when this race restarts. About 5 minutes worth of racing is what we're predicting here from race commentary. You can see the circuit response truck pulling into the pits there. Circuit response van, sorry, pulling into the pits to bypass all the cars and then head off into the distance to reassume its post for when this race start does begin. The final cars are slotting into place. This is the largest grid, as you will see this weekend, the largest grid. The sheer amount of cars that we have lining up here is 34 in total, slightly less now that we've had cars drop out, but it's still going to be the biggest grid of this weekend, and it's a testament really to the fact that Caterham Motorsport provide a platform for many people to not only enter motor racing but continue on in motor racing, and that's brilliant to see.
Exactly that. 1 year's never enough as a racing driver. You're always thirsty to get more done, and yeah, these drivers all academy from last year, so brand new drivers last year, but deciding they want to continue into this grid. And yeah, spectacular. I think it was 38 entries into this race weekend and it's great to see it. And you can't get bigger grids at Cadwell. You're not allowed by licence to have any bigger car grids than we have here with the Caterham Roadsports, and these drivers will all flow through into the upper echelon. So beyond Roadsports this year, they've got 270s to look forward to next year. They have wider track suspension, no longer any windscreen or lights on there, or rain lights or anything like that. So they turn into a race car next season. It really is a different dynamic before they then move their car onto 310 the year after. We've already seen the 310 and what the action's like there. They've got all that still to look forward to.
Now, do you think that some sort of inspection is taking place at the moment on the barrier? I mean, there's a lot of interest around that barrier near to where the crash happened. Potentially that was the first point of contact that they're looking at.
Yeah, almost certainly. You can see that barrier there acts as a sort of central point between two parts of the track. You can see how close the track coming towards us as well as the track going away. So it's important those barriers are all checked and make sure all the uprights are still solid, because you don't want one incident to cause another and then for them to find that, yeah, there was a weak barrier point. So yeah, they will just take that natural caution to make sure everything is in place, make sure all the tyre barriers, again, all these things are licensed on the track, they get inspected, and they have to make sure that anytime there's an issue out on track that everything is put back exactly as it needs to be. Safety is the #1 priority here at the circuit.
Now they're waving the cars through, but there was no green flag. And I wonder whether that means, yes, look, because a marshal is out on the track, they're going to send them back into the paddock, so that's it. That looks as though the race might be over, Chris.
So that might mean that they have got work to do on that barrier and they cannot get it done in time. That will be race called then. I think Adam Keane might have taken that win then, because if they take it from that first result, it just depends whether they get half points or full points. Full points, I think, are only from 3/4 distance, or it could be half. We'll have to get the regulations out to figure out what points they'll get. Someone else above my pay grade to work it all out. But yeah, it looks like that's it for the Roadsports then this weekend. Sad end to their race, but Adam Keane will be happy if it is a win.
Well, look, you can see them. It's a sad, disappointing end to the motor racing here for the Roadsport Championship. But it was great when it was actually going on. Give me two drivers that really caught your eye out the two races this weekend.
Easy for me, Adam Keane moving his way all the way through there. Goldstein for having the epic adventure of doing graduates and Roadsports and the transition and doing well in both as well. Not just competing in both, but actually competing for the win. So those two really come to mind. But Monty Hind having to defend all morning. I really felt for him this morning, and unfortunately he wasn't able to even get the race result, I don't think, this time through. So really a good result from all these Roadsport. They'll be looking to come back with us at Knockhill. They'll be here for the super header on the 3rd and 4th of August. But the results will all be transmitting their way through to Parc Ferme, and we should be able to get we will know the 1, 2, 3. There are the drivers heading up into Parc Ferme, where we will be looking. But yeah, the results will all be being sent through to the people in Parc Ferme, so they can actually pull the podium and give the right results out there. But that's what the TSL timing will be busy working out what that result is.
I'm sure we'll get confirmation of it later on, and we'll be very keen to get our hands on it. But here is what's coming up across the rest of the day, and we'll leave you with this as we enter our lunch break as well. When we come out of the lunch break, we have got the Sigma 150s starting at 1:45. There we go, just a quick deletion there of the Roadsport race that we weren't able to finish, very sadly. But safety is of paramount importance here. Any motor racing circuit up and down the UK, you will see that, and of course around the world. So no surprises here that they're trying to make sure everything is in tip-top working order before we start racing again. Then following them, we'll have the 270R Championship and the 310R as well at 220 and 255 respectively. 3:30, the 135s will return to racing on this circuit, and of course there will be no Roadsport race later on, so that's a mistake in the schedule. So the last race is the 135s. I did think that when I was reading it out loud, Chris, but I can confirm the Sigma 135s will be the thing that we finish the racing on today, and that will take place at 3:30. And so the last thing for me to do as we leave this up for everyone during our lunch break, Chris, what are you going to have in your sandwich?
Well, I'm going to see what Caterham have got on. I'm going to go to their awning and figure out whether they've got me
thank you for the invite. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much, Chris. Will you go off in the private helicopter?
I'll let you know what it was afterwards.
Oh, very kind of you. Very kind indeed. Well, I'll let you go off to the bright lights of the Caterham Hospitality Unit, and for the rest of us, we're going to take a quick lunch break here at Cadwell Park. Please stay with us on this stream and join us at 1:45 for the next round of racing. It'll be the Sigma 150s. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon.
down. Yes.
Well, it is indeed the lunch break now, and we will have the restart of this race 12 after the lunch break, which at the moment is going to finish at quarter to 10. But we'll wait and see. I will be told about that. But basically, you have a test stop at least 45 minutes to go and have your lunch. Enjoy that, but we'll be back with you before the restart of race 12.
I'll break down. Okay, mate. Cheers.
All those in favour? All those against? All those who think it's coming out? I'm at Cobb tomorrow. Unpacking. see. I was watching the Caterham 7 BRC feed on YouTube the other day, and I clearly heard over the mic.
just received an update from Michelle Harlan, the Secretary of the meeting. Thanks, Michelle, to say that we will be restarting, the cars will be called to assembly area at 13:50. That is the Buckstown Caterham Roadsport Championship, which we saw terminated early, just before the lunch break. They'll be called to assembly by 10 minutes to 2, which I guess means we were looking at a green flag at 2 o'clock itself. So that's it at the moment, and it will be a 7-minute race. So look forward to a 2 o'clock start for the Buckstown Caterham Motorsport Championship, part 2.
I wouldn't look forward to explaining that tomorrow, but just see how throwing people.
can do. I'll and I'll go over and I'll back down to 7, put it at the side to the track, and then I'll run over.
So as you'll see behind us, we haven't got our 1, 2, 3 cars at their boards. Obviously that race was red flagged. They're just trying to figure out who is in what position, because you have to go back a lap with the red flag. So they're just trying to get the confirmation from race control, and then we will get our 1, 2, 3. But it's always tricky, isn't it, with a red flag?
Yeah, it really is. And like we were saying, it's not just the drivers, it's not just us. It's difficult for the marshals, the stewards as well, in terms of working out who was where at that final moment. Like you said, we don't think there's going to be too much of a change to that order, but there could be a couple of people further down the order jostling for positions that it's going to have an impact on.
That's right, exactly. So, but because the race covered over 50%, half distance, then they can finish the race at that red flag. There was about 6 minutes left, wasn't there? So, but yeah, there was too much to clear up.
Yeah, and so the conditions have been really tricky today. In some ways, it's actually probably quite good that we've got this far into the weekend without having this sort of incident with how greasy the conditions have been. But yeah, it's disappointing. We want the full race distance, don't we? And someone like Paul Goldstein there was on a bit of a charge. Like you said, that whole front three were on a bit of a charge and would have really fancied their chances if this had got back underway.
Yeah, well, that's it, because it's when the safety car comes out, you think, right, okay, bit of a reset, I can plan what I'm going to do after the reset, and then obviously when it doesn't restart, you're very much like, because you're frustrated, aren't you?
Yeah, you really are, and you can see behind us drivers still in their cars waiting as well, that there's going to be that sort of nagging doubt, isn't there, of what if I did this, what if I did that? Yeah. And the opportunities were there, but you just can't control what happens with crashes, offs, etc. And be some disappointment in the field, but I think the important thing is that we are going to get a completed race result at the very least.
Yes, exactly. Well, hopefully we will get some interviews for you to show you in a short while once we've got it confirmed. Right, a decision has been made. We're going to have a 7-minute race for the Roadsport straight after lunch. There's been a little bit too much barrier damage to do it straight away, so they're going to repair the barriers over lunch, and then we'll go for 7 minutes. There wasn't, they do get asked if they want to race, but the majority was to do that race. So that's great for these guys. I feel like Monty probably doesn't want to. Understandably, he's would have been first. So yeah, but no, the majority vote was to race, so that's great. So we'll see you back for that. Welcome back after lunch. As you'll see, we are in assembly and we have the Roadsports here. So we have got a 7-minute race for these guys. So they will do the normal race procedure. They'll do their green flag lap and then have 7 minutes. So we think that's about 4 laps. So can these guys, what's going to happen at the top 3? I'm quite intrigued to find out. But somebody I'm going to speak to is Arif. You've had a mega race so far. Are you happy to be racing again?
Yes, the first race was absolutely fantastic. Started 4th and finished 4th, so I finished 4th in this race, so this is part 2 of this afternoon's race. I'm hoping to get a podium, to be honest. That's the goal. I've got obviously Paul and Adam in front. Both had cracking start to the race, but both my starts were really good today, so I'm hoping for a really good start and a podium, so fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. And then next up is Knock Hill. So you looking forward to that one after this weekend?
Yeah, so the local track, bit of pressure on us. There's 3 of us racing from Scotland, so a bit of pressure on us for the local track. But yeah, looking forward to Knock Hill in I think 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, it will soon be here, won't it? Have you raced there? No, did you race there last year? So have you been there before?
Been there a couple of times in the cars. Once in Roadsport spec. They never raced at Knock Hill last year, so as you know, they do one day of clockwise and the other day of anti-clockwise, so I think it'll be a fantastic race and a great weekend.
Excellent, I can't wait. Brilliant, well, have a good race.
Great, thanks for that.
Thank you. I'm going to pop down and speak to Jono Emery because he's had a cracking race as well. Jono, sorry to come and speak to you. It's all good, thank you. And it was just, we had a little chat at lunchtime, but you've had a cracking race.
Yeah, it was awesome. Great fun. It's quite sketchy at the back of the grid, but coming through, I think I'm in 7th, so I think 10 places in quite a few laps. So I've really enjoyed it. Good fun, but just need to get a little push now. 7 minutes we got, so let's hopefully we can just make some more spaces, see what happens. You never know.
No, that's it. But so you're happy to be racing, aren't you?
Oh, absolutely. I was the first. I was the only one to put my hand up with it. And then they did another vote. So yeah, I'm pleased with racing. That's ultimately that's what we're here for. So I'm sure some of the guys at the front don't want to race, but you know, we're racers. That's what you got to do.
Yes.
See what happens. So yeah, happy days.
Well, wish you all the best. Enjoy it. Right, let's go and speak to Barry. We just spoke to Arif, so we'll speak to his brother. Just had a chat with your brother. He's doing very well, isn't he?
Yeah, he's doing great. Starting fourth.
Yeah.
Hoping to see a podium. Yeah, I'll be egging him on.
And you're doing well too. Did you enjoy the last, part one of the race?
Yeah, it's going well. Hope I've got a couple of quick guys in front of me, but hopefully I'll get a good start. I can show them how it's done.
That's it. You can make up quite a few places on the start, can't you?
Yeah, I'm hoping so.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. Wish you all the best. Let's move on round. We've got the graduates up there. You can see, look, all the graduates waiting to come down for their race, which will be straight after this race. There's Henry Heaton up there, who we spoke to earlier. Right, let's move on round and have a quick chat. I think they will be going out any moment, but see if we can quickly speak. Let's have a word with Will Jarvis, if he doesn't mind. Hello, Will. Just a quick word from you. Are you looking forward to going out there again?
Yeah, I feel like I didn't have the time to actually do something in the race. I thought the safety car came out at a bit of an unlucky time for me, so I'm good to. Well, I'm happy to go back out there and prove that I can get up some more places.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, good. I wish you all the best. Enjoy it. I think it's 4 laps, isn't it, roughly? So there you go. You're about to go out now. So yeah, have a good one. There we go. They are going out onto the grid. So we'll hand back to James and Cheesy in the commentary box.
Yes, everyone, welcome back to the racing action here at Cadwell Park. We've had a spot of lunch. Chris very kindly managed to wangle me into the Caterham hospitality as well. Don't worry for everyone at home that was, I'm sure many people were. Chris, you had the lobster, I had the sea bass, and it was delicious, wasn't it?
Very pleasant, it was indeed, yes.
Jeeves' coffee service as well was also stellar as always, I think, it's fair to say. Fantastic hospitality here by the Caterham team.
Yeah, it was quite good to show you the family atmosphere that we have, everyone chatting away after these races, figuring out whether we were going to get this Roadsport race up and running. But indeed, we are going to get this Roadsport race up and running.
And of course, at lunchtime as well, not only did you immerse me in the family atmosphere, but we convinced someone to make their Caterham even faster.
Exactly. We spoke to Chris Welch, who had that incident yesterday, and unfortunately couldn't get the car back together. But I was telling him that if you're going to change a few parts on your car anyway, you might well bet them to 427 championship specification. His wife wasn't very happy with me, but nevertheless.
No. Mrs. Welch was beside herself. She was really happy with the idea of letting Paul go faster. So best of luck to Paul as he goes even faster in a faster Caterham. I mean, what better way to spend the rest of your year but racing an even faster piece of kit? But anyway, we have got the restart of the Roadsport Championship race to come. They will take a green flag lap, obviously, to go around and then reassemble on the grid. We've got about 31, yes, that's the number, 31 runners in this race now. We've gone down from 34 to 31 runners. And Chris, we got a bit of an inside scoop really from you. The amount of drivers voting one way, it was neck and neck, wasn't it?
Yeah, so they got offered the chance, did they want to restart the race or not? And it was over lunchtime, it was 15 apiece, so it was really close and in the balance. But the last 2 votes have come in and they are going to go racing again. Some drivers will obviously want to be out there doing this last 7 minutes, but it's going to be interesting for us to watch. So, just a 7-minute blast. What's that going to be? 4 or maybe 5 laps, depending on when they cross the line. And and Monty Hind on that pole position, he feels, I guess, he's got lots to lose, but ultimately they will get full points by completing this final 7 minutes, whereas if they had called it at that point over lunchtime, they would have only got half marks, which would have been a throwaway score for all of them. So actually this means that it's all there, but it is a 7-minute blast to the line. Wherever they finish at the finishing line is the finishing order, so it's not like they combine the 2 bits. So if you had a big gap going into that final bit of the race, then that's all disappeared and gone. This is just a single 7-minute blast as they head off then on their green flag lap. Monty Hind can get a start like he did just then off the recent part, he'd be happy. But that dry side, well, the track that was very wet on that far side now is looking in good condition. The whole track here, I can see within my viewport, is all bone dry, ready to get this Roadsport race up and running then.
I feel like obviously, you know, the damp side of the track as it was when you were lined up in pole position, I feel like that's kind of completely gone now. We're dealing with a very dry circuit, a very fast circuit now. A lot of rubber has been laid down across the course of the day. So really, Monty Hind has got the opportunity here to make the most out of pole position, which many others actually haven't been able to. I think the only person we've seen do it successfully maybe is Jamie Winrow.
Well, we saw Henry Heaton do it, didn't we? I think
Henry Heaton, that's
yeah,
it.
it was Heaton because he pulled all the way to the right-hand side, but I don't think there's going to be any need to do that. There is one damp patch as they go into turn 1 I can see, which will upset it, but if he's on the inside by that point, it's going to be fine. So, yeah, a good start, and I think we will see Monty Hind take that lead. He has had to defend. He's been the hardest defender of all the drivers, trying to protect that lead in this morning's race and also this afternoon's race. He didn't quite manage it this morning, but he was managing it when the red flags came out. We had the barrier repair to do, the marshals doing their job, completing that work, and now we're going to see whether Monty Hind can survive for another 7 minutes, but there's plenty of people behind him want to move forward, and with only 7 minutes they're going to have to make their move quickly, and I think there was a lot of intent from the drivers that let's see how it goes, but it could be an exciting 7 minutes.
We're in for a tasting to the Roadsport Championship here this weekend. It was really great to hear from Arif as well, actually, in the assembly area too, sort of praising the people that are in front of him as well at this restart. He's, you know, mentioned Paul and Adam in particular, but also he's done remarkably well to, you know, maintain that 4th place, and obviously at this race restart he's in a good position to actually make something out of this race.
Yeah, definitely, and he's had a spectacular run so far through, hasn't he? He's been off the track and on the track and actually made it all the way through, survived, and is still in that 4th place, but obviously looking to get that podium position. You can see in there just following through, and Adam keen to see whether he can solidify that lead. He had actually overtaken Monty Hind as the red flag came out, but because we dial back a lap, that means that he finds himself in 2nd place at the moment, but the rest of the field all looking to see what they can do as well. Thompson had fallen away. Remember I said watch out for him this morning. Well, in this afternoon's race he started well up in 4th place, but he finds himself well down the order at the moment as we watch the rear of the field all coming round to complete their green flag lap. Front of the grid is already in place as all the other drivers are still queuing their way back through Barn and the hairpin. You can see Goldstein there had a busy morning so far in that 3rd position on track alongside the Hanif brothers, or Arif Hanif on the first of them on the grid. But yeah, all looking like they're ready to go, just coming down the hill at the far end. You can see on the left of your screen, and they will just grid themselves up into the great spots, and then we will be off and running for what is actually the 3rd part of this Caterham Roadsports Championship for this weekend. Then they were going to have an extra race later on, but that's been moved to now. So let's see what this final 7 minutes. You see 7 minutes on the clock. Let's see what happens.
Well, here we go. The cars are lined up on the grid. The marshals are checking everyone's in their place. There's the 5-second board. It's been waved on the start-finish straight. We await the red lights to turn on that start-finish line. The lights are on. They're ready to race at Cadwell Park. It's lights out, and we are racing at Cadwell Park. Great start. We're off the line there by Monty Hind. And oh my goodness, Paul Goldstein has got another poor start. He's starting to be engulfed by the field behind him. But Adam Keane as well is staying with the front runner Monty Hind at the moment as they all make their way up through the first turn at Coppice and then around the corners from there.
Job 1 done then for Monty Hind, but he's got Keane right on his rear. In fact, I heard some gravel in the background, so hopefully everyone's maintained the track. But Monty Hind, job 1 done. Hanif has made that place up. Goldstein down to 5th then, and he's got all that work to do, but he's got plenty of time still to do it.
Paul Goldstein has lost out really here in comparison to the rest of the field, but Monty Hind looks like he might be losing out to Adam Keane as well. Keane going around the outside, and he has indeed taken the lead of this race at the park corner ahead of Monty Hind, and Hind is going to have to settle in behind him as they go through the Chris curve and head down towards the gooseneck chicane. They're going to be looking to get straight back on the tail of Adam Keane because they won't want to let him scanter away.
This is just what Adam Keane had done just as the red flags are coming out, so this is where he ends. Goldstein out onto the grass, so he's losing more places. Barry Thompson and the other Hanif brother coming through as well, so Keane heads this field, and Monty Hind's just going to have to relax into this, stay settled. He's lost that rear left wheel arch, doesn't he, on his car, but he's settling in that 2nd place, and they've gapped a little bit back to 3rd place Hanif at this point in the race, but Thompson now up to 4th, making really good progress early on.
There's a lot of craziness going on behind the front three leading cars, and we can confirm that Henry Morris has driven the race start of his life. He's managed to make his way all the way up into third from starting fifth at the beginning of this little 7-minute sprint that we're being treated to here at Cadwell Park as we enter the final part of racing here this weekend. And there is Adam Keane disappearing off into the distance away from Monty Hind, who slipped back into second position from initially leading. And oh, that's a really big slide in the backfield. Talk about keeping it together and keeping a bit of composure on the track. I don't know how they kept that in check, but Paul Goldstein has also slipped right the way back as well. I don't know what's going on in this race, but the pace that Goldstein seemed to have before the lunch break has gone. Maybe that track of potato is weighing his car down too much.
Yeah, very much. He's certainly not had the start that he would want. Just waiting for TSL to kick in. Can't see the timing screen coming up at the moment on my end, but it is still Keane out in front of Hind. Then it's Thompson in that fourth place, who we saw spectacularly sliding that car outside. And
he's got the run here. Sorry, Monty Hind has got the run here potentially on Adam Keane. He's got to go around the outside if he wants to, but he just didn't have the pace. Adam Keane out breaking him at the turn at Park, and that means that they're falling back now into the clutches potentially as well of Henry Morris. As I said, started fifth, now he's in third. Monty Hind had to really cover up. Well, Monty Hind was really going for it against Adam Keane, but now he's got to cover off Henry Morris as well. This is chaos from the start as well.
Yeah, but lucky to say Thompson's in the right line, but Emery has got past him then. So after that side, we've got another car off down the end. Is that
it's Goldstein?
Oh, it's
Goldstein's gone off. He's lost even more places. He's going to be dropping down potentially out of the top 10 now as a result. This is madness, Chris.
Whether that's an issue or whether that's just losing your head because you're trying to push too hard in these early parts of this lap. But Keane is the one with the calmest head so far. He's pulling clear a little bit of Hind and Morris. Thompson still in that fourth. In fact, Emery in that fourth place, overtaking Thompson. Then comes Barry Haniff. So what's happened to Arif? He's gone down to 8th place last time across the line. So he lost places in that early manoeuvres as well.
Well, let's take a look at the cars as they come down onto the pit straight. Indeed, it is Adam Keane with the lead. Monty Hind just behind him in second place, and Henry Morris following behind in third. There's a big shift of changes here at the moment as well. Jonathan Emery has gone from 7th all the way through to 4th now. That's brilliant work from him. Barry Thompson leaping from 6th to 5th. We have got a smoking Caterham that's had to go off the circuit now as well. That might be something that's overheating. I don't think it's anything major to be worried about just yet. Luckily, marshals are on their way, but let's turn our attention to the Park Straight and the action that's unfolding here at Cadwell Park. As we can see, Monty Hind hunting down Adam Keane. Is he going to be able to get to him before the park corner? No. Adam Keane is still holding on to first place in this race, and instead Monty Hind is just going to fold in behind him. But from third place onwards, third, fourth and fifth are separated by about a second, and more cars going off. Chris, what is happening?
It's that 7-minute blast. We've only got 2 minutes 40 seconds left. Emery was all over the tail of Morris as they went up into park that time as well. Got chopped off by Morris. Morris said, absolutely no way you're coming through. So he had to sit back behind Thompson, right behind them as well. But Monty Hind still seeing if there's anything he can do about Adam Keane, the relentless onslaught of Adam Keane, who's come from near the back of the field in race 1 to now heading this field race 2 as the rest of the field comes through, including Arif Haniff. So yes, he has lost out a lot of places, but it is Keane followed by Hind. Then we've got Emery and Thompson in there. So to be Morris, I missed out Morris. He was in the mountain when I called it.
Morris, Emery, Thompson all fighting for the third place finish. I think it's fair to say that Keane and Hind will be fighting with each other right up until the checkered flag. We've probably got about 2 laps of racing left in us. It depends when the cars come across the timing beacon. Now you can see about 1 minute and 50 seconds left in this race. They lap at about 1 minute 40. So I reckon about 2 laps of racing left here, Chris, but anything's possible. Adam Keane is the man out in front at the moment.
Emery going around the outside of Thompson now into turn 1, mates in stick, so he's moved up into third, so 7th on the grid, now up to third.
Really good move there from Emery as they disappear up into the distance, going around. Charlie's now getting ready to go on Park Straight. You can bet your bottom dollar there's going to be more changes of positions here from third down to 5th, because the slipstream, the tow is going to become an advantage here, and you can see everyone squaring each other up, in particularly Monty Hind, who's going around the left-hand side of Adam Keane. Keane is going to slot in behind Mind now as they break for the park corner, and Adam Keane will slot in behind Mind. He might have done that tactically, to be fair to him.
Hard to know at this point though. So we said this is penultimate lap. I don't think they were shown the last lap. No, I can see them hanging out the last lap board ready for them to come down next time through. So no, I don't. I think at the moment that was still just working out where, you know, being in front is better than being behind. But Emery looking all over the rear of
Keane's got to be careful here. He's weaving left and right. He's trying to be all defensive, but he's got to remember he has to stay in the hunt, stay in the fight to eventually get the overall win. But Emery is chasing him down indeed as they head up into the mountain section of this circuit. Chris, they're going to fly past in front of us now here in commentary, and Emery is all over the back of Adam Keane. He's desperately looking for a gap to try and exploit as they head through to the mountain section, head out of the mountain section, sorry, into the forest. This is just insane. What's going on, Chris?
He's just deliberately moving left and right to try and distract Keane. Keane's experienced enough that won't really throw him, especially through a section like the Hall Bends where you can't really overtake, but everyone else is still line astern. Barry Haniff there looking to see whether he can pick up any pieces. Monty Hind though, he's going to come across the line with about 7 seconds to go. Starting the last lap then.
Here we go, last lap of the race. Monty Hind flying up through coppice, but Adam Keane is right on his tail. You can probably guess it, what I'm going to say next. Going down the Park Straight is going to be mighty interesting indeed. This is certainly spicing up this race as we head around the turns for the final time this weekend for this Roadsport Championship, and Adam Keane is right on the back of Monty Hind. Here we go then, up the hill of Park Straight. Monty Hind is trying to keep him at bay. Keane's going to go down the right-hand side. He'll have the inside line at the Park turn as well. Is Adam Keane going to make the move stick? He is indeed, and Emery ducks in along the inside as well. Monty Hind has lost out in 2 places in 1 turn. Oh my goodness.
If he could play that all again, he would protect the inside, but Emery looking to see whether they can take the lead, but he made the wrong decision there, defending to the outside, leaving the inside line open.
Emery is still staying within this fight as well. Adam Keane's got to be very, very careful. Squeaky clean now. He might have left the door open for Emery to exploit potentially. Let's see if we can follow them as the battle continues. Emery right on the fender of the Caterham in front of him, belonging to Adam Keane. They've really bunched up now, heading into the final portion of the circuit as well. Down the hill they go towards the mountain section. Chris, they're going to come out in front of us again. Will they be able to get some airtime? Let's take a look at the pace of the cars. They are bunched together very tightly indeed. Keane, Emery, Hind, all 1, 2, 3, heading into the Hall Bends. This is electrifying.
You can see why Hind didn't want to go for this. He's lost a couple of places. He was sitting duck into that top corner, and I think that's where he's going to end up. Barry looking to see whether he can make a position up into that final hairpin. He doesn't have to sit back in, so it's coming down out the last corner.
1 turn left, and down onto pit straight they go. Adam Keane looks like he could hold on to the lead here ahead of Emery and Hind. What's it going to be, a photo finish maybe for the line? No, Adam Keane takes the win just ahead of Emery, and Monty Hind comes in third after starting on pole position for this little sprint race to finish off the Roadsport Championship this weekend at Cadwell Park. What a brilliant way to get the second batch of racing started after lunchtime, Chris.
Just a little soupçon, a flavour of what's to come. The Roadsport's giving us some fantastic action. Emery, the story of that moving forward, as well as Goldstein, the story moving backwards, wasn't it? So 7th to 2nd for Emery, and Goldstein was what was that, 3rd down to 9th. So nightmare for him. He's lost out on points there, but I think in the championship that's going to make things interesting when we turn to Knock Hill in a couple of weeks' time. 3rd, 4th of August we'll head up to Knock Hill for the next round, and we'll see these Roadsports out there giving us more of the same. But Keane going to be dead happy with that to finish first. Hind is going to be, I think, upset in the end that after all the defensive work he's been doing, he hasn't come away from a win, and it looked like in that first bit he might well do it, but it's Keane and Emery who's moved themselves to the top, our Academy Championship rivals.
Let's take a look at the results then as they finished in this race, and it is Adam Keane who's taken the victory in this race as well. This little short 7-minute burst that we had, confirmation as well. Jonathan Emery claimed 2nd place, and he also got the fastest lap of the race, 1:40.3 as well, so lapping very fast in comparison to the last period of this race as well. Of course, this is all run one race, Chris. It's very confusing, but trust me, it makes sense. And Monty Hind grabbed the final podium finishing position as well. And there you can see at the bottom of your screen the confirmation. Emery got the fastest lap. Disappointing race for Goldstein. The marshals are waving them into Parc Fermé, and that means it's time for us to head into Parc Fermé as well, because Adam Keane is leading the conveyor belt of drivers as they make their way in there, and that means we can go down to Sam and Harry, who are going to give us the inside scoop from all the drivers after this exhilarating little sprint race.
Oh, blimey. So the cars are just coming in, and that worked for some but didn't work for others, having that restart. So definitely worked for Jono though, didn't it? Fantastic race, and he was a man on a mission. But poor Monty still gets a podium, which is fantastic, but He won't be happy with third, obviously. He wanted first place. But well done to this man, Adam Keane, in first place. I think these boys are happy. I'll just wait for them to get their helmets off. And poor Paul, didn't quite work for him having that restart. But Adam, fantastic, well done.
Oh man, I love Cadwell Park. It's been a year and like 5 months since my last race win, which was here, and my only race win. So yeah, I'm chuffed to bits with that. I'm starting 17th this morning. Oh my god, what a palaver! This restart, and the whole shebang. Oh my god! And it started splitting at the end. And I thought it was just going to start really chucking it down, but I'm over the moon. I'm not going to lie.
It does a lot for your emotions, doesn't it? All of this that you go through.
Yeah, a few choice words were said in my helmet as I went across the finish line. I'm not going to lie, I was chuffed, but yeah, that was mega. I'm so happy.
Oh, well done. Yeah, well deserved. Well done, Adam. Where's Jono gone to? He's disappeared. Where's he? Oh, he's gone walking off down here. But I'll grab him in a minute, 'cause I'm sure he'll come back. But I'll speak to Monty. Monty, you didn't really want to do that restart, did you?
Not really. Well, yes, because I want to go racing, but I was first before the restart. I led most of it. Then Adam got the run on me, and John managed to slip in behind him as well, so I lost 2 in one corner. Which is, I mean, before this weekend I hadn't had a podium. This is my second, so I can't complain, but a little bit sore. But it's nice being on the podium with Adam. It means a lot.
Yeah.
So, a great weekend. And, yeah, I can't complain.
You've driven brilliantly, like well deserved to be on the podium as well.
Thank you.
No problem. Right, I'll go and grab Jono. Oh, he's coming back down. Come on, Jono. That was excellent. Well done.
Cool. I really enjoyed that. It's mental. I was so pumped. It's amazing. Great race. I'm glad when I put my hand up, let's race, let's go for it. So yeah, I nearly got Adam. The toe was just not quite there on the last corner. But yeah, awesome move on Monty. I think at the top of the hill, something like that. I was like, not do or die, but you just got to stick your car in there and hope for the best sometimes. And I needed the points because I was 17th yesterday after, well, not, it was today actually, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Spinning off. So yeah, mega chuffed to come through like that, and good, strong, hard racing. So, and that's what I love. That's why I'm here. So it's mega. Really chuffed. So thank you.
That's good. You could tell you're enjoying it out there.
Yeah. Just you feel it. The tyres go off a bit and stuff, and you feel the pressure. But it's awesome. It's so cool. You just get into your groove. Don't think about stuff and just drive. And yeah, mega. It was a bit disappointing to finish 17th, but to come through from 17th, to, what was it, 7th in the first, or the second race, and then to come from 7th to 2nd in the third race was just awesome. So one of my best races yet, actually. So really enjoyed it. Learnt a lot. I'm a bit behind in certain setups and stuff, but I'm proud to have built the car and doing it on my own. So I'm doing all right. Loving it.
Great achievement. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Cheers.
Right, so it's graduates next, so I'll hand over to Harry.
Well, the afternoon session, as it was originally scheduled, is now about to start. We're back in with the Sigma 150s. We've had 2 incredible races so far this weekend in this series. 1 more to come, and there's a man over there starting on pole who will want to turn that into a race win. So whilst he's got his helmet off, let's go over, have a quick chat with Henry Heaton. Henry, we spoke to you a little bit earlier after the second race, final race. You said you didn't want to jinx yourself, but you've got a golden opportunity starting from where you are.
I do, yeah. Well, it's the last one. This is my chance, so I'm looking forward to it. It's funny, when you go into a race weekend, you have a mix between apprehension and nerves and excitement. And there's a fine line between all those different emotions, but I'm definitely going into this race feeling excited, looking forward to it. I feel like I've got some pretty good pace here, so yeah, now I've just got to show what we can do. And I've got to say massive thanks as well to the boys at CTS Motorsport, to John, Mark and Tom. He put a great car together, and yeah, it's been fantastic fun joining the Caterham Graduates this weekend.
I'd say it's been a great weekend. There's a slightly camera shy wave, shall we say, over there on the far side, but as the laughs coming in, like you said, you've got plenty of people that are going to be snapping at your heels though throughout this one, and now the track's dry as well, overtaking, there is going to be opportunity for all of you, so you're going to have to be really on your guard.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the toe's massive, down the back straight, so I've got no doubt about it that starting in pole position, if I get it off the line well, then they'll be all over me. But let's get a couple of laps in. That's what I'm thinking in my head now. Get a couple of laps in, set some strong pace, and see where we are. Caterham Racing, it's all about that last lap, those last couple of laps. So if I'm there or thereabouts at the end, don't write me off.
Brilliant. Well, Henry, best of luck. As you said, don't write you off. We'll see what happens there. You can see all the drivers starting to get into their grid positions now as well. But we're going to make our way over to car number 2 just for one very, very quick chat. Want to make sure that we get as many drivers' views as well. Come over to Rob Appleton. Rob, just a real quick one. Henry was saying race 3, different conditions, but you've got a bit of a feel for the track now and a chance to go out on a high this weekend, all of you on the grid.
I hope so, because it looks dry and looks like it's going to be fun there. And I've fixed my electrical fault, which finished my race 2 result. So yeah, it should be fun, I hope.
So fingers crossed for everyone. Like you said, a great job to get the electrical fault fixed up in time as well, and just shows how important everybody is behind the scenes to get out on track.
Most definitely. It's the paddock. There's about 3 separate things came up for trying to botch the thing together to get it working and reliable again. So yeah, it should last the race.
Fingers crossed it does for you, Rob. Best of luck out there. As you can see, the car's getting ready to go for the final race of this first triple header of the season. And James, Chris, back to you to talk us through this one.
Thank you very much, Harry. Great to pick the brains of the drivers as they head out onto the track from the assembly area, and it gives me great pleasure to bring Chris back into the equation. But before I talk to you, Chris, once again before another race, let's look at how the grid lines up for this one. It's another pole position start again for Henry Heaton, Harry Senior alongside him on the front row, Matthew Willoughby and Tom Horton just behind them. Those are 4 big names you need to keep your eyes on. Rob Warner, another one that's pressed earlier on in proceedings this weekend. Bren Maud alongside him, James McCall, Max Haynes, Jamie Elwood and Gareth Cordy just following in behind, but those are all people who will start the fight very early on to get towards the top end of the grid. Barry White and Andrew Whitten start off the second page of competitors. Craig Denman, Charles Elliott, Ian Anderson and Christopher Raymond shortly behind then. Stefano Mara, Andrew Johnson, Martin Gleich and Rob Appleton round off the second page of competitors for this race. And there's a single soul on the final page, the third page. Little Michael Downing, all on his own in the number 52 Caterham, but he won't be on his own for very long because he'll suddenly find himself in the middle of a field of Sigma 150s, because I'm sure he'll be quick to make his way through and start challenging towards the top 10 finishers. And it gives me great pleasure to say that Chris Hutchinson, you're still here with me, you're still alive, you're not falling asleep just yet because the racing's been far too exciting.
Not just yet, no. And yeah, Michael Downing started his racing career 2012, I think the year before I did, and has been racing ever since. So one of the most experienced drivers out there, loves his Caterham action, been with the Graduates now for many, many years, but it just shows it's not all about winning in motorsport. There is plenty of action and fun to be had all the way up and down these fields. But let's watch this field through. Jamie Elwood, one of the interesting ones who dropped back. He won the first race, if you remember yesterday, so he's all the way back. What's in ninth place? So he wasn't set up correctly for this morning's race, which was a lot wetter. But now we're on the full dry again. Maybe we'll see the resurgence of Jamie Elwood. Can Henry Heaton do it? He's been third in the first race, second in the second. Can he make it to the top step of the podium? Harry Senior finally making his win after having second place in the first race. Let's see how they all get going, and can Heaton, they can then share it all, can't it? It's all nice and fair there. If Henry Heaton gets one, everyone's shared it.
What's the family atmosphere that you were talking about? It's all about family, you know.
It's like, yeah, modern day sports day, everyone's a winner, but you know that Harry Senior is absolutely not going to let that happen without any kind of fight. Henry being on pole position for the 3 times, it's the first time we've had pole position where it's actually going to be an advantage because it is dry now, so that's going to be certainly useful for him. But if it puts you out in front, it just means you're open to the tow, as I know we've seen that all day, and we're going to see it more as we go into the afternoon sessions. Heat weaving heavily, and I can see Harry Senior with the number 1 as the reigning champion of this Sigma 150 class. So you weave and get all the temperature into their tyres, get ready, make sure the car's all feeling good as they head out then to finish their third, or to take part in their third race, their final race of the weekend for the Sigma 150 class.
We talk about how everyone's a winner this weekend, Chris. I feel like, selfishly, we're the real winners because we've got one of the best views in the entire circuit for this racing, and we've been treated to some brilliant racing throughout the entire proceedings this weekend, and including some great views during the qualifying and practice sessions as well. We're nowhere near the end of proceedings yet either, Chris. What are you looking forward to from this race in particular?
Just the fact that we're now pure dry track. There's maybe one damp patch into turn one, but even that's evaporating quickly now. So pure dry track, enough time for the Caterhams to really show what they're going to do. And I know that there's going to be people really keen and eager. So we're going to watch Elwood coming through. It's all the stories for me that make these races, as well as the close action we get. Repeatedly changes of position and lead. It never is a dull moment in Caterham action. And we've had plenty of it, but third of 3 races, 20 minutes of this Sigmatch 150 class to go. Can't wait to see how they're going to get on.
Well, they've all taken their slots on the grid. We await to see when the 5-second board will be waved and when the lights will start to illuminate themselves. There goes the 5-second board. 5 seconds until we go racing here at Cadwell Park. We await the lights to illuminate themselves. The lights are on. We are ready to race at Cadwell. The lights are out. We are racing once again. Heaton gets a poor start and Harry Senior takes advantage of it, going around the outside of him as they head down towards the first corner. Warner seems to get a good start as well. He's right in behind the group, and Senior's going right around the outside of Henry Heaton. Heaton will be disappointed with himself as they emerge at the top of the hill. He's fallen back into second place, Chris.
Yeah, Harry Senior got the best start again, but it was Warner that was actually flying again. He's the rocket ship starts this weekend so far as Harry Senior goes into the lead. Then Henry Heaton's in his tow as the rest of the field all try and stumble over that same bit of track. There we go for Senior round. Henry Heaton round the outside. Then
here goes Henry Heaton down in towards the park corner. He's managed to get the move done on Harry Senior. He felt embarrassed after that poor start, so he's made up for it heading down the park straight and reclaim first place. But Rob Warner, what a fantastic start from him to go from 5th on the grid right the way up to 3rd, and he'll happily sit behind these two, learn how to drive around this track as fast as possible and potentially make a move in the latter stages of the race.
Yeah, I mean, if he can continue that pace that he gets from the start into the rest of this race, Elwood not making the progress he'd want to at this point as the rest of this field streams through. Henry Heaton, though, leading Senior this time through. This was the bit of the track that Senior seemed to have a little bit of an advantage of in race 1. See whether he can close up again. A little of a lock up there, as well as drivers working out where the limit of adhesion is on this dry track.
Here we go then as they file past us here in commentary. It's Heaton, it's Senior, it's Warner, and the rest of the field trailing in behind them as they head into the Hall Bends, and they'll go round the corners now towards the hairpin. That's where a lot of people were sideways earlier on in the day when the track was a bit greasier, a bit wetter, and sideways action once again there from Henry Heaton too. Harry Senior right on his tail now. Let's watch them file through the final turn now onto the pit straight as well. Harry Senior all over the bumper of Henry Heaton. He might try and make a move heading up into Coppice. He's thinking against it as we see a lot of Bizzle start to reappear here at the Cadwell Park circuit.
Amazing, Joe. We've got a rear wing arch there being taken away from one of the red cars as they headed up. I wonder whether that was Jamie Elwood removing that wing arch from one of his rivals. It looked close as they headed up into it. Just as everything was drying out, we've got Bizzle again to dampen everyone's spirits. In fact, it's not dampening anyone's spirits. The lead two are going to probably work together a little bit here because they have got a gap.
There goes Harry Senior around the right-hand side of Henry Heaton. I think they'll be very happy, as you say, Chris, to keep swapping positions with each other. Rob Warner is watching them like a hawk. He's learning from them. He's staying in the fight, and he's also starting to build a slight gap between himself and Horton in behind.
These two, though, have had the pace over Warner in the earlier 2 races, so he's going to have found a bit to see whether he can cling on in there. And like I say, these changing conditions, they're not going to affect the track for quite a few laps yet, but it won't take long before they start feeling a little bit of lack of adhesion. The rest of them using some of that grippy grass that we've talked about earlier.
Jamie Elwood has been able to get ahead of Willoughby as well. You can see him in the white Caterham in the background. He's managed to make that move, so he is starting to make that progress that he wasn't able to do in the earlier stage of this race. And Rob Warner's coming under a lot of pressure from Tom Horton as well. Tom Horton all over the back of him, so I think it won't be long before we see Warner succumb to the pressure of Horton as they head into the Hall Bends. Oh, lots of sidewaysness from Warner and Horton together. Oh my goodness, that was very close between the two of them, potentially getting contact. And I think the mizzle is really starting to settle on this circuit now, particularly in those Hall Bends.
Yeah, difficult to say at the moment. The drivers will certainly be aware of it coming up here. They've definitely got that in their visor, but at the moment there'll be a bit of temperature in that track to allow any water to evaporate off. But like you say, it looks squirrely, didn't it, as Senior is now ahead of Heaton coming down across the line then.
Harry Senior in the lead of this race ahead of Henry Heaton as they climb their way up the hill towards the top of the track now, heading through Charlie's after negotiating coppice, and Rob Warner has been able to keep Jamie Elwood at bay for now after Tom Horton slips back off and maybe making a few mistakes in that final part of the circuit. Now here we go, Henry Heaton chasing down Harry Senior on the Park Straight, the two of them enjoying each other's toe, really enjoying the speed. They're working together, aren't they, to really break away from the pack, and you can see there Henry Heaton exchanging his position with Harry Senior, and the two of them have reversed once again. But just behind, I want to try and see what's happened. Is Rob Warner ahead? No, Jamie Elwood has broken through the pack. He's now in third position now, Chris. This is big moves from Elwood.
He was desperate to move forward early, and he's managed to do it as well. We've got a car off there, the number 33, off onto the grass, but it is Heaton ahead. Tag team racing, like we said, they're trying to keep ahead and make sure Elwood doesn't have an opportunity to come back at them. He's got through Horton as well as Willoughby in this last lap, so he is really good. First signs that we're starting to lose a bit of traction out on track, and it's pretty cold. Warner's losing a lot of time there, and it's, like I say, I can feel out here in our alfresco commentary that the temperature's dropped at least another couple of degrees.
There we go, Henry Heaton and Harry Senior flying away from the rest of the pack now. It looks as though the rest of the field are slipping back. Yes, Rob Warner's lost a lot of time in that middle sector now, the sort of, you know, mid-pack as it were, the midfield. They've really grouped themselves together and they are falling away from the leaders. So Henry Heaton and Harry Senior can be a little bit more comfortable with the positions they find themselves in. We got a green flag because it went yellow for a moment earlier on the last lap, but then it was instantly changed to a green. So I think someone maybe went slightly wide there.
So just maybe touching the grass through that complex where we just can't see or can't catch the cars. But he crosses the line ahead of Senior that time, and as they head up the field, that's where they're going to be. You can see the battles here, fast and furious through the
He's going down the inside of McCall, is he? No, McCall looking down to go down the inside of Willoughby. It was a mess going up through Coppice, but they all go through it nice and cleanly. Harry Senior out in front. No, Henry Heaton ahead of him. Look, there you are on the screens now. And Harry Senior maybe a bit too far away on this occasion to make any use of the toe.
It's wetter out this part of the track. I can see tram lines where the tires are leaving a mark on the track, and that's only because the track is wet. Henry Heaton seems to be dealing with these wet conditions just a bit better in these early laps. Harry Senior, though, will get to grips with that pretty quickly and figure out, because he wasn't slow this morning in those damp conditions.
Tom Horton is leading the best of the rest at the moment, with Willoughby just behind him, then McCall, then Haynes, then Moore.
Oh, we had a spinner there. I don't know if that was that Elwood spinning. He was sideways, slow. There is a white car. Is that Elwood?
There is a you're right. There's a very, very slow white car rejoining the circuit and getting going once again. We'll be able to confirm
I think it was
that
Elwood.
Once the timing beacons have been, once they've gone through the timing beacons again for sure. Rob Warner might be taking advantage of that after dropping off away from the leading two as they head around Mansfield and then down the hill from there.
I think that's Horton in his white car, and I think then the next white car in another few places back is going to be Elwood. So he's lost from third down to about 7th or 8th.
So Elwood losing out at the moment, unfortunately. There is Rob Warner. He has climbed himself into third place. There goes Tom Horton as well. Yes, Elwood is the big loser there. Jamie Elwood coming through behind the best of the rest as they're standing at the moment. But Willoughby's driving a very good race as well to stay up in the front. It was a poor start from him too, but he's recovered that well.
Yeah, watch out, there's tram lines even in this really damp patch that's been so squiggling and release. It's the only time we've had some fast corners around there in the last race, and it looks like already that's going to be going. But Horton is now ahead, and he's looking to see whether he can hold on. It's all been rejigged in this midfield.
Willoughby's getting a slipstream though around the outside of him. He'll go going up through Coppice. Has he got the move to stick? He has. He goes around the outside of Tom Horton, and he'll climb his way up into 4th position right now, and maybe he can start the chase on Rob Warner, and he doesn't want Rob Warner to get too comfortable because he wants to get there as quickly as possible too.
Yeah, the lines are moving to the outside of the track as these damp conditions mean they have to get off the racing line to find any grip. But yeah, he's looking to see whether he's got anything he can do. Willoughby really coming good as these conditions go a bit racked. There's the wing that's been missing. We saw that red wheel arch, and it was Willoughby's wing that's been caught out. They're really squirming under braking into Park Bend this time.
Very wide there from Willoughby, but brilliant racing going on just behind him as well between Horton and Haynes. I believe it's McCall, sorry, that's actually got through. The black coloured Caterham that's gone ahead will obviously, when they cross the timing beacon, get more confirmation once more. What we can confirm is that Henry Heaton and Harry Senior have worked together, used each other in a slipstream, exchanged positions pretty much every single lap, and they find themselves out in front with a very commanding lead right now. They're at the bottom of the mountain section here in front of us in commentary, and we'll be able to see them fly past us as our focus is still firmly on the midfield battle to see who gets being close behind them.
Heaton is flying in these mixed conditions. He is pulling a gap on Senior. Senior. Senior's doing everything he can. There's quite a big gap back now to Warner, and he was absolutely sideways as he came out the gooseneck that time. He's lost a lot of time as his car was facing up, and Willoughby is right on his tail.
I was just about to say he's already lost a lot of time to Willoughby there. He's been able to make up a lot of the gap that had formed in that middle sector there. So Willoughby really starting to put the pressure on Rob Warner, and we'll take a look at them as they head round the corners here, coming out the back of the forest section. Warner on your screen, disappearing towards the left, Willoughby behind him as well, Haynes filing in as well, Tom Horton is in the mix. This is crazy right now, Chris.
Yeah, it's changing every single time they come through, and the conditions are dropping all the time. They're losing traction. It's about working out how much quicker can I go, how much risk do I take. Henry Heaton's managing that situation the best as we watch the side-by-side for the action as we go this lower end of the top 10 as they're coming up towards us now around Charlie's and now onto Park Straight once more.
Let's see if we can get a view of Park Straight and see what's going on in that battle for third place. There we are, Rob Warner just ahead at the moment, but Willoughby is right on his back. Willoughby's moving to the right-hand side of him. There'll be a move that's going on down in Park that we can't see right now. There's another battle going on between this group of four that are now going 3-4 abreast down towards the Park corner. It looks as though Willoughby has been able to get ahead of Warner. That's happened off our screen, but right now this battle that's going on that Tom Horton has dropped back into, he's managing to pull away from it as people run wide, end up on the grass, but right now we want to try and find out where the bright blue and orange case car of Rob Warner has got to.
Yeah, let's see whether he's gone behind. He's gone behind the two cars in front of him. So Willoughby and Haynes have both gone through. He finds himself in 5th place. Amy Elwood is just not finding his way through. I think he may have just got ahead of that pack now, but he was struggling. They were all in a clump as they went round Park, but it is now Willoughby who takes up that 3rd place mantle. Heaton and Senior just going on their own race. Senior may be closing back up again, but it's this pack for 3rd place that's interesting. Willoughby holding over Haynes, and then it is a Warner.
There we go, Willoughby leading the charge through for 3rd place right now. Warner has dropped behind both of the challengers that were creeping up behind him. So Warner's got a lot of work to do if he wants to try and get back into those podium places as they head round the hairpin and down towards Barn, and then they'll head onto the pit straight, which Heaton and Senior have already gone through. They are in a league of their own, those two, and with 9 minutes left, we're in the final half of the race here. It won't be long before the gap is closed between them once again, and we can see a very dramatic finish to this race.
Yeah, I think Heaton will be looking to see whether he can make that not happen, because he's looking to see whether he can stem the gap, and it looks like Willoughby is the car with the next bit of speed, because Haynes has dropped off the back of him, and Warner, who was really struggling to keep that car in a straight line. Then comes up Elwood, so Elwood has made his way into that 6th place. He's next car behind Warner here, and so looking to see whether he can do anything. But I think his challenge for the lead faded when he spun.
Well, we're taking a look at the three that are hunting for the final podium spot for the 3rd place finish. It's currently between the three of them. Oh, is that a potential dive by Haynes? No, he thought about it, but he's decided to keep it clean because he wants to keep his car in the fight. No silly mistakes just yet. Willoughby leading the way. He's got a slight gap now between himself and Haynes, who's now fallen into the clutches of Rob Warner, and we know that Rob Warner is a very brave man and would like to put the moves on people anywhere across this circuit as we see them dip down the hill and they start to come towards us here in the mountain section.
Yeah, happy to throw shapes all away with his car sideways, left, right and centre. He will put his car, after his great start he has dropped back a little bit, but he'll be keen to get back through. Just Heaton and Senior about the same gap in front of me now as we watch this battle for 3rd coming through, and it is Willoughby still looking like he might be breaking a gap, but Max Haynes is fighting back.
Willoughby leads them through the forest section now, through those hall bends, and Rob Warner just dropping off ever so slightly in comparison to Haynes. We'll take a look at the times when they come across the start-finish line and they take that beacon. It will obviously update on TSL. Henry Heaton still out in front. He's growing the gap between himself and Harry Senior. Maybe no last lap drama then between those two, and the drama will definitely come from behind as Willoughby is going to come across the line and confirm himself as the 3rd place contender. Haynes shortly behind, and also Rob Warner as well, bringing up the rear, but still very much in the fight.
Weather update, drizzle has gone, so we are going to get back to dry.
Mizzle, Chris, it's your own
dry
word.
Racing by the end of this 20 minutes, so 7 minutes left to go, but all that time they've been squirming around. It will only take a couple of laps for that to go away, and they'll be back to full grip racing again. Max Haynes chasing, seeing if there's anything to do about Willoughby, who will look like in the wet weather he was pulling away, but Haynes in this drier weather is pulling back.
Here we go then, Willoughby negotiating his way through the Park corner quite easily. He's got, as you say, Max Haynes right on the rear of him. He's just watching him very carefully because Willoughby seems to have found this quicker line in some parts of the circuit, and that's the sign of a good driver, isn't it? Especially with the likes of Max Haynes learning from the car in front of you, seeing where they go faster, and then using their own stance and their own abilities to reel them in and then overtake them at a more comfortable point for yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. You're looking exactly what people are doing, especially when you're seeing them catching or pulling away. You do look to see how they're treating the track differently, if there's anything you can do. As Henry again goes in front of us, gap about equidistant back to senior as this battle for third then comes up. Squealing tyres I can hear, so the track is now back to dry. Bit of air as they jump over the mountain that time as well.
Warner has dropped off from the back of Max Haynes, and Max Haynes very much staying with Willoughby as they head through the forest section of this circuit. They've disappeared off your screens at the moment, but they've come past us in commentary recently. That's why we're talking about. There they are. Willoughby going around the final turn now, going around Barnum down onto the pit straight. He has got Max Haynes for company. He's going to be sticking with him as we creep in towards the final 5 minutes of racing here at Cadwell Park circuit for these 150s.
Yeah, as they take across the line then, so this is the battle that looks like it's closing in. Max Haynes tracing down Willoughby. Can he make anything happen? It looks like he's going to at the moment. We're still 5 minutes, so still plenty of time, but there's battles a bit further back I can see as well. So this racing is not over yet, but is it over for the lead? 1.9 seconds. Oh, a little bit of grasp by Willoughby as he went onto the park straight. He had to come out of the throttle. That's going to give Max Haynes a little bit of a sniff more.
It will indeed. It will offer Haynes the opportunity to get himself even closer to Willoughby. You can see them there going down towards the park corner now, and I can tell you that one of your favourites, Jamie Elwood, is the fastest man out on that circuit at the moment. It's the 1:37.8 that he's been able to achieve. He's pretty much matching the pace of Willoughby out front, but going ever so slightly, a few hundredths of a second quicker than Willoughby, who's defending his position from Haynes currently. So Elwood is still very quick, but you've got to ask yourself, why is he not further up the grid as a result?
Well, that's just because of his spin, wasn't it? He was on the grass earlier, and that's just too much damage. He's in damage fixing mode, and unfortunately that's not going to be enough to get him back through. He may well catch up with Warner and Haynes. It wouldn't put it past him. We've got a slow car out of here.
He is going through back markers at the moment. That's how quick that man is in that Caterham, and it means that the back markers will play into this battle between Willoughby and Haynes as well. There's no doubt that that is going to be a problem potentially for Matt Willoughby. There he is going through the hall bends, and you can see Heaton has had to negotiate his way past some back markers with Harry Senior.
Ooh, someone's been on the grass there maybe, brought some debris back onto the circuit, a little bit of mud maybe. Everything's something to watch out for as a driver. It might be slippy around there. And yeah.
It's pixelation, Chris. Don't get too excited just yet. There goes Willoughby taking the timing beacon. He is still in third position. He's got Haynes behind him, though. Haynes is very, very close and pretty much matching his pace as well. That's the important thing to be said. Now, the back marker didn't get in the way there. That's played into the advantage. Rob Warner's getting very close as well. But for now, we stick our attention with Willoughby and Haynes as they go around Charlie's. Head down onto the park straight now. Has Haynes got himself close enough to potentially make a move here on Willoughby? Up the hill they go now on Park Straight. He's looking towards the right-hand side of Willoughby as they approach the park corner as well. Is there any room? He's had to slam on the brakes. He's got too much speed, but he's got nowhere to use it. So he has to settle for remaining behind Willoughby.
Yeah, and it's Elwood right on the rear of Warner there, and I wonder whether he got through as they went up into park, but Warner looks like he's going to drop another place to the recovering Elwood. It is a white car in front of Warner, therefore he did take that place, and Willoughby is looking in that third place, and Max Haynes is seeing whether he can do anything about it.
Well, after this lap's completed, you could say that we've got about 2 laps of racing left as well. So interesting to keep that thought in note that Elwood might be able to catch these two here that are fighting for a third place finish right now. Haynes neck and neck with Willoughby as they head down into the mountain section. There they are on your screen, heading up this treacherous, twisty hill now. Flying past us in commentary, and Elwood very much keeping Warner at bay and showing how much pace he's got. There goes Willoughby through the first lot of the hall bends, looking much quicker than Haynes as well, it must be said, Chris.
Elwood was absolutely late as you like on the brakes, and the left-hander going into the mountain. Unfortunately, that cost him a bit of time, so he is fast, trying to see whether he can catch up to the guys in front, but he's costing himself time again onto the grass there, so he's more time lost as he went out there onto the track.
He's trying to drive aggressively because he can see the guys in front of him fighting for third place, and he wants to join in, but if he keeps driving too aggressively, he's just going to lose out, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really fine margin. You know, if you get onto the grass, it's so wet that if you're just going to cost yourself plenty of time. But he might still do it. 2 minutes 21, so this is the penultimate lap of this race as the leaders come through. There is Jamie Elwood ahead of Warner. He is looking to see in the number 11 car, can he chase down those two in front of him? Looks out of reach, doesn't it, with only 2 laps to go. I think he's going to have to settle in for that 5th place and lick his wounds away from Cadwell Park about what could have been a win in race 1, but I think he's going to have to be satisfied with a top 5 in race 2.
Plenty more action to enjoy this season with Jamie Elwood. He's not going anywhere, I'm sure. We'll be able to enjoy more action from him. And we we await to see how the cars will emerge from that back end of the circuit as they come towards us. Heaton and Senior very much in a league of their own out front right now. Just look at that, a 7-second gap between Senior and Willoughby, and we await to see from our commentary position who's going to emerge first between Willoughby and Haynes, because they have been catching each other. Willoughby still ahead, but only just about as they're coming up the mountain section now in front of us. There's Henry Heaton on your screen, Harry Senior just behind them, and there is Willoughby. You can see how close the gap is between him and Max Haynes. This is brilliant racing at Cadwell Park.
More back markers though for Henry Heaton, so we're going to be hoping that he catches him in the right place for his race to continue on. Heaton has not let up this whole race. Senior has not had anything to be able to do to catch up, even though we've had a little bit of damp, a little bit of dry. Neither has worked out for him. Henry Heaton's going to catch up in quite an awkward place, heading into turn one. He's trying to go around the outside there, but confusion. He's going to have lost seconds there to that confusion, and this is a chance for Harry Senior to catch up. Look how many seconds he's gaining back there.
Oh my goodness, last lap drama is delivering and is coming in the form of back markers getting in the way of those who are flying across this Cadwell Park circuit out front. Harry Senior has been able to get past, but he's too far away potentially to make a move down to Park Corner after the electrifying pace that these cars are able to show going down the Park Straight. He is right towards the back, yellow flag being waved as well. No overtaking, slowing your car's pace as well. We've got to bear that in mind. We've lost the leaders on our pictures, but that's because we picked up Willoughby, who's still got Haynes on the back of him, but Haynes is too far back to make a move down into the Park Corner. So I think it's fair to say that Willoughby will be able to defend his third place position going across the rest of this final lap.
We've not seen a position change into that last section of the race after Park Corner, I don't think this whole weekend, so it's unlikely, I'd say. Here is our race leader, and that would have been a really uncomfortable moment for Henry Heaton, but he has managed to hold on to that lead. Looks like he is singing and in the right place. Harry Senior there in that second place.
Here comes Henry Heaton now heading up the mountain section for the final time in this race, looking to claim that first win of the weekend, and he might as well do it. Heading through the hall bend, looking very fast. Harry Senior throwing everything into that first little jink in the corner, but there is Heaton on your screen right now. He's enjoyed a stellar race from when it started. He started on pole. He might have lost it after a poor start going up into Coppice initially, but he reclaimed it very quickly, and he's driven a superb race ever since. And as he emerges from Barn, he'll head down the pit straight, and he will take the checkered flag. He'll take his coveted win that he's been searching for this weekend, and Harry Senior follows in behind. But Henry Heaton is the best man out there in this class, and he has rightly taken victory. Willoughby claiming third position as well. Max Haynes has to settle in following behind, and Jamie Elwood, despite that dodgy start that he might have experienced, can be pleased with the fight forward through to fifth place.
Yeah, I think Max Haynes was disappointed going over the line. I thought I saw a little fist pump from Henry Heaton just as he landing out the mountain that time through. Knew he'd got it done, knew he'd done enough, and that back marker wasn't enough to throw him off his thing. But I think saw Haynes sort of bouncing off the rev limiter, and that's a sign that a driver's a bit frustrated at the end of that. Couldn't quite get past Willoughby to take that third place, but Willoughby having to defend relentlessly in that last part of that race. Well done to him holding on to that third place. But yeah, Henry Heaton shares all the wins out then. It's been a win for Heaton, win for Senior, and a win for Elwood this weekend. And what more do you want out of a set of Caterham races?
Just shows you how competitive these Caterham grids are, the fact that so many different drivers achieve wins across the weekend. Well, let's take a look at the results of the top finishers from this race that we've just enjoyed. Henry Heaton is the man that's claimed a win, finally claimed a win for himself there by 1.5 seconds over Harry Senior. The two of them fighting really well throughout the entire weekend. Matthew Willoughby slotted into the final podium position, and of course a special shout out to Max Haynes and Jamie Elwood, who provided entertainment throughout the entire race itself. And Harry Senior got the fastest lap of the race as well, right towards the end of proceedings too, a 1:37.1 on lap 11. But for now we're going to head down into Parc Fermé, where Harry is waiting for these cars to make their way through to take their final slots for the weekend and to let the celebrations continue to roll. So Harry, it's over to you. Grab some drivers and grab some thoughts, because we are loving this racing.
Well, there we have it. A fantastic result for Henry Heaton. We're going to wait for the cars to come in a second, but what a weekend for him. Race 1, third. Race 2, second. And race 3. He said he didn't want to tempt fate earlier, but he secured that win. And here they are coming in. You can see some fist pumps, some celebrations there. Car number 34 pulling up. Another brilliant tussle, but it's Henry Heaton who, at the third time of asking this weekend, secures that win. We'll give him a chance just to get up and out quickly.
Yeah.
Henry, I'll give you a chance to get your breath back a little bit. We'll come straight into you. You said earlier that you didn't want to tempt fate. Well, probably the biggest gap you've had all weekend once you'd had that tussle with Harry at the start there, and well, you've got that win. Finally managed to get that win this weekend.
Yeah, I got there. Took a little bit of warming up too, but we got there in the end. So I've got to say, before anything else, massive thank you to the boys at CTS Motorsport for putting one hell of a car together. Mark, John, Tom, you know, those boys have done an absolutely sterling job. We arrived this weekend, we've faced a couple of challenges to get it on the pace, but I think we've proved something there. So yeah, fantastic race. But yeah, what a race to drive as well. I mean, it started off with the conditions changing, so Harry and I were just trying to find the grip, and then I just about managed to get maybe a second gap I could see on the pit board. So at that point I was thinking, right, come on Henry, head down, fastest laps now, you just need to be metronomic with it, and just about managed to gap Harry a little bit and come home. But when you see a car out there by itself like that, it might look easy, but the concentration is 10 tenths. So yeah, it was a great drive, and I really enjoyed it.
I say a great drive. We enjoyed watching it as well. Sam was just saying to us off camera that you see that flag come out for the last lap. Strange things sometimes go through drivers' heads. How important is it just to maintain that focus, and how hard is it as well?
Yeah, well, 20 minutes, it doesn't sound like a long time, but it is when you you're lap after lap having to, get your braking points exactly right, not overcook it too much, and trying to get the most out of the car. So yeah, it is difficult, it's a challenge, but you say there about the last lap and just bringing it home, and I had a little bit of a moment with the back mark. I probably went the wrong way, but I had, thankfully at that point, enough of a cushion to lose a little bit of time and still have a bit of a comfortable gap at the end. So yeah, at that point when the last lap board came out, I was thinking, right, come on, bring it home. But I do want to know who got the fastest lap now as well.
Not sure on that one. We'll work that out. We'll let you know a little bit later off camera. Congratulations, Henry. You got that win. We'll come back over, have a quick chat with Harry Senior. Well, we've just found out it was Harry Senior that got the fastest lap as well in the end. Second place, 2 second places and a first for you this weekend. Sum up the meet from your perspective.
Well, I think if you look at everyone, I've come out with the best results overall, so I can't complain. In the championship, I don't believe Henry's scoring points, so that's another victory in that respect, Fair play to Henry. He pulled a little gap on me and then maintained it. Glad I got the fastest lap. It kind of means I had the pace to catch him and couldn't, pull it out in the middle of the race when I needed it, but yeah, I'll take this. We had a nice gap to the guys behind, so it was a fairly comfortable race. Big thank you to PT Mechanics. I had a massive gearbox issue overnight, and they were able to swap the gearbox over, sort me out, and so I wouldn't be anywhere near as high up on the grid if it wasn't for that. So cheers to them.
And so, like you said, huge credit to them. Rob Appleton was saying to us beforehand he had some work on his car as well. They're the unsung heroes, the people really that you don't see behind the scenes of mechanics, making sure that you can get out on track as well.
100%. We go out and we do well, but most of what we do is braking cars, and they're the guys who keep us going. And I think most of us wouldn't have a clue what to do with most of the issues we have. I certainly couldn't change a gearbox by myself. So yeah, without them, we wouldn't be here. So,
as you said, great work. Congratulations to yourself as well. Great set of results this weekend. Let's just see if we can grab a couple of other drivers as well here. We're just going to make our way up to the back to come over here. Got a gaggle of 3 drivers. Guys, I'm going to just quickly, just going to quickly jump into the middle of the conversation. Sum that race up from your perspective.
Hard work. I don't think I've ever been consistently quick for as well. That was just, the concentration was something else. I don't think the front 2 were actually getting away at the end, but it was just every lap trying to make sure there was enough of a gap to make sure Max then couldn't get past me down the 2 straights. You could see him coming, but no, that was just mega. Absolutely brilliant. The best race I've had for a very long time. So yeah, brilliant. Loving it.
Great to hear. And just Cadwell Park, it's served us well this weekend. Some fantastic racing across the board.
Yeah, it has. The graduates always love coming here. It's a circuit that demands respect. You've got to have respect for the circuit and for your fellow competitors, which by and large the guys here absolutely do. So no, we absolutely love coming here. So this is my home track, so I've been coming here a little while, and it's nice to get a pot for the first time this year.
I say 100% congratulations. Great set of results this weekend as well, and getting up into that podium place at the end there. We'll just really quickly see if we can have a quick word with Gareth. Sorry to really jump in quickly there as I sort out all of my wires. Tough old race out there for everybody, but sum it up from your perspective.
Yeah, we had a reasonable start. It was nice and dry for a couple of laps, and that shower came down, and God, it just went from bone dry to instantly grease everywhere. And I shot off at the end of BARC Straight and lost a few places. And then the oil on the bottom of the gooseneck didn't help, so I went off there as well. But apart from that, yeah, great fun. Lovely circuit, lovely place.
So it's a great fun, difficult conditions. Just talk to us a little bit then about when that rain shower came in, because we were hoping it was going to stay dry, obviously prepared for that, but tough conditions to deal with.
Yeah, thankfully we had a wet race this morning, so we really knew where the slicky bits were and able to focus on that and just take the pace off and try and handle that. But within a couple of laps it had gone bone dry again, so it was those who were getting more acclimatised more quickly were making the pace. So, yeah, good fun though.
I say great fun. Gareth, thanks very much for speaking to us. You've been asked to jump out and go down to the drivers' ceremony. Well, we've got a little bit of time. Should we see if we can do a quick walk and talk as we're heading down? As Gareth's getting out of the car behind us there. The drivers making their way back down to the podium positions. And as we work our way down, we will be showing you a VT from Sam catching up ahead of the 270s race, I believe it is, in a couple of minutes' time. But something we've not really had a chance to show you too much of this weekend, the podium ceremonies, the final one of the weekend for this category as well. And well, as the camera pans around and shows you the drivers waiting, this is exactly what it's all about. We've been talking about that family spirit off the track, competing as hard as we can on the track, and then, well, celebrating together at the end of a hard-fought weekend. There's some clean-ups happening on track at the moment, so we will be getting back underway with the action as soon as we can. But drivers starting to come in, having a little bit of a chat, seeing how their races went as well. And well, we're just waiting now for them to come in. You can see the drivers starting to be called in, starting to be ready. So we're going to let them have their moment in the sun, and we're going to show you what Sam was able to catch up with a little bit earlier on.
I'm down in assembly, and the next race is the 270R Championship. And I'm here with Nick Bryant. Nick, how's the weekend going for you? How are you finding Cadwell?
Tricky. Starting at the back this time. I've had to retire on the second race. Bent a few things, so back out now. Bit of work to do, but yeah, just going to try and bring it home safe now.
Yeah, well, I saw your car parked up by a marshal post, wasn't it? What happened?
Yeah, I spun it, and then me and Ballard had a bit of contact, and the brake line come apart, so I had no brakes, so I had to come off on that one.
No other choice then,
no,
yeah.
Exactly, yeah. But yeah, so bring it home safe now.
Yeah.
That's the plan.
Yeah, that's definitely the right idea. Well, enjoy the race. Hope it goes well.
Starts from 7th now, and I think 56 could well be a man to watch. Craig Story on the 4th row of the grid, 7th.
Well, great to be able to pick the brains of the drivers as always, and a big thank you to Harry and Sam for going out and grabbing all of those interviews as well. And as you can see there from the big white line, there's been a bit of a big clean-up effort on the circuit as well, Chris, and the cars are about to make their way around for their green flag lap. This is some sort of oil spill, I'm assuming.
Some sort of fluid's gone down for sure, so I call it speedy dry cement dust, whatever it is nowadays.
Speedy dry cement dust. Now, is that something I searched for at B&Q, or is that the brand name?
I'm pretty sure anyone in orange overall will be able to tell you where to go and get that one. They use plenty of it. That's out of Mansfield though, so that's right down the hill. That's going to be a tricky place. It will throw up a lot of dust as well in these opening laps. If I'm a driver, I'm out there making sure that I go over that during the green flag lap to figure out how much grip there is and whether I actually need to avoid it or whether it's actually not too much of a problem, whilst then still having enough time to wiggle my tyres to clean it all up. But just at the bottom of the picture, just off our screen on the right hand side, is where all that speedy dry is down as we watch these field flow on through then.
Well, and with the field making their way through past the camera, let's take a look at how they line up on row 1. And in pole position is Ben Timmins alongside him Ben Wheatley. Remember, the two Bens fiercely fight with each other every time they come across one another. James Ensign, Stephen Merritt shortly behind them. They'll be ones to challenge the front two Bens. Daniel Hope, Rob Kennelly, Craig Story, Craig Boyle, Andrew Bailey and Harvey Lawrence making up the rest of the pack on that first page of competitors. And we've got 3 pages worth of competitors to get through, Chris. So here's a look at the next bunch. Zach Lower, a really strong runner from the last race, I remember as well, was able to fight his way through from the very, very back to this position on row 6. James Moon alongside him, Peter Mott, Oliver Kibblewhite, Gary Cross, Toby Boyce, Scott Graham, Benja Headley, Lionel Tolmarsh and Darren Butler all together as well. Tolmarsh, another fast runner from this weekend, and he'll be disappointed about how far back he's actually starting this one from, but obviously a spin earlier as a result. And Ryan Wilby, Nick Bryant and Toby Ballard bring up the rear and the final places on the starting grid for this race. The final race in the 310 Championship this weekend.
270s these are.
I was looking at our graphics, the 310, 270. I'm getting so I'm reading one graphic, but I'm talking about something completely different. It's the 270 Championship. Ignore our graphics. The 270 Championship that's currently out on the circuit, not the 310s. Sorry about that, everyone. It even confused me. But anyway, we have got a race on our hands. We have got changing conditions. The mizzle has gone, so the conditions aren't going to get any worse, but there is water back out on that circuit. There is a greasiness back out on that circuit, Chris.
Yeah, not perfectly dry like we saw, but I think actually that will be evaporating quickly, although the temperature's dropped again, just like it did when we got a dump of drizzle the last race out. So I don't think things are settled in, but what is sure is that I don't think Ben Timmins are going to have to worry too much about the left side of the track anymore. We've seen some good starts starting from the left side of the track. Still lots of wheel spin from our drivers. The track is green after all the water that we've seen. The rubber hasn't gone down in the same way as you might see at a race meeting naturally, but this big field of 270 cars getting themselves lined up then for the final outing for them. Third race out of 3. Ben Timmins has taken both of those races over the top of our guest driver Wheatley. Can he make it 3 from 3?
Here we go then. Timmins and Wheatley side by side in the front 2 places. This is our third from last race. Just 3 more races, including this one here this weekend at Cadwell Park that you've been treated to, that we've all been treated to here on coverage. And the 5-second board is up. It's been waved. We are right on the edge of our seats and we're about to get racing once again here at Cadwell Park. The lights are on. We're ready to race. The lights are out. We are racing. What a start from Ben Wheatley. He's got the jump initially on Timmins and he's got the lead from Timmins as well. Ben Timmins has admitted defeat. He's slotting in behind as they head up through turn 1, through Coppice, up the hill and towards the formidable park section.
Yeah, absolutely hooked it up when Wheatley then to take the lead, and Ben Timmins is going to have to look at the rear end of that car again. Even though he's taken both the wins, he's never been far away from that, and it's Empson next up in that green car. Really did make a good start behind them. Stephen Hope and Daniel Hope as well so looking to see what they can do as they flow then down Park Bend.
Here comes Empson. He's following Timmins because Timmins is taking the place back from Wheatley, and Wheatley has completely admitted defeat. He's just let them fly past him on the park straight, but Empson is going around the outside of Wheatley. Wheatley's making him work really hard. If you want second place from me, you've got to at least fight for it. Wheatley's made him fight for it, and Wheatley has defended a second place position, and Timmins as a result is going to start pulling away from the rest of the pack. There he is on your screen. Ben Timmins is back in the lead. Ben Wheatley shortly behind. James Ensign and Stephen Merritt all keeping each other company at the very front of the field.
I think that might be Dan Hope in that 4th place. I think he's made his way up a little bit, so he's moved up here, but Wheatley had to do a bit of defending, and that cost him some time out on track, and he knows how critical it is to be on Timmins' rear panel, because otherwise if he loses that toe he may well lose contact with him by the end of the... It is just tickling there, but I don't think there's any problem. Wheatley will be able to get back as they flow through Hall Bends then much quicker than they were able to do in the wet conditions earlier on, and now it's dried out. They're all having to figure out what they've got under their car, under this 270, 135 horsepower under their right foot.
Here they are filing through the final corner, completing the first lap of racing as they make their way down onto the pit straight. It's Timmins, then it's Wheatley, then it's Empson, and then it's Daniel Hope, who's made a great start so far to go from 5th to 4th and certainly stay up with the pace. But going around the outside of Wheatley is Empson. Empson flying up around the outside, going through Coppice. He's taken 2nd second place from Ben Wheatley, and Ben Wheatley will be sticking right on the bumper of that Caterham as they head down towards the Park straight. Great move there from Empson.
And I think Wheatley's been down to third place so far this weekend, so yeah, it is Hope just behind them as well. He looks like he's now next on the list to see whether he can do anything about Wheatley.
Well, here comes Wheatley going back around the outside of Emmons. It will become the inside line, so Empson is going to have the place taken back from him as quickly as he able to steal it, and Ben Wheatley has made his way back into second place. They're switching places for fun at this stage, Chris.
Absolutely, early phases of Caterham action is all about settling in, letting yourself go. You're going to give yourself a throat lozenge prescription by the end of the weekend. But yeah, absolutely, Wheatley's still looking like that, but what he will be more concentrating on is that gap going out in front. It's getting to those worrying phases where you start losing that powerful toe. Still going to be in that toe, but he's going to be more focused about trying to move forward, making sure Empson doesn't take it away from him.
Empson's got to be careful because he's got Daniel Hope for company very, very close in behind him, so even if he does lose touch with Ben Wheatley, he's going to fall into the clutches of Hope as well as they fly past us here in commentary, all absolutely going for it through the Hall bends. And I will say as well, Daniel Hope much later on the brakes than those other cars in front of him.
Yeah, and it's again just figuring out where everything is at the moment, and sometimes into that bend you don't even need, into the Hall bends that we can see here, you don't even need to use the brakes, so we'll maybe see that later. They'll just be easing off the throttle. But as Timmins takes them over, it's Wheatley who's now back in firm contention. Empson losing a little bit of ground, and then Hope following up behind him. Kennelly, in fact Merritt's going ahead of Kennelly that time through. Story, we saw him coming from the back of the field to 7th-ish on that grid, and he's still finding his way through side by side, trying to get through on Kennelly as they head up the hill.
They are heading up through Coppice, you can see that on your screen, and we will rejoin with Empson on our screens now. The number 20 Caterham, he is the one firmly in third place currently. Hope just behind him, who might be swallowed up by Merritt if he's not careful. He's going to have to get defensive here on the Park straight. Here we go, Merritt sneaking up behind Hope. Is he going to try and make a look, move to the right hand side? He does. He takes a look. He doesn't decide he's going to go forward with the move though. He thinks better of it. He's going to be patient. He's going to wait for a more opportune moment, but that's a clear warning sign to Hope that you should not get comfortable just yet.
No, definitely. I don't think anyone's going to be comfortable at this stage. There is the battle of the recoverers. Lower and Story were going side by side, and in current Story got past Zach Lower that lap, so their recovery drive from the beginning of the last race is still on. You can see how little dust there is, but there is Timmins in front.
Just look at how close Timmins and Wheatley are to each other. Wheatley has made up a stonking amount of ground between the two Caterhams out front, and I think we could really see Wheatley come into contention as we head towards the straighter parts of the circuit again. But there they go, flying past in front of us in commentary. Ben Timmins with the lead over Ben Wheatley. The Bens in a class of their own. We'll call it Ben class from now on, Chris. Ben class out front of this grid. Wheatley following behind Timmins, and they are neck and neck with each other, with Empson close behind from there.
Yeah, just definitely got an extra few horsepower in these two cars this weekend, haven't they? They're pedalling really hard. Empson in that middle ground. Hope is losing ground towards Merritt, Kennelly, and the recovering Story in lower. Well, that's going to be the story that I think we should follow. But these two have been out front and paired up for the whole of this race.
Oh, Ben Wheatley's going down the inside of Ben Timmins as they head up through Coppice, so he has to duck out of it. Big braking point there for him, and he slots in behind Timmins. There's going to be a move on the Park straight for sure. Let's see if we can join that. We can. Ben Timmins there holding position out in front at the moment, but Ben Wheatley is right on the back of him going down the first dip of Park straight. Here we go, let's watch it unfold. Ben Wheatley around the left hand side of Timmins. Has Timmins got the pace to try and defend him? Well, he's got the track position because he's got that inside line. We've cut away from it. We can't see what's going on. It looks as though Timmins is going to be able to hold off Wheatley because he's forced Wheatley towards the outside. No! Wheatley's come back. Wheatley's going to take the first position, and Empson's been brought right back into the equation, Chris.
Yeah, side by side for two Caterhams is a slow way of going through a corner, but they went through 3 corners side by side. But he was not willing to give it up, so Empson looking to see whether he can make anything from that, but he's just going to sit there, and we got a driver there using the grippy grass just in front of Zach Lower. But yeah, it is Wheatley now in front again. We saw him in front for much of the first 2 races, but Ben was just able to snip him over the finishing line both times. So Wheatley will now see whether he can do anything, and maybe Empson can be acting as the disruptor there, just following him through.
James Empson is certainly making himself known to Ben Timmins, who obviously is focusing on Ben Wheatley. But if he doesn't focus on the position of James Empson just behind him, he's going to succumb to the 3rd place car currently, and all of a sudden Timmins will go from 1st to 3rd very, very quickly, and that's just how quickly your fortunes can change in Caterham racing.
Yep, just one mistake and it can push you out the line, push you off the track, and then that'll be the end, as we saw earlier on from Lionel Tolmarsh. He was in third place, wasn't he? And he ended up near the back of the field. Let's see whether he's making progress. He is up to 13th. So from the back of the field up to 13th, Tolmarsh has got speed in that car. We got side-by-side Story looking to see whether he can overtake the car Kenley around him in the blue car, and looks like he might well have got it done. Wheatley leads though. Ben Timmins onto the Park Straight. Are we going to see another swapperoo?
Well, we might see another swapperoo. We might see a switch of positions. A nice little exchange between the two. Ben Class Racing out in front, and Timmins is going to go around the left-hand side of Wheatley as if it's an absolutely nothing move and that it's super easy. Did it happen under a yellow flag? That's the question
done
we've got to
before
ask
the yellow.
ourselves.
Done before the yellow. As long as you've made that move stick before the yellow, that's absolutely fine. So no harm, no foul. Looked like it was a dark coloured car on the left. I wonder who that was from last time out. So someone went missing last time through.
Here we go, we're following the front runners at the moment. It's Ben Timmins, Ben Wheatley and James Empson at the moment are our top three drivers, but very close behind is George Merritt, but only by a second.
It was
Merritt, sorry.
It was Tolmarsh on that left-hand side causing that yellow flag, so he was in 13th last time we saw. He is now out of this third race as well, so sad end to his race weekend after what looked like a really promising lead. But there is Ben Timmins over the hill then this time through, ahead of Wheatley, sorry, and then Empson in that third place. Wheatley dropping back a little bit, Timmins seeing whether he can pull and flex his muscles once more to pull out a lead.
Wheatley had to correct himself a little bit there, trying to follow Timmins and keep the pace up, really, keep the battle alive between him and the first place car. And it is disappointing to see that Lionel Tolmarsh has now dropped out of this race too, a car that had so much promise and a driver that had so much pace this weekend as well. We hope he's okay and that it's nothing serious, but he'll be back for revenge over those in this class.
He absolutely will. He's not doing the full campaign this year, and he's every time he goes out he races for fun. But it's more fun when you win a pot, isn't it? So he will be desperately disappointed he's not walking away with more of those. But there, Ben Timmins taking them round then into Park Straight. Gap is perfect for a little manoeuvre at the end of this straight.
Well, here we go. Let's take a look in and watch it. Ben Wheatley is closing in on Ben Timmins. He's like a fighter jet closing in on his target. And will this fighter jet do something? Maybe a big dive down the inside and park? No. He thinks better of it. And James Empson thinks you're getting much closer to me. I feel like a move's coming on from myself.
Yeah, Empson definitely in the right place at the moment. I think he's struggling with a little bit of the pace, but as long as these two keep battling, I think he can hold on in there. And it is Merritt up next. Hope's dropped us place, but Story's up next. Kenley, Zach Lowe has been a bit stalled in that 7th or 9th place now he is in, so he's struggling to make any further progress forward. But it is now Wheatley back on the tail of Ben Timmins. It flexes and flows every single corner, every single time we see them.
Goodness me, they're really wrestling every mile an hour of speed out of these Caterhams that they humanly can. And here comes Timmins flying across in front of us with Wheatley going past our commentary position as well. Empson dropping back just a little bit from the front two Bens in Ben class. But I'm sure that he'll be able to challenge. A little bit too sideways there, has to go to the opposite lock to correct himself. But James Empson is certainly showing that he has got the pace to stay with those front runners.
Yeah, no, definitely. He's clinging on in there, maybe with coattails at the moment, fingernails right at the end, clinging on. I think Story might have moved up another place in that lap. Here comes Wheatley, though. He is closing in on our leader.
Well, here comes Ben Wheatley, going around the right-hand side of Ben Timmins. I've not seen a move done up through Coppice for a while, but I've seen one now. Ben Wheatley has taken the lead from Ben Timmins just as they took the timing board as Timmins thought he was in first place. No, Wheatley says first position is my position, but Timmins will be looking for revenge as they head down onto the Park Straight now. Here we go, down the hill, heading up towards the uphill we go. Timmins switches to the right-hand side. Wheatley is helpless in terms of defending this because Timmins has got the inside line when they get to the park corner. They emerge over the breast of the hill, and it is Timmins who comes through to reclaim first place, and Wheatley settles back into second, and Empson thinks, now I've really got to try and interrupt these two.
Yeah, that was actually a coordinated action then. He knew what to do, he tucked in behind, but in that process Empson has got close and actually caused him a bit of disruption. He went wide onto the curb and it upset his car, which then meant that Empson has got the run. Ben Timmins suddenly finds himself with a nice little gap as well, and then it's Merritt and Story up into that 5th place.
It really plays into the hands of Ben Timmins if James Empson all of a sudden can get himself in front of Ben Wheatley. It provides a nice little gap between himself, a nice little bumper between the two Bens, and James Empson will find himself in the middle of a Ben sandwich out on track.
I don't think Wheatley would want to think of himself as a bumper. That's never a good sign for the cash balance in the bank, is it, after this race weekend? But they've been fantastic, clean racing throughout, and it's been fantastic battles. And we've got 8 minutes and a half left of 270 action today. Ben Timmins looking threatening with that gap, but Wheatley has definitely got the pace, enough pace. But here's Story coming back from a great qualifying. He then had a crash into the barrier in race 1, and he has been recovering all the way through in the last race to the point now where he looks like he might be able to get involved in this battle by the end of the race.
Anything's possible in Caterham Racing, and we can see more moves happening up the inside. Goes someone through Cobbett. I'm not sure if the move's going to stick. But here is Ben Wheatley sticking on the back of Ben Timmins.
Yep, here goes. So still those gaps arriving as they go down the straight. So these three are sort of settling into their positions at the moment. It doesn't look like Empson's got the speed in that car to really drag himself up towards Wheatley. And maybe he's happy to do that right now because it's not affecting. He's comfortable in that third place. He knows behind him. In fact, see Story is right on the rear of Merritt. And Story on that recovery drive is looking like he is threatening. See Merritt in the red car, Story in the black with the yellow hoop is the one that's really on the move. Can he make it to this lead battle? Empson is under threat.
James Empson is now in the danger zone, and look at this coming out of the pits, the number 23. He's completely lost the front bodywork, and somehow Gary Cross has decided that he's going to continue racing.
You don't need that nose cone. All it's doing is covering up the radiator.
It's just slowing you down.
It's not a particularly aerodynamic to not have the nose cone on, but they're not aerodynamic anyway, these Caterhams, so it doesn't really make any difference. Third place is dropping away. Look at that. It is still Merritt ahead of Story here there as they come over. Story is right on the tail of Merritt though as they head into Hall Bends this time. Can he overhaul Merritt and make his way to Empson, who's dropping away from the lead two?
Let's see if we can keep our eyes on that race between Merritt and Story, because the two of them, I think you're right, Story is definitely going to catch Merritt and then maybe start a charge towards James Empson to claim that third place finish off in the final podium spot. There's Ben Wheatley on your screen settling into second place behind Ben Timmins. Whether he thinks about maybe just settling in with Timmins, maybe biding his time. I keep saying it over and over again, but that's the tactic in Caterham Racing at this track, isn't it? You just got to wait for the opportune moment, then you strike, and then you claim the victory.
It's all about timing, yeah. You've seen how freely and openly they overtake each other. Never easy out there, but you've got to work out when is the crucial time to overtake. As Story goes onto the grass there, he's lost a bit of speed and momentum this lap, so maybe his charge is over with only 6 minutes to go. The gap to his front is tight, but yeah, absolutely knowing when to overtake is more important than just overtaking.
Chris, the glass is half full. The race isn't over for Story. Come on, that's just one little grass moment. He's got 6 more minutes to fight his way forward, to get past Stephen Merritt, to then get on to James Empson and get himself on the podium.
Don't get me wrong, I would love to see it. It's fantastic if he can. I'm just calling it as I see it. Oh, a driver off there. That's Peter Mott, isn't it? Saw him earlier on in the Graduates as well, but he's now drifted off the edge of the track and he'll be back on and fighting once more. Empson continues his backwards travel though towards Merritt, so both Merritt and Story are catching up with Empson.
Goodness me, take a look at these guys heading down towards the mountain section of the circuit. Obviously the two bends out in front, James Empson shortly behind. Oh, we got another spinner as well. The number 99 is Benja Headley.
Yeah, Benja back with us this weekend, doing one of his guest appearances, not able to get that car back up and running though. It's in an awkward place. I think that's at the top end of the track, so he's not going to be able to make any. And are we going to have we've seen those covered under yellow up until this point, so let's hope so we don't ruin this race. But yeah, a bit of damage on Ryan Wilby's car as he goes past our position here.
Well, it was Harvey Lawrence Torres pointing because he got a bit too much grass and got a bit too much sideways right in front of us. I was like, oh my goodness, Chris, do we need to take cover all of a sudden?
Yeah, they're not too far away, right in front of us as they go over the mountain in our commentary position here. But there is the Benja Headley. Is going to be covered under those yellow flags then as they head round and down and through onto the Park Straight. So that's out of Charlie's, isn't it, that he's spun?
Out of Charlie's, and we're watching our two leaders, Timmins and Wheatley of the Ben class, heading down towards Park Corner, and at the moment it is still Timmins with the lead, but Wheatley is very, very close in behind. I think he is looking for the right opportunity to come along, and Timmins can't afford to make a mistake here because he would lose too much time in comparison to his closest rival.
Do you know what Wheatley's thinking? I'm going to do exactly what Ben Timmins has done to me for the last 2 races. I'm going to just sit here, wait until that last minute and go for it. And like I say, he is only here as a guest. He comes from the Graduates, having a play out with the 270s this weekend, and he's looking for that win. It's not going to affect Ben Timmins' race in any way as far as points go, but he will take home that winner's trophy, and my goodness, that's exactly what he wants.
Here we go then, Timmins and Wheatley flying past us now over the top of the mountain section and down in towards the Hall Bends and the Forest. Timmins still ahead, keeping Wheatley at bay, but Wheatley is doing everything he can to make sure he stays with the leading man at the moment. Down towards the hairpin they come, a very tight right-hander. They both negotiate it well and negotiate it stably, and they'll head round Barn, back onto the pit straight and down to complete what might be one of two of the last remaining laps now, Chris.
Going to be tight, but yeah, it looks like the penultimate lap. Battle for third is all coming together though. Emson, Merritt and Story are all at the same place on the track, so it's all building towards the end, but there goes Wheatley right on the tail of Timmins as they head round to Park. But there's that battle for third place. You see it's all closing up. Emson and Merritt and Story all line astern. Hope still battling with Kenley further down.
Here we go then, Ben Wheatley right on the back of Ben Timmins as they go round Charlie's and down onto the Park Straight. Up the hill they climb now. Unfortunately, Wheatley too far back to make a move. But look at the three cars behind them. Emson leading the way, followed by Merritt, followed by Story. What's going to happen here? Story's all over the back of Merritt. He looks to the right-hand side, but Merritt looks to cover it off. Who's going to make a dive down into Park? No one. They stay single file. They stay in the positions they started in. And Chris, this is going to be last lap drama.
Absolutely. Story was absolutely to force himself down the inside, but Merritt said absolutely no way you're coming down the inside. He had to give away and pull to the outside again, so he will have to go and try for that once more. Emson thinking, yes, keep battling guys, it gives me a chance to stay up here. Zach Lower not too far behind as well on the other, recovering back up to 8th from 11th, so he's doing quite well in fact in this middle part of the race. But there goes the battle then, Merritt, Emson and Story. Who's going to get that third place?
Unfortunately, 3 doesn't go into 1. There can only be one of them on the podium, along with the two Bens, Timmins and Wheatley, who are in a class of their own out front at the moment, driving a commanding race altogether. But there is Emson leading at the moment and currently in that third place position. Merritt and Story following very, very close behind. Maybe an overtaking opportunity on the pit straight as they emerge from the Forest section. There are your two leaders, the two Bens, Timmins and Wheatley. But who's going to emerge first from the Forest? It is Emson, followed by Merritt, followed by Story. But has Story got the slipstream on Merritt, Chris?
They went across the line with enough time to do another lap as well. So this, I think, will now be the penultimate lap. Very close on the clock, but I think this won't be the last lap. It'll be one more to go after this. But yeah, it is all closing up for that third. But this is the battle for the lead. Wheatley is close enough. Is he just waiting though? I think he might be just waiting for the last lap. He's got one more to go. They're going to be shown the last lap board next time through.
Do you think that Timmins is aware of that though? I'm not sure, but look, here we go. Merritt's going to make a move on Emson. Merritt to the right-hand side of Emson, and he's going down towards the inside of Park Corner. Emson might lose out 2 positions here if he's not careful, but it looks like he's only going to lose 1. Merritt, Stephen Merritt, trying to get around the outside of James Emson, and Emson unfortunately can't defend his position, and it means that Stephen Merritt has gone back up into that third place position.
Just like Monty Hind earlier, he left that inside line. He had to defend it that time. It's definitely the best line to be on now as the track switched from dry to wet to dry, and unfortunately that same mistake there means that Emson has gone back. Merritt has come like a phoenix from the ashes. Can he still keep away from Story, who was the recovering driver? Story though, look, is right on the tail of Merritt now, of Emson now as they go into the mountain.
I was just about to say don't count out Craig Story because he's all over James Emson. He's desperately wanting to make a move of his own so that he can maybe put his hand up to try and finish in the final podium position. There he is, following James Emson, locking onto him. He's going to be mirroring every single move that he does. 9 seconds left on our clock. The leaders will cross the line and give us one more lap. One more lap of racing action here. Is this the moment for Ben Wheatley? He's going to follow Timmins up through Coppice. This is the time to strike.
It's now or never. He's got one more chance up into Park Bend. He is right in the right place. Here they go then onto Park Straight this time. Last chance for Wheatley. Can he make it happen?
Here comes Ben Wheatley. He's following Ben Timmins. He's looking to give Timmins a taste of his own medicine. Both of them touch a bit too much of the grass, but Wheatley has got the toe from Timmins. He's moved over to the right-hand side to try and cover it. Wheatley switches back to the left. Is he going to make a dive and a move jump as they head into the Park Corner? He's going to go around the long way. No! Ben Timmins covers him off, and Ben Wheatley is going to have to sit behind him as they head through the Chris curve.
Is that going to be 3 for 3 for Ben Timmins? He defended. You saw no room at all on that inside. He knew he had to defend that inside, and there was no way for Wheatley to get through. He had to sit back. Ben Timmins was late as you like on those brakes, but he didn't lock up. He didn't drift wide. He did what he needs to do, and he looks like he's in the good seat for this final part of the lap.
Ben Timmins has been able to hold off the advances of Ben Wheatley, and maybe Ben Wheatley's tactic hasn't paid off because he's left it just too late to try and get the better of Timmins. He certainly certainly not going to achieve it coming up and over the brow of the hill here in front of us in commentary. But Chris, what are your thoughts now for this final sector of the race between the two Bens?
Well, I don't think Ben Timmons is going to be on Ben Wheatley's Christmas card list, is he? So Ben Timmons has managed to do it again, is leading them round as the battle for third is raging between a Story. He is in front of Empson, so Story has made his way past Empson and is right on the tail of Merritt.
So Empson has lost out completely on that third place battle, and it will be Ben Timmons that takes the checker flag ahead of Ben Wheatley and the overall victory here in this race. But our eyes are firmly locked on who's going to finish in third, who will emerge first from Barn. They're right at the back of our screen. Who will take the third place finish? It's going to be Stephen Merritt, fighting all the way to the line, just ahead of Craig Story, and James Empson has to slot in and settle for fifth place. My goodness, what a finish from first all the way through to fifth. The battle lasted the entire race.
Empson's going to be gutted. He was in third place with a couple of laps to go, and now he finds himself fifth over the line. But Merritt will be delighted to see that third place. Story, great recovery drive, and it would have just been the cherry on the cake to get that podium. But I think he's going to be relatively happy to finish in that fourth place today. Kennelly, Lower, Hope Oil all had great battles in that front bit of the race. In fact, all the way through to the end, they were close as you like going across the line as well. So Timmons 3 from 3, and that is no mean feat, and he has had a stellar season since he destroyed his own car in the first race as someone crashed into the side of it. He is racing a friend's car who lent it to him because they wanted to see him go and prove the championship, and he is now, what's that, 9 wins out of 11 or 12 possibles so far. Unbelievable stuff, fairy tale stuff.
Well, let's take a look at the final grid. Let's take a look at the race results, how they came through, and confirmation of fastest lap will pop up as well. There you go, Ben Timmons took the overall victory. Ben Wheatley just behind set the fastest lap of the race as well, 1:38.03, finished half a second behind his fellow Ben, and Stephen Merritt claimed the third place finish on what we think is probably within the final laps of the race as well. Craig Story and James Empson very close behind. Special mention to the likes of Zach Lower, as we've mentioned already, coming from the very back, and very disappointing earlier races. To finish now where he has done inside the top 10 is a mightily impressive feat. And so now we're going to head up into Park Ferme, head to Sam, and head to getting the thoughts of the drivers that have just competed out on this circuit.
Ben in first place, but it was tricky to know which Ben, but fantastic drive, and amazing for Steve as well. He will be over the moon with this podium. So yeah, the two Bens put fantastic racing, didn't they? Lovely, clean racing and great overtakes. So hard work though, you know, I'm sure they will know they've done that race. But I'll come and speak to Ben Timmons first. Another win, fantastic, what a weekend. But I bet you know you've done that race. I bet that was quite exhausting.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm glad that we're done for the weekend now. I managed to hurt my neck, dry my hair as well earlier, which is the most unathletic thing in the world. So I'm very glad that that's done. But yeah, absolutely delighted with the win. And a massive game, well done to Ben. I mean, you can see why he's a champion with grads, particularly because he's absolutely rapid and, you know, just doesn't make a mistake, whether it's wet or dry. So amazing to be able to share the track with him. Congrats to Steve on his first podium as well. But yeah, really pleased with that. I'm looking forward to getting home, getting to bed now though.
Definitely, it's an exhausting track.
It is, absolutely, yeah. And again, I know we're in slow cars, minimal Gs, but you really do feel it. And mentally, it's so tiring. Unlike Silverstone, where you can sit and make a cup of tea along the straights, here it's like bang, 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 bang. You just have no let up. So you're mentally fatigued more than anything. But yeah, great track, really cool track. Yeah. Great experience.
There we go, on to Knock Hill next.
Absolutely, yeah, I've got some unfinished business there from Academy year. Similar in the sense of unrelenting, it's only a short lap, but again, you know, it's just always coming at you, very small margin for error as well, no runoff, maybe a bit of gravel to save you or slow you down from going into the barriers, but yeah, looking forward to that in a few weeks' time.
Lovely, well done. Let's move on and speak to Ben. Well done. I mean, it was. I was saying on the camera earlier, we knew Ben was going to win, but we weren't quite sure which one.
I was really hoping it was going to be me as well. I don't know how Ben feels, but I just feel like I've just done 20 minutes of quali laps, lap after lap. Ben just doesn't make any mistakes.
He said exactly the same about you.
Yeah, and I dropped back, so I stopped trying to overtake so we could gap to the rest. Thought I timed it at the right minute on the last lap like he did on race 1 yesterday, and just phenomenal. Gave unbelievable racing room, really good racing between the two of us. thoroughly enjoyed it. So it's been a really good weekend. It's good. So shame I can't win, but 3 seconds is all right.
But you're going to come back, right?
Yeah, damn right. Someone's got to try and beat me, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right, good stuff. Thanks very much. Appreciate
Excellent.
it.
Well done. Well done. Right, where's Steve gone? Here he is. He's over here. Let's just quickly. They're all discussing their race. Steve, can you just have a quick word?
Yeah, of course.
Wow, fantastic! What a weekend you've had.
It's been a roller coaster
Yeah.
ride of ups and downs. It started really badly on Thursday with me putting the car in the wall and doing a fair bit of damage to it. And then did the same in qualifying on Saturday morning. So to come away with my first podium on a third, I'll take it every day. It's fantastic, and it's an epic track. But it's really tough because there's no runoff. You get it wrong and you're in the wall. And I'm just exhausted. I'm absolutely exhausted. It's hard work. Seriously hard
That's
work.
what Ben said as well. Ben Timmons said the
Yeah.
same. Yeah.
And I mean, these two, I mean, Ben and Ben, they were gone. I mean, I was putting in some of the best lap times I've had over the weekend, and they were still gone. So I wasn't going to catch them. So.
But they'd pulled out quite a gap, hadn't they?
They had, yeah. And I think James's tyres must have gone off a little bit because he came back towards me a little bit at the end of the race, and the toe enabled me to catch him a little bit and make the pass in a straight line. Without that happening, I wouldn't have been able to catch him because he was also quite a long way ahead. So yeah, I think for the final race, finally got the setup about right, and I'm going home a really happy man. And the car's in one piece, which is awesome.
Yeah.
So.
Excellent. And on to Knockhill next. What are your thoughts on that one?
Well, I'm not doing Knockhill. I couldn't get the time off, and because of the cost of this weekend, I'm probably not going to do Brands either. So I'm going to recoup a bit, and I'll be back for Donington for sure. So.
Got to be there at Donington. It's the festival, Caterham Festival.
I will definitely be at Donington.
Excellent. Well done. Well deserved.
Thanks, Sam. Cheers.
Thank you. Right, we've got a bit of time because they're building a barrier on circuit, I believe. So we're just going to have a little walk through and have a chat to some of these guys, and then we might go down and grab some interviews with the 310s as well. But let's come and speak to these guys. Hello, guys.
Hello.
Dan, you were doing well.
Yeah, I had a good start, and then these guys gave me a bit of a bullying, but it was a good race. I really enjoyed it with Rob and Zach. They were right on me. I don't think I had quite the pace that Rob and Zach did, actually, so I did well to maintain position, actually. So it's quite good fun. It's a good race.
Tough track. I'm absolutely knackered. tough track. Yeah, I lost the group in front, and it was all about how well can I defend from these guys, and it was it was all down to the last lap. It was really good, really fun, but ready for a couple of beers and watch England now in the football. So yeah.
That's it, yeah. Hopefully get home soon and watch that.
Yeah.
But we're on to Knockhill next. What are your thoughts on Knockhill?
It's crazy, isn't it? From one crazy track to the next. It's it's a brilliant circuit, really demanding. Short circuit, but lots of opportunities to overtake, and really looking forward to that one. So yeah.
Same for you, Dan?
Yes, exactly the same. I hope it's not wet, actually, because it can be a bit
100%.
treacherous.
Yeah.
Or snowing. I heard it was
It's wet, we're
snowing
not
there.
racing.
I heard it was snowing there today. So.
Really? Sorry, it was snowing at Knockhill.
When message said it was snowing in Knockhill today. So hopefully not that
Hopefully
next
they're winding
couple
us
of
up.
weeks, but yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, it will be great fun, won't it? But yeah, well done, guys. Awesome.
Take care.
Right, we're going to have a walk down to the assembly area. We're going to go this way, so we'll take you down, and hopefully we can grab a quick word with them before they go out. They are opening the door, just taking you through the scrutineering hut here. There's one car just come back on the truck, so hopefully it won't be too much longer for them. But we're giving you the paddock side of on Cadwell, but the weather here is so strange because it can be like not raining. Oh, they're going out on track. Look, just pan down there. They're going out already. So we didn't quite get down there in time, but I'll hand back to James and Chris. They will run through the running order.
Thank you, Sam. Welcome back, everyone, to more racing action here at Cadwell, the penultimate race here. It's the final race with the 310R Championship after what was a brilliant 270 grid. And here's how they line up. On row 1, you've got Harry Cook and Tom Willis, Taylor O'Flanagan and Hugo Bush just behind them in row 2. Lars Hoffman in row 3 with Andrew Murgatroyd as well. Duncan Mallett and Brian Lovett in row 4, and Philip Bianchi and Harry Eyre. They round off the first page of competitors here on this very tightly packed grid. And just behind them, you've got William Wood, Stephen Lancaster, Alex Vincent and Ronald Mounsey, who are all together on that second page. Not the largest grid that you'll see this weekend, but in terms of the action that you'll be seeing, it's by no means the smallest. And I'm pleased to say, Chris, you're still here with me. You're still wanting more Caterham racing action.
I'm not going anywhere, not especially not for this. They've put on some really good shows for us, this front 5, 6, hoping to see that could grow to about 8 cars in this race, because Duncan Mallett just got dropped back. I spoke to him over lunchtime and he said he was eager to get going forward, as is Ryan Lovett, just to his side as well. So the pack chasing this front 6 are really eager to see that they can cling on in there as they head into the latter part of this race. It's something which they've not really managed so far, and Harry Cook has been the class of the field here. Can he do it again? He's now on that drier side of the track, and it looks like we have got drizzle in the air. I think they've had the driest of the track so far, so maybe it's their turn to have a bit of damp, and I can see drizzle hanging in the air. It is going to affect them, but maybe not early in the race, maybe towards the end if it keeps up. But Harry Cook in his car looking to see whether he can make it 3 from 3, just like we saw Timmins do just then. He certainly scampered away a little bit from them all in that last race as they all fought each other. And can they all calm it down, keep him in sight, and keep the battle going to the line?
I'll be honest, Chris, I wouldn't call this drizzle, to be frank. It's not as thick as I think I would say that drizzle is. It's very light rain, very thin rain. You know that spray setting on your nozzle when you spray it, it's just this mist.
It would be nice if it was a nice warm summer's day, wouldn't it? But it's pretty cold up here at the moment, and not quite the thing you'd expect in July. But you're right, it's water droplets suspended in the air. Sure, what do we call that? But all the drivers will be aware of that down though on the start-finish straight. They'll be feeling that onto their visor, seeing it happen, working out what does that mean. And actually, in the earlier race, we saw that actually made an effect on the cars within probably a lap and a half of this starting. They were starting to squirm around. So yeah, if it starts, it will happen quick.
Well, we're still waiting for the green flag lap to begin. All the cars made their way onto the grid and into their slots very quickly indeed. And I can see the bright orange jacket of the green flag waver on, and they are ready to go. They're just awaiting their final instructions from the rest of the marshalling team. And I think it gives us an opportunity actually to give a special shout out to the marshals and all the race organisers. Of course, we love our Orange Army, our volunteers, our marshals, who make sure that we can recover well, who ensure safety across the entire circuit. But to those who are getting all the organisation done, all the racing, we thank the BARC for making events like this possible every single week.
Yeah, BARC, Caterham Cars and Caterham Motorsport team, they're always working hard. The Graduates team as well. Takes a lot to put on these weekends of action that we all enjoy watching and we enjoy commentating on massively. And yeah, and it takes an awful lot of energy out there. So thanks to everybody that makes these things happen. We are about to get this happen, but would you call it drizzle? Yeah, it got heavier again then for a bit.
No, I still think it's mizzle, you know. I think drizzle is probably a bit more serious.
Okay.
Drizzle I would put on a raincoat. This I'd probably get my swimming trunks out for. You know, it's not that bad.
One thing we haven't had this weekend, which does affect a Caterham car, is that much wind. It's been fairly benign as far as that, which is why that when the drizzle does go, mizzle does come in, it doesn't really go anywhere that quickly. But we've got another 20-minute, the final 20-minute action for the 310Rs this weekend. We've had two spectacular races so far, and in fact the whole season for them has been brilliant to watch, and all of these recordings end up on YouTube. So do search out Caterham Motorsport and go and look back at the previous action if you didn't catch up with it live. And if you're up in Scotland, why not head to us on the 3rd and 4th of August, where we get to do this with all of our championships, full 5 levels of our championships, and we run something called the Super Header. It's unique in British motorsport. On the Saturday we run in one direction around the Knockhill circuit, and on Sunday we run in the other's direction. It's a brilliant sight, and if you've never been out to Knockhill, do it. It's a perfect racetrack to watch Caterham action. The drivers are going to be tired, but we're seeing them getting waved off then as we prepare towards this final 20-minute race for the 310Rs.
There you go, you can see the two leaders, Harry Cook and Tom Willis, on that front row getting a nice start, and Taylor O'Flanagan slotting in nicely behind, Hugo Bush alongside O'Flanagan as well. And it's crazy to think as well that Taylor O'Flanagan was starting on the front row for the last race, and in this one he finds himself on the second row.
I know, it's one of those things, isn't it? It's just been topsy-turvy. He just didn't have the end of that race that he quite wanted, didn't quite have the speed to keep up with Cook, and then just at the end lost out a little bit too, and Willis was right up there as well. None of them had the pace of Cook in that last race though. Cook will want that to continue, and probably fairly similar conditions for them under their tyres that they've got 155 horsepower in this 310R, the ultimate evolution of the Academy car which we saw racing yesterday. 3 steps up on the motorsport ladder as fast as that Academy car goes. But they've got more revs, more power, more suspension around them. They've got the Toyota AAA tyres. They've got all the tools, things like a brake bias valve and front and rear anti-roll bars. Really is a very, very focused race car, and these drivers know how to pedal it. They've been racing for many seasons.
I feel like the mizzle has completely gone now. I don't feel like there's anything falling from the sky. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do the really, really high-tech motorsport check. I'm sticking my hand out from our commentary booth and holding it out. No, I can't feel anything,
dry.
Chris.
We're
And I'm
dry.
using the most highest of technology to ensure that we get the most accurate data, really. So
we see it in Formula 1, why not in Caterham
Well,
Motorsport?
exactly. Bringing the pinnacle of motorsport here to Cadwell Park.
Harry Cook just taking this field through, then on their green flag lap, getting sure everything is there. He's taken a great step forward this season and really has inserted himself into the lead battle of the 310Rs alongside such experienced drivers.
He's taking quite a quick green flag lap as well, it must be said. Everyone else is sort of, just getting a feel for the car, warming up the brakes, checking the steering, but he was actually almost going for it a little bit.
After seeing all the drizzle on your rain visor, you really want to know where the grip is and where it isn't, and the only way to do that is to get properly up to speed. So, yep, he was actually firing it, but he's backed them all up now, so he won't have to wait too long on that start-finish straight. It's not like Formula 1, we're not worried about overheating or anything like that. More than anything, you're normally on a hot day worried about things cooling off a little bit too much. But here we come down then to start their last 20-minute action. He's still positioning himself slightly to the right-hand side of the track, isn't he? So he still thinks that maybe there is a bit more grip to be had there, but pretty sure this tarmac is as dry as it's going to get all day. The marshals just bringing them then to a halt. 2x2x2 is the action that we take in this Caterham. Hugo Bush alongside. He's not figured so much. He didn't have quite the speed, but he did end up in that 4th place. Can he take a podium away from this weekend? He'll certainly be wanting it. He is our championship leader coming in here.
Well, the weather isn't prompting it, but the way they're lining up makes it look like they're about to get on an arc. They are forming up 2x2. They're on the pit straight, ready to get going. And we await the 5-second board from the marshals. There it goes, 5-second board, and warning has been issued. The lights will switch on any moment now here at Cadwell Park for us to go racing in. The lights are on, we're ready to race, and the lights go off. We are racing once more at Cadwell Park. It's a great start from Tom Willis in comparison to Harry Cook. Cook decides to slip in behind him, and it's Murgatroyd as well going around the outside of O'Flanagan potentially. No, O'Flanagan slots in behind really nicely. It's not working out quite as they would have wanted to, and Murgatroyd has been able to get ahead of Hoffman as well. So that's a really nice start from the green Caterham, but Tom Willis, that's the headline. He's the man in the lead. Harry Cook slotting in behind, and O'Flanagan in behind them in 3rd.
Here comes the first bit of action then up into Park, but you're absolutely going to see them fanning out, and here we go for that lead then. So Cook around the outside of Willis. No demand there. Look and see
Goodness me, where's the pace gone from Tom Willis all of a sudden? It just seemed to just drop off a cliff as they hit towards the top of the hill. O'Flanagan's going down the inside. There's been contact in the backfield, and a spinning as well.
Duncan Mallet
avoid it. Oh no!
That was Lancaster into the back of Duncan Mallet. We got tyres off. I think we'll have a red restart on that, red flag restart. Duncan Mallet got pushed onto the grass by Tom, I think it was Hugo Bush actually, and the other cars just had nowhere to go. Lancaster caught the spinning Mallet, and the Mallet was looking to see what he could do in that race. That's not how he wanted to. Big contact, wheels off. I think we might well see a red flag restart. They could do it under safety car, depends on the timing of this, but at the moment we've got cars
I still can't see any flags being waved, Chris, but what I can see are a bunch of cars racing towards us here in the mountain section. The yellows are waving, the safety car sign is up. They will now slow down. Harry Cook was in 1st place. It's followed by O'Flanagan, followed by Murgatroyd, followed by Hoffman. And then the rest of the field follows in behind them still. Harry Eyre was able to jump up and actually get towards the front runners. He's the man that slots in behind Hoffman. This has been the most dramatic start of the weekend so far, Chris.
Yeah, what a shame. It was actually much slippier at the top end of the track than it was down the south end. You can see the drizzle started again down here as well. And I could see Tom Willis losing the car as they went around at the top end. I saw, Tom Willis lost the car entirely, and that meant that he was sort of squirrely. Other people backed up. Hugo Bush made contact with the car in front of him. That caught Duncan Mallet out, who went onto the grass, spun around, and then Steve Lancaster had nowhere to go and made contact. That was the end of 3 cars races at least.
And Chris, I can confirm with our high-tech rain prediction equipment that it is indeed drizzling here at Cadwell Park, and we've seen I thought Cook had disappeared there for a second. He was, when these Caterhams line up, it's almost like the cars disappear from one another. And here we go. Here's a friendly chat between drivers that we're about to witness. The 3 cars that are now going to be out of the running.
Vincent, Mallet and Lancaster out there surveying their wounds on their cars. Luckily, all of them jumped out, no problem. Red flag has been thrown then to tidy. We will likely have a full restart as they didn't complete a complete lap. Did they get round for one? I don't think they did, so it will be a complete 20-minute restart of this 310R race. They'll get those cars tidied away as quickly as they can.
Yes. You can see the red flag being waved. You can see the 3 drivers there looking very, very disappointed indeed. And it's not the way that you want to end a weekend, especially with a wheel bending off away from the car too. Well, what would be going through your head now if you're Harry Cook, actually, right now, Chris? Because you got an okay-ish start from pole position, but then you lost it, then you had to fight back for it, then you had 4 other cars right on your tail, then you had a big incident right at the top of the hill. What would you be expecting for the restart?
So honestly, he'll be thinking just reset, just everything back to normal. Don't stress on anything right now. He will be thinking about his start, but honestly, if you get off the line and you're still within the lead pack, as long as you haven't plummeted down the order, you really are quite happy, because you know that overtaking's not an issue, and therefore, you know, don't worry about it. But yeah, they're up to the top of the field, looking to see, and they will be able to see that incident at the top of that hill. But you can see the recovery trucks always there, and there's the customary wings. They're not all from those cars there, so there was plenty of concertina action as they went through Park Bend that time. You can see the field getting drawn through. Marshall's just waving them on. This is again thanks to all the marshals for all the work, having to do a bit of effort to get us back up and running. But
the Orange Barley Army,
indeedy, they say. I'm not sure. I'm sure those wings aren't from the cars that are actually crashed out there. So there's more bodywork flying. I think all of that, Tom Willis having that sort of wibble, everyone concertina up, finding they didn't have as much grip as they thought they would, even from the green flag lap, just caused all sorts of melee in the middle of that field.
Well, I mean, the main thing is that the 3 drivers are all out of their Caterhams. They're out unaided as well. They're doing it off their own feet, which is reassuring. So there's no serious injuries, I think it's safe to say. So, and you take a look at the Caterham there with the completely wonky wheel. Caterham Motorsport are brilliant in the sense that they'll be able to help the support in terms of the repair and the reconstruction of that car so that it can continue to compete this season.
They've obviously got now a few weeks before we head up to Knock Hill to go and get all those cars back together, and believe me, at a race meeting I've seen cars looking much worse than that on a Saturday morning, out racing again by Saturday afternoon. So yeah, miracles. These cars are you know, absolutely solid as a rock as far as safety goes. That's their primary concern, and then they're really easy to put back together. They're so simple underneath all the bodywork that you do see that really it isn't that complicated. As long as everything's relative in a straight line, off we go again. Duncan Mallet there, the rear of his car, looking like it's pretty sorry for itself. That's the one that took the full contact from Steve Lancaster's car that's just being loaded in the background, the Dutch Barn vodka car being put onto the back of that trailer. That was the sort of main bit of contact. We didn't see what happened to Vincent, but he's, like I say, clonked his front wheel and it's ripped off that front wishbone.
Well, they've gone past the point where they would probably disappear off into the paddock or back into Park Fermé, the assembly area. So it looks like they're going to make their way back down onto the pit straight, which is reassuring because it means we will get the racing started again, most likely, because they want them to line up on the pit straight and where those grid slots are.
They'll do what we saw for the Roadsports earlier. They'll hold them just short of the grid so that they can then direct them onto the grid into the order they want. My prediction, like I say, would normally be that they will have a restart based on 20 minutes and exactly where they started without these 3 cars in their grid spots. So I think that's what we'll see.
Well, you can see the car being precariously dangled and moved onto the back of one of the trailers, and I'm pretty sure the cars are about to come out the back of barn and they'll make their way onto the pit straight.
Yeah, and I think that's where they will be held, just to keep them short of the grid and allow the marshals then to put them where they want them. But it is just a matter of tidying those 3 cars away, and then we should be able to get this racing underway. As you can see, they're being directed by the marshals to just stop up on the left of the track. There you go. There'll be 3 drivers shorter, but nevertheless, everyone at the front, other than Mallet, is still involved in this action. So we'll just tidy everything away, and then yeah, great to see all the action happening. As we said, next up for the Caterhams, just to keep you in the loop then, Knockhill Superheader 3rd and 4th of August. We will be covering, of course, all the action here on all our YouTube streams. And there they go. They are being released onto the grid then, into their various positions. So it won't be too long before we get them all there. Duncan Mallett's able to drive his car away, so even with that big contact there, in fact he might be being dragged by that vehicle, but nevertheless all the wheels pointing in the right direction, allowing him to be pulled back. They've got the 2 other cars on the flatbed, so we are pretty much done, I think, with tidy up, and it's just getting them back behind the barrier to solve that problem.
Right, well, I think by the sounds of things, we're ready to join Harry down in the assembly/Parc Verme area. He's been able to sprint over from the omelette station in the Caterham Hospitality unit. Unfortunately, no lobster left for him after you getting to it at lunchtime, Chris. So let's see if we can go and join him now. He has got a microphone in hand, I can hear. So let's see if there's any drivers around that we can talk to about how they've enjoyed Cadwell this weekend.
Well, what a sprint from me. I've probably gone quicker than the drivers have in the last couple of minutes. Just going to ask the cameraman step out of the way as Sigma 135s make their way through. And well, fingers crossed everybody's okay. They looked okay getting out of the cars. I'm clearly not. Look at me, I'm dripping. I'm redder than some of the cars we've seen on the track this weekend so far, but we're getting there. Summer goals, get fitter. That's quite obvious with how I'm struggling at the moment, but whilst we're getting ready for the race to get back underway, which it will, we'll have a chat to some of the drivers here for the Sigma 135s, the last race. Let's have a quick chat with Paul Armitage. Paul, just coming in quickly, last race of the day coming up for you. What do you reckon you can achieve?
That's a good question. I think we've all learned the track now. This comes down to racecraft. There's a bit of luck involved in trying to guess what the weather's going to do, because the setup's so different on the car for wet to dry. So if we got that right, then I'd love to think we're going to be challenging for a podium.
So like you said, it's going to be about getting it right. In terms of getting it right, you've got it right with the livery this weekend as well. Talk us through it. There's plenty of lovely colours going on here.
So that's my son's choice. He was desperate to have a silk cut Jaguar, a classic scheme, and he chose silk cut Jag. We've got some others around here. There was a Martini car in an earlier race, and there's an old Lotus green and gold colour scheme here as well. I love those. They're just like referencing those classic F1 cars.
That's the thing, isn't it? In terms of referencing, so many people have got so many, like you said, brilliant liveries. Paul Goldstein, obviously, I think it's fairly obvious with what he's got, but like you said, paying homage to plenty of history of motor racing as well.
Absolutely. So I think of Silk Cut Jag as being those fantastic V12 Le Mans cars. They were successful cars. So I think in everyone's mind, it's a really memorable colour scheme, isn't it?
It really is. Well, Paul, best of luck out there. Thanks for chatting to us, and also thanks very much for helping me get my breath back as well. That was a struggle there, but got over. For those of you that are wondering where I was over watching the starts from the other side of the track, and well, everyone seemed to get away really well. And then obviously we saw what happened as we went up and a bit further. We're going to really quickly have a very, very quick chat with Paul Steed. Paul, really quickly, because they're going back out on their green flag lap. Paul was saying there's going to be some opportunities for overtaking out there this last race.
Yeah, I mean, this has been tricky all weekend. It's been a real challenge. It's neither been wet nor dry. It's been that horrible greasy intermediate. And whilst there is a dry line, that's great, but to make the move, you're going to have to come off it. It presents itself. You just got to be brave to take it.
So like you said, it's all about being brave. Just one really quick final question with that. Tyre choices in terms of tyre pressures, etc., come into play here. What setup have you gone with?
So I've gone with a fairly dry setup. The track does seem to get a dry line, just softened off the back end a little bit. So maybe an intermediate sort of setup. Tyre pressures, I brought them down because it looked dry. I've just put them back up again. We'll see. I've just got to deal with it. once you're out there.
Like you said, it's about dealing with it once you're out there. Best of luck. Thanks for chatting to us, Paul. Well, the drivers seem to be back out on track, ready to get underway. The Sigma 135s, they're getting ready. I'm still melting, but we'll be going back over to the commentary box now, and they will be bringing you the rest of the action.
Harry, you are a superstar for running down there so quickly, but you can thank us later, because look at you, you're nice and warm now. Nice and warm, you won't be cold despite the changing conditions, despite the colder wind that's starting to blow through. Now, the cars have just filed past us here in commentary here, Chris. And they're going to go through the forest section and then down onto the grid to retake their slots. You can update us. There's going to be 15 minutes, you're saying, of racing
TSL
now.
have reset the timer to 15 minutes, so we won't have the full 20 minutes. We'll have 15 minutes of this action. And more importantly than that, I guess, Hugo Bush was wheeled off of the grid. I'm not sure whether he had contact, maybe radiator damage after that opening lap, but to have championship leader coming into this weekend has been wheeled off. It's not been a great weekend for Hugo Bush, not making it onto the podium. Still in that battle, but really not able to push forward, but he is in the pit lane and not looking like he's going to take part in this action, as then the leaders come to take their places up once more for the fourth restart they've had, fourth time of starting. Harry Cook on the left of your screen on pole, Tom Willis on the right, who got the better start last time through. Then we've got Taylor O'Flanagan on his own, Hoffman on his own, Hoffman with Murgatroyd alongside. Then we've got Lovett behind, we're missing Mallet, so all that drama that we were looking forward to seeing actually all came to a head as they went up into the top corner. Drier again though, so maybe all that grip that they were missing last time is all good.
5-second board is out. The lights are going to switch on any moment now. We're going to get to racing once more at Cadwell Park. The lights are on. The lights are out. We're racing once more at Cadwell Park. Good start from Harry Cook and Tom Willis. But O'Flanagan's got the better of the two of them, but he can't get past them. They're blocking the way for Taylor O'Flanagan as they head up through Coppice. It looks as though Harry Cook has still got the lead he has, and Tom Willis will neatly slot in on the inside, but O'Flanagan may claim second place as they head round towards Charlie's and then down onto the Park Straight. Who's going to come out on top is Taylor O'Flanagan. He's stolen second place, Chris.
He was absolutely pushing the cars in front of him, wasn't he? He was absolutely not going to give up. He didn't come off that brake pedal, but Tom Willis pulling to the outside of this corner, inside of the next. Now it's going to be O'Flanagan around the outside of Cook, then coming into Park this time.
Lars Hoffman also making a move on Murgatroyd as well, and it is indeed O'Flanagan who's covering off the advances of Tom Willis. Tom Willis had a really good slipstream there, and Lars Hoffman has been able to jump the man that was in front of him. Murgatroyd has slipped back behind his competitor, and so it is still Cook that leads them as they come down the hill now through the gooseneck, and they're going to head towards Mansfield Corner. Chris, this is brilliant.
Yeah, excellent stuff there. Cook coming down in the lead, all line astern then as they head down into Mansfield this time. Cook leading that. O'Flanagan looking thirsty for that first place though. He's not going to have anything to do around here. He might jink and jive just to make it look like he's going to do something, but he ain't going to do it into the mountain section. They're all line astern still. Willis looking to see whether he can just cling on in there for now. They've just got to pause and wait as they do take air as they go over the mountain section this time.
There they go, disappearing off into the Hall Bends, and Harry Cook leading O'Flanagan, leading Willis, leading Hoffman. Hoffman right on the tail of Tom Willis. Murgatroyd's dropped off just a little bit, but he will no doubt stay with those leading four. And here they go, filing past you on your screen once more. As I say, Murgatroyd with a little bit of a gap to them at the front. And it is a leading pack of four, but Murgatroyd will surely reel them in as more time elapses in this race. Harry Cook has the lead. O'Flanagan shortly behind, Willis in third, and Lars Hoffman is in fourth as they head up through Coppice all together. Nice and neatly, they're going to go around Charlie's, and then the formidable Park Straight awaits.
Who's going to overtake who this time? Harry Cook diving to the inside of the pit wall to try and shake that toe, but they were all wise to it this time. Went with him, tucked to the inside, and Taylor O'Flanagan still firmly in that. But here we go, building up then as they go down the Park Straight, looking to see who's going to make what happen.
Who's going to go where? O'Flanagan decides to go to the left of Cook, and Willis looks to go to the left of O'Flanagan, and Hoffman's trying to find a gap. Here's got to fit in as well. O'Flanagan's going to take the lead of the race, and Willis is going to take second as well. Oh my goodness, Cook's gone from first to third in the space of one corner, and it looks as though Lars Hoffman might have an inside edge on him as they go round the Chris curve and down towards the gooseneck. Who's going to emerge in third place? That's the question I'm asking myself now, Chris, as O'Flanagan becomes our new race leader.
Yeah, Hoffman didn't have that overlap unfortunately, so he wasn't able to do that. Murgatroyd just losing out just as he did in the race earlier today, so he just doesn't quite have the pace in there. Lovett also losing that, moving backwards, but it is the front four then of O'Flanagan, followed by Willis, then Cook in that third place. I don't think he's been that far down the order so far this weekend. Hoffman following on behind them, so it's a front four that we're enjoying in this race so far as they head into Hall Bends.
Tom Willis was practically pushing Taylor O'Flanagan up the hill section here in the mountain part of the circuit. Oh, lots of tyre screeching going on there, but everyone making it through in one piece, thankfully. O'Flanagan, as I say, is our new leader. Just behind him, Tom Willis, Harry Cook as well, filing in with Lars Hoffman for company, and the four of them will emerge from Barn down the pit straight, and they'll take the timing beacon, and it looks as though Willis might go to the left-hand side of O'Flanagan up Coppice. No, Cook's going to go to the left-hand side of Willis up Copse. Oh my goodness, what's going on, Chris?
Yeah, it's all going off, isn't it? They are flinging these 310Rs around. Brilliant racing they've had all race weekend, and they're continuing that action now. O'Flanagan, though, leading for probably the first time since he had that pole position earlier in the weekend. Willis just behind him, and Cook now in that super toe position. Can Cook make it to the front?
Oh my goodness, 3 abreast now. They go down the park straight. Cook's on the left-hand side, Willis in the middle, O'Flanagan on the right. They've all switched positions on the track, and they've switched positions on the leaderboard too. It's our new leader, Tom Willis, that goes through for first place. Harry Cook has to settle for second, and once again O'Flanagan drops down to third, and Lars Hoffman is just watching this all unfold in front of him, and he's thinking, when am I going to get a chance, guys?
Oh, he'll get involved soon enough, don't you worry. That red motor car is never far from the front of this field as Tom Willis comes down the hill then, leading them then for the first time in a little while. He's had the speed in that car, just hasn't been able to use it at all the right places. Is he in the right place at the right time? Well, unfortunately, he's got the fastest car of all the weekend. Harry Cook just behind him at the moment. Taylor O'Flanagan will be seeing how long he can hold on in there for now.
Well, here we go as they emerge in the mountain section of this circuit. It is Willis, then Cook, then O'Flanagan, then Hoffman, and Murgatroyd behind them still. He's just about hanging on to that leading pack. He might be able to reel them in into a more dangerous position come the final few minutes and those final couple of laps in this race. But for the moment, the leading pack, the leading 4 cars are staying the same. Not in terms of positions they started, but they are staying together, Chris.
He did. Murgatroyd just dropped his wheels onto the grass and found out that the grass is still very much still wet and slippy out the back corner of the track there. And there comes Cook then really tucking to the outside of Willis as they go turn 1.
Oh my goodness, Harry Cook's gone round the outside of Tom Willis through Coppice, and Harry Cook is the new race leader. He's taking it from Tom Willis, but it means that Tom Willis will have the slipstream from Harry Cook going along the park straight now. They've negotiated Charlie's all together. They've got through it safely. The top 4 are lining up for another really tasty battle. Here they go, up the hill now. This is where the slipstream pays dividends, and Hoffman and Willis are both taking full advantage. Maybe Hoffman could go all the way through from 4th to 2nd. We'll have to find out as they take the corner. Tom Willis is the new leader. Hoffman slips into 3rd, but he's right on the tail of Harry Cook, and now O'Flanagan slipped down to 4th.
Yeah, proving that overtaking in turn 1 doesn't really get you anything. You're just going to get fired back up into the park straight, and again logged away for future reference. He will use all that knowledge for himself. Tom Willis using every single last bit of the track there. Hoffman, though, has moved up into that 3rd place. We said he wouldn't be out of the action for very long, and he hasn't. He's immediately up there into the 3rd place. Cook still looking good in 2nd place, so he's still got the speed in that car. He's just got to work out how can he use it best.
Well, here they go, heading up into the difficult uphill, tight, twisty section here. They can't afford to lose any speed because all of a sudden they'll be right on the tail of the car. In front of them, Willis leads Cook, leads Hoffman, leads O'Flanagan. Murgatroyd again. I keep mentioning his name, Chris. He's still hanging on. He's still waiting for a chance to join in that melee at the front. Do you think he'll be able to do it before the end?
I just think if these guys don't battle, he hasn't got quite the pace. So he is just clinging on with his fingernails, but he's just not managing to do it. So he is just dropping back very slightly as we move into the middle part of this race. 8 minutes to go, but it is Cook just chasing Willis across the line still. Hoffman in that 3rd place, and O'Flanagan just drifting away slightly in that 4th.
Here we go then up through Coppice, and they're heading towards Charlie's as they go round the first couple of bends in this very, very treacherous circuit here this weekend at Cadwell Park. And the fastest man at the moment, Lars Hoffman. Lars Hoffman, the newly introduced 3rd place contender, right in behind Harry Cook. Now here we go, up the hill on Park Straight. Harry Cook is going to go round the left-hand side of Tom Willis. Hoffman might look around the right-hand side as well. Here they go, heading into the park turn. Harry Cook is our new race leader. Tom Willis has slipped into 2nd, and Lars Hoffman was a bit too far back on that occasion to make a move through the park corner. But wow, what racing we're experiencing down that Park Straight.
Willis will really want to be staying in front of Hoffman now. If Hoffman gets involved in the battle, that's when Cook got through and away into the distance last race, so he will be desperate to keep Hoffman behind him, but Hoffman will be doing everything he can to get in front. And as O'Flanagan then is looking on at this stage, but he's experienced enough to know that he can just sit there and wait. He won't want that gap to go any bigger, but with 7 minutes to go, it's actually more likely that he's going to pick up the pieces of someone else's problem and issue. But it is now Cook heading Willis. We've seen that plenty this weekend. Can he extend his lead, or is Willis got enough in this race to keep him honest?
Oh, listen now, Murgatroyd's got to be careful because he's falling into the clutches of Bianchi. I thought he was going to be attacking the front running group, but he's actually falling slightly further backwards. So Flanagan can breathe a sigh of relief because he's not got to worry about behind, but he has got to worry about staying and catching up with the front three runners. He looks to be doing that just now as we see them exit Barn and then head down onto the pit straight. Cook is still leading.
Snaking down, try and throw that toe, but they're all wise to it now. They're going to keep as firmly as they can. There is a bit of a gap there from Willis back to Hoffman. Exactly what Willis wants to see as he heads around Coppice and then into Charlie's this time. It means he doesn't have to worry too much about Hoffman going up into Park, and he can concentrate on being in the wheel arches, which is what he's doing. He's going to get that toe. And number 81 is going to look to get past Cook as they go up to the Park Straight this time.
Here they go, the infamous uphill off Park Straight. Tom Willis round the left-hand side of Harry Cook as they head towards the Park corner. It means that Cook might still have the inside line. Who's going to be the latest on the brakes? Where are they going to go? Tom Willis gets the move done before the corner though, and Lars Hoffman once more is a bit too far back to make a serious move. I know Flanagan is thankful for the toe that he got from Hoffman as well, because it means he's still staying in contention with these front four.
Yep, he's doing exactly what he needs to do right now. He's settled into the middle part of this race and just relaxing there, maybe keeping everything cool, dry, and making himself comfortable, ready to see where he can make a push. There's Murgatroyd losing out that move to Bianchi, so Bianchi coming through well in the latter part of this race, but it is now Willis ahead of Cook as they head into Mountain.
Here we go then, Willis coming up the twisty hill section here in Mountain, and the crowd waving to him as he goes past as well. They're loving this racing that they're being treated to this weekend here at Cadwell Park. It's Willis, then Cook, then Hoffman, then O'Flanagan heading through the Hall Bend. It looks very, very tight and very, very sharp on our screens there in front of us. Just look at the pace of those four. Look at the electrifying way that they're handling these Caterhams around this track. This is sublime driving from all four front runners, and let's see them dip down onto the pit straight now. Who's going to get the toe? Could we see Cook maybe pull off a move around the outside of Willis on Coppice? He's certainly looking like he might try it. He looks to the right, but Willis has closed the door. He's going to have to settle for second, Chris.
Yeah, and this is probably where he wants to be, to go up the Park Straight and have the opportunity to take the lead up there, because that is where the definitive overtakes are happening. And again, it won't be lost on him. Absolutely identical, these cars, no difference between them. It's all down to the driver. That's what Caterham Motorsport's all about. Which is the best driver today in this race? It's been Cook twice. Can he make it 3 from 3?
Well, here he goes then. Harry Cook going down the left-hand side of Tom Willis. Lars Hoffman might have a look down the right-hand side of Tom Willis. Willis has got to be careful. No, Hoffman decides to slip in behind, but Willis has lost out to Harry Cook, and they now fire 1, 2, 3. Cook, Willis, Hoffman as they go around the Chris curve and down towards the gooseneck.
Yeah, as we see then, it's a 4-car lead battle now that Bush didn't make it into the restart, unfortunately. But there comes Cook down the hill with Willis, Hoffman and Taylor O'Flanagan. A massive gap now back to Bianchi, and it was Murgatroyd, wasn't it, who just lost that grip they had. A little bit of toe action. They've lost the grip, and that means that they've fallen back. 4 minutes to go though. We are coming to the sharp end of this race.
4 minutes to go now in this race, and there's a 4.5 second gap between 4th and 5th, but there's about a second between 1st and 4th. That's what's the most entertaining part of this race. There we go. Harry Cook currently out in front with Tom Willis behind. That's Taylor O'Flanagan on your screen. Lars Hoffman ahead of him in 3rd position right now. There they go, negotiating the hairpin and coming down towards Barn, the final turn on this Cadwell Park circuit, and onto the pit straight. And maybe could we potentially see another move by Tom Willis to take the 1st place position from Harry Cook if he's got the toe? It looks as though he might have it. Is he going to try around the outside through Coppice? No, he thinks better of it, because you know what, he's got a little Chris in his head telling him, no, wait for the Park Straight, mate.
Everyone out there's got a bit of a Chris in their head. They're all thinking the same things. Stray drivers work it all out as they go, but you're absolutely waiting Willis for this long straight, knowing that that's where we need to make the move. I saw Murgatroyd having problems maybe selecting a gear, so I wonder whether he's having gearbox issues, which is why he's dropped away so quickly. As we go side by side.
Here we go, Tom Willis diving down the left-hand side of Harry Cook. Lars Hoffman surely has to fancy himself to try and move up from 3rd position finally. There they go through the Park corner. Hoffman around the outside of Cook. Cook's trying to show him the outside, and Hoffman might have taken a little bit too much grass there, because O'Flanagan's gone through and taken 3rd position from him.
And interestingly, as soon as they went side by side, O'Flanagan put his car right back where he needed to be. He is ready and willing to pick up any pieces, and indeed he picked up 3rd place there. He was like the patata shark waiting to pounce on his prey, and he indeed did that. But Willis has now got a small gap ahead of Cook. Can he solidify that in the last 2.5 minutes?
goodness me, this race just does not stop, does it, Chris? It is brilliant to watch. And as we see the lead cars coming through the mountain section now, it is Willis, then Cook, then O'Flanagan and Hoffman. Hoffman will feel like he's a bit hard done by there because he had a really good opportunity to try and squeeze second position out of Harry Cook, but he will hunt them down fiercely like a great white shark. He can sniff blood, he knows it's coming for him on the final lap of the race, so let's see what happens.
You can see the legs dangling and splashing around in front of him, ready to chomp on, but Willis has got a little bit of a gap, so again Cook will have plenty of time to get back on his tail by the time he gets to the park straight. And look at O'Flanagan, he is dropping away again, so in that third and fourth place this might be first, second, third and fourth decided at 1 minute 48, so we are on to the penultimate lap.
Here we go then, they're making their way round Charlie's. They're doing it nice and cleanly as well, mainly because Harry Cook wants a nice slipstream from Tom Willis as they head down the park straight. It's initially a little dip, then a big long uphill, and that's where the slipstream comes into advantage, and Harry Cook's taking full advantage of it indeed. Moves easily around the left-hand side of Tom Willis, but Tom Willis slips back in behind maybe to use a bit of the toe himself, but no, he decides that he's going to let Harry Cook have the position on this occasion, but there's one more lap that he knows he got to fight for. Lars Hoffman is right on the tail of O'Flanagan as well, so that battle is also not over, but I think it's safe to say first and second will be decided between Willis and Cook.
Willis will really want to stay exactly where he is for this whole lap. The only thing that could scupper that is if Taylor O'Flanagan suddenly manages to catch up that gap, because then he won't want to be where he is. So it's he'll be checking in his mirrors that gap is constant and steady, and you can see the yellow car here. If he catches up with Willis by the time they get back to the start-finish straight, that's going to change everything. If not, then Willis will want to stay exactly where he is right now.
There goes Harry Cook past our commentary position. Tom Willis close behind. O'Flanagan getting even closer now as well. Hoffman following O'Flanagan, and even later on the break than the yellow Caterham in front of him. This is brilliant stuff. 36 seconds left on the clock. This will be the final lap as they come round the last few corners. That's them going through the hairpin now. They've got Barn ahead of them, then a pit straight, and then one more lap, Chris, to try and squeeze their way further up the grid.
One more lap of 3:10 action then, and Willis has got the breathing room to O'Flanagan that he needed. He is going to sit in the tail of Cook as they go around turn one, knowing that he's got to do it all up park straight, but there you go, Cook will see what he can do to defend that. There's not been anything he could do so far, but this will turn the dial up to 11 as we go on to the final corner, the most important corner of this lap. Who's going to come out on top?
Here we go, the clock is about to expire, but the race isn't expired just yet because Tom Willis is right on the back of Harry Cook. He was looking left, looking right, he still can't make his mind up. Harry Cook drifting across to the right hand side, forcing Willis out right. Hoffman going down the left hand side of O'Flanagan as well. Hoffman's going to have to go around the outside of O'Flanagan. Is he going to make his stick as well? Willis can hold on to the lead if he can keep it. Can he keep it tidy around the Chris curve? Chris, what's going on?
Dial to 11 in the cars, dial to 11 in the commentary box. Final bit of action for the 310 as they swoop around. It is Willis in the seat. Can he deny Cook the 3 from 3? Hoffman has denied Taylor O'Flanagan a podium spot. We've not seen anyone manage an overtaking point from this on, but they're going to give it a go.
Now, Chris, the race isn't over just yet. Hoffman hasn't denied anything of O'Flanagan. Willis hasn't denied Cook of anything. They've still got half a track to get through, including a very tricky forest section. Here they are coming over the brow of the hill in front of us here in commentary. Willis, Cook, Hoffman, O'Flanagan. What's going to happen as they go through the hall bends? Tyre screeching, that's what's going to happen.
Plenty of it as well, but it is still Willis in front. Is there anything anyone can do? Can they make a last minute dive into the hairpin? It looks like they're all having to still be lying astern. Willis is going to lead them out of the final corner then. Cook is right on his tail.
Here we go then, out the final corner from Barn. Tom Willis looks like he's going to take the victory from Harry Cook. Here we go then, down towards the line, and Willis crosses with Cook. Hoffman just behind. O'Flanagan almost had the draft done on him. It was pretty much nearly a photo finish, tenths of a second separating those four drivers. And all of a sudden, Bianchi crosses the line as well, thinking, crikey, I've driven a race all on my own out here.
Yeah, he did, and he lost Murgatroyd at the end. In fact, Murgatroyd lost a couple of places to Aaron Lovett on that last lap, I believe, as he's crossing the line now, and he definitely sounded like he was having gearbox selection issues. He's not come across the line, in fact, yet, so I wonder whether his car is completely seized into a gear. So sad end to Murgatroyd's weekend, but Willis will be delighted to have denied Cook the 3 from 3. So it's Willis, Cook, Hoffman was our 3 over the line.
There you go, Tom Willis confirmation. He is victorious in this final 310 race of the weekend here at Cadwell Park, and I can also confirm he is the fastest man of the race too. A 1:36.4 was his fastest lap around this Cadwell Park circuit. It's very tight, very tricky and physically demanding circuit. All the drivers, when they get out of the car, cars in Park Ferme and talk to Sam and Harry. They are physically exhausted. And there you go. Willis, Cook and Hoffman are our top 3 finishers. Taylor O'Flanagan close behind them in 4th. Look, less than a second separating the top 4 drivers. Philip Bianchi comes in behind. Harry Eyre, Ryan Lovett, William Wood, Ronald Manzi and Andrew Murgatroyd are our finishers. Unfortunately, no one else finished the race apart from those guys. And we're going to head over to Park Ferme as quickly as humanly possible, because that was possibly the race of the weekend. Chris, sum it up in one single word. It can be as big a word as you like.
Bonanza.
Bonanza, love it. I've not heard you say that all weekend. Right, let's head down to Park Ferme to Harry and Sam, who I'm sure will be able to grab some of the drivers that have treated us to what is an exhilarating piece of racing action.
What an incredible race. I feel like the top 4 could have, either one of them could have come first or on the podium. That was an incredible race for first place for those guys. Absolutely fantastic. Tom will be over the moon, and I know that Lars will be brilliant. Well, he'll be so happy that he's got on the podium. So I'll grab a word with Tom when he gets out of the car. I'll just wait for him to get all his stuff off. That was brilliant racing. Absolutely brilliant. It's quite a lot to take it. Yeah. Very nicely done. What a race.
Yeah.
That was incredible for us to watch. It must have been, you know, great for you.
Yeah, the racing gods were on my side because I went off on the first lap when it started raining, and then started in my 2nd position again on the restart. So the red flag for me was a real result. And then had a great race with Harry pretty much all the way through, and tough to get to take P1. Yeah.
Yeah, well deserved. But when you went off, was it just because you were around the outside, I think, weren't you?
It'd been raining, and I just braked too late and went onto the grass, and had a bit of a sketchy rejoin because there was an accident happening there. And but yeah, kept my nose clean, and here we are.
Excellent. Well done.
Cheers.
Fantastic. Let's speak to Harry. Harry, congratulations on another podium. It wasn't quite the win, but you know, it could have been any of yours, couldn't it, in that race?
I think so, yeah. I think it was just sort of waiting for the right lap, because it was Dom in the lead and me in the lead. Then he had the one where he was behind, and then it was really side by side the back straight, but he just got me, and I couldn't get back past through the rest of the lap. But it was close, good racing.
Yeah, really good. On to Knock Hill next. How do you feel about that?
Really good, actually. Yeah, it's sort of similar to this. I like Cadwell and Knock Hill, so I'm sort of looking forward to this bit of the championship.
Oh, good. Excellent. Well, look forward to seeing you there.
Thanks.
Thank you. Well done. And let's have a quick word with Lars. Lars, congratulations on the podium. You must be happy with that.
Yeah, was a long way. Yeah, well, I'm happy with it.
There were some brave moves as well around the outside at, was it from Chris Curves?
Yeah, well, you have to do it because it's a high-level motorsport here, actually, and you have to do brave moves. Otherwise, you can't overtake.
Yes, no, you're right. Especially here because it's so narrow.
Absolutely, yeah.
Brilliant. Well done. Very well deserved. We've got a bit of time, so I was going to go and speak to some other... here's Taylor. Let's have a word with Taylor. Taylor, could we have a word with you, please? I know you didn't make it on the podium, but goodness me, we were just saying to these guys, like, it was any of yours, really, wasn't it? It was 4 of you battling for first.
Yeah, I think Harry and Tom had the pace today, so fair play to them. But Tom definitely used one of his lives by getting a restart. I was a bit gutted about that, but yeah, no, they deserve it. Lars did a great move on the last lap, so yeah, it is what it is. I felt like we did all we could today, so it's what it is.
That's it. And I mean, you had a mega start on the restart, didn't you?
Yeah, 2 good starts. Yeah, just down here it's that back straight, you know, and if you're not in a perfect position, you know, going forward or back, you can be a bit of a sitting duck. So yeah. I'm happy with that overall. Yeah, good racing, cars in one piece, so onwards to Knock Hill.
Yes, and how do you feel about Knock Hill? Do you like Knock Hill?
Yeah, I like it to drive. I feel bad for the car because it's quite lively on the car. You know, I needed a new floor after we went there last time, so. But it's great fun, and to race it forward and back is pretty cool. So yeah, it's quite a spectacle that Caterham put on for that race. So yeah, looking forward to it. We did well there last year, getting into the really important parts of the championship now. So yeah, need to get some good results.
That's it. Well, see you there. Well done today.
Thank you.
Right, let's go and see if we can find someone else. I'm going to have a word with Phil Bianchi. Phil, would you like to come and have a word with us? That was a great finish for you.
Yeah.
And yeah, how do you enjoy that one?
It's been a tricky weekend all weekend, so to end in 5th is a nice end to the weekend, you know. So
yeah,
very tricky because as we started, I think there was a sudden patch of rain which came down and it caught everyone off guard. lucky to avoid. So, and then it dried off.
It dries up really quickly.
Super quickly. I think when the tracks already dry, if there's just a bit of rain, it will clear up within a lap. So,
well done. Okay, so it's the graduates next, and Harry caught up with some of them earlier.
Well, I'm still down in the assembly zone, building up to, well, it's going to be our final race of the day, the Sigma 1352. Brilliant races already of part of this Sigma triple header, if you like, the first of their season in this 4th round. And well, we've spoken to a lot of drivers this weekend, but we're going to have a chat with someone we haven't actually been able to speak to so far this weekend. We're going to come over to David Poulter. David, first of all, that's a beautiful purple shade on the car. Talk us through it.
Thank you very much. It's been the colours we've had on the car for the last 3 years, so just try to keep it looking as nice as possible.
Well, that is going to be the thing, isn't it? And that's going to be keeping it off of the grass on the tarmac as well. It's been difficult for everyone across all of the categories this weekend to keep it on the tarmac. Seems to be drying up a little bit, but that spit's still coming down. It's going to be tricky.
I think it's definitely made it challenging. Obviously, this is a challenging track in itself, quite narrow. But the weather and the changing conditions have made it a bit more difficult for everybody, especially during the race as well. So hopefully, fingers crossed, it will stay dry for the last race today. And it was dry for the previous one. So looking forward to it.
Fingers crossed. And just a final one, if you don't mind. We've talked a lot about the mountain part of the track coming up. It's only when you're out there do you realise how steep it is. For you as drivers, is it blind? Do you get a little bit of a look, or is it completely just pinning the ears back and seeing what comes?
I think it's definitely a hope moment. A lot of the track has got blind corners on it, so it's kind of just one thing into another. But there is so much undulation here, it makes it a lot of fun and great to drive, more so in the dry than the wet.
So definitely more in the dry. Thanks very much for talking to us. And well, we've spoken to so many drivers already this weekend. David's saying there a lot of hope rather than expectation coming up that mountain stage. And well, we're all going to hope that this final race is going to deliver some more electric racing. The final race of this Cadwell Park Caterham weekend, it's the Sigma 135s. And we're going to pass over to James and Chris to take us away.
Thank you so much, Harry, and welcome everyone to the final race of this weekend's Caterham Motorsport action here from Cadwell Park Circuit. Here's how the final race lines up. The Sigma 135s, Paul Goldstein, Tom McEwing on the front row, James Hapgood and Paul Armitage just behind them. Look out for Paul Armitage's fantastic silver cut Jaguar livery on his Caterham. Tom Gunter, Richard Groom, Tom Power, Alaric Barney, Kevin Turner and Charles Derry make up the rest of that first page of competitors. Keep your eyes across all of them because they are fast. On the second page, from row 6 onwards, you got Peter Mott, Amanda Anderson, Simon Arnold, Andrew Sager, Michael Munns, Paul Steed, Sean Cronin, Andrew Bergham, Russell Gunter and Mark Barrett. And the last page, but by certainly no means least, David Poulter and John Vincent in row 11, Mark Soden and John Hood just behind them, and Liam Baslington and Simon Nicholas complete the grid here for the Sigma 135s. And for one final time this weekend, Chris Hutchinson is on co-commentary with me here from Cadwell Park. Chris, you must be A, really sad because this is the last race of the weekend and we've all got to go home soon, and B, you must be really excited because it's another 135 race and they always deliver great entertainment.
I love watching Caterham. I watch them all day, every day, and normally do. Didn't see Jamie Winrow in the lineup there, so didn't see where he is. He doesn't look like he's on the first couple of rows, so, and he's been our double winner so far. It's been Jamie Winrow, Goldstein and McEwing. So yeah, we've just had that same podium for the first 2 races. Where is Winrow? He's not showing up in here. So yeah, looking forward to seeing what Goldstein could do. We've seen a lot of him out on track, haven't we? As we watch all these other cars flow on through. But it looks like we're going to have a new winner then, because Goldstein and Tom McEwing have been the 2nd and 3rd on the podium steps. Can they make it to 1st or 2nd? Let's see what happens. Barney's going to be looking as well to see what happens as well. The field flow through. Again, a great sight these 135s make.
Well, they are making their way through the Hall bends and on their green flag lap, just trying to find out where the grip is, because we've had a lot of mizzle, we've had a little bit of drizzle, we've had a lot of cold wind blowing through here at Cadwell Park as well. Such is the beauty of being here, nestled in the Lincolnshire countryside. And there you can see Goldstein taking his position as far to the right-hand side of the track as he possibly can as well. Such has been his preference this weekend. And Chris, as we watch the cars come around the final turn from Barn, getting ready to take their grid slots, what are the thoughts of the drivers, you think, going through their heads right now?
If I'm Goldstein, I've made 2 bad starts this weekend already, haven't I? Maybe more in the Roadsports than in this one, but I think he'd be looking to just get that solidified and get off the line. McEwen, we've seen if he can make that happen, and behind them, the drivers just seeing what crumbs they can pick up. But generally speaking, first point is to get your clutch point right, get the car fired off the line, then you can deal with anything that happens after that.
Well, there we go, they're lined up, ready to go. We're waiting for the final car to slot into place, and there is the clock in the top left-hand corner. 20 more minutes of racing action here from Cadwell Park this weekend. I cannot wait for it to get started. The lights are on the grid. We await racing to begin. The lights are out, they're off. It's another poor start from Paul Goldstein, and it means that Tom McEwen has leapt into the lead, and Paul Armitage fancies his chance here around the outside of Goldstein as well. This is brilliant stuff from McEwen to take the lead of the race. Armitage might slot into 3rd position as well as they climb the hill.
I think it was Gunter making a fantastic start. One locked up on the grass, just clipped the wet grass there, immediately causes the lock up, but it's McEwen who comes out in front of the field. Goldstein in that 2nd place. Then we got Armitage following on down through, and the rest of the field all arguing over that bit of tarmac. We've already got side by side Goldstein taking over the lead then from McEwen up into Park.
There we go then on the Park straight. Goldstein's able to make up for his slightly below average start. Oh, big lock up in the backfield as well as we watch Goldstein go past McEwen to take the lead once more. Armitage has made his way up from 4th into 3rd, so he's taken the position from Hapwood, and I'm sure James Hapgood won't be happy with that, because he'd have fancied his chance to try and attack McEwen and Goldstein.
Yeah, it was another case where the front 2 rows didn't really get away very well, but the chasing pack really did as they have feed down into Mansfield. There's Goldstein onto that slippy, speedy dry, and McEwen's going to overtake in a place we've not seen all weekend, so he's going to get back to the front as they head through Hall bends.
Paul Armitage is fancying his chance as well after the lock up by Goldstein sent him wide and sent McEwen through back into the lead, and here they come coming up the mountain section of the circuit now. A really difficult uphill battle it is to wrestle these Caterhams through that, and there they go through the Hall bends now as well. McEwen is our race leader, Goldstein just behind, and Armitage, who we were able to speak to before the race with Harry, slotting into 3rd position. He will be beaming like a Cheshire cat right now.
Absolutely, he's in the good seats there, and he's seeing mistakes happen from Goldstein in front as well, which means that he's looking to see what he can do. Tom McEwen looking to see whether he can check out, but it is Armitage that's closer to Goldstein than Goldstein is to McEwen at the moment as they go across the line. Then the line, and it's McEwen, Goldstein, Armitage, Barney, Gunther, Derry, Hapgood, Groom, Power, Turner is your top 10.
Here they go, climbing the hill and making their way around Charlie's as well. And the next thing they'll make their way onto is the Park straight. And Goldstein surely fancies himself to try and get the lead back from McEwen. Let's see if he's got the speed advantage. They do the dip down the hill. They start the climb up the hill. Goldstein's going around the left-hand side of McEwen. Armitage has got more speed than the 2 of them, but he has to back off because the door is closed by McEwen. And so Goldstein will go through Park corner into the lead of the race. McEwen slots back into 2nd position. And Armitage, he had more pace than the 2 of them, but he didn't have the opportunity on this very narrow track.
Yeah, Alaric Barney looking to see whether he's got any pieces to pick up with this battle going out at front at the moment. Nice and clean for the Sigma 135's Goldstein. Back where he's been for quite a lot of this weekend. We haven't got Jamie Winrow there to deny him of that win. This time he doesn't go wide through Mansfield. We've seen Goldstein not get that corner right quite a lot. It's been his nemesis really. It's cost him quite a lot of time out on track. Tom McEwen this time just has to wiggle around in the rear view mirror rather than actually doing anything. As they come up into the mountain, then Goldstein will lead them over.
And it's worth noting as well that Barney is right on the back of Paul Armitage, so Armitage has dropped off from those leading 2, unfortunately for him, and he's going to fall into the clutches of Alaric Barney. And as everyone negotiates their way through very, very safely, very, very tidily through those Hall bends as well, tidily through the hairpin also, and then down onto the pit straight, we'll see Goldstein retake the lead of the race. We'll update on your timing board as they take the beacon, and we'll be able to see what the gap is between all the cars, as well as who is the fastest driver out there right now.
Armitage losing a touch over the line that time through. The lead two that won't have gone unnoticed there, still paired up, but it's Armitage looking in his rearview mirror to Barney, who's also got Derry not too far behind. Then the fast starting Gunther, who's dropped back a little bit in the middle part of this opening phase of the race.
Here we go then, McEwing is right on the back of Goldstein, and he's definitely got the right run out of Charlie's up the hill. They will go. Is he going to go to the left? Is he going to go to the right? No, he's a bit too far behind on this occasion, maybe to make a move. Does he fancy it? He's telling Goldstein he's looking down the inside. A little dab on the brakes to safely secure himself in behind Goldstein. But that will fill Paul Goldstein with a lot of confidence. And unfortunately on that occasion for McEwing, he was too far back to make a move.
He's not going to be too upset. 15 minutes and plenty more opportunities. Maybe another 7 or 8 times he's going to go up into that corner, wishing that it was as easy as that one was. They've got a bit of a gap back to the Armitage at the moment, so they don't have to worry too much as this field of cars streams over through Gooseneck down the steep hill, and this time again Goldstein managed to get it all stopped up.
Well, it's invited Giles Derry right into the mix here, because they're starting to bunch up behind Paul Armitage as well, and Derry doing really well after starting from 10th on the grid to now be up in 5th position and challenging for 4th as well. He's right on the back of Alaric Barney, who is chasing down Paul Armitage. I could almost say, without the commentator's curse, that Giles Derry could challenge for the final podium position.
Absolutely, at the moment it's all to fight for in that final podium position. Armitage down to basically power in 8th place is absolutely noose to tail, so Groom is definitely shown speed in the earlier races. Can he go and solidify that? But it is going to be the leaders coming across the line. Goldstein heads McEwing, then a gap back to Armitage, and that's where the battle is.
The battle is with Armitage and Barney at the moment, because Goldstein and McEwing are following each other like chess pieces around a chessboard, a very intricate chessboard here at Cadwell Park. And I say chess because it's all about tactics. It's all about how you pick your move and when you pick your move at this circuit, and you've got to make it stick as well in the long run. Right, here they go, running down Park Straight now. Unfortunately for McEwing, he's too far back once more to make a move on Goldstein. Paul Armitage has managed to break the toe with the car behind him as well, but it's Giles Derry going down the left-hand side of Alaric Barney. Is he going to make the move, stick around the outside as he goes through the park corner? It looks as though he might have it done by the Chris curve too. He is in front of Alaric Barney. Giles Derry is up in a 4th position, and he is bearing into the rear view mirror, of Paul Armitage.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was a great battle up in there to park that time through, and everyone else looking to see. Gunther was seeing whether there was any opportunities to make a move, but it didn't make it stick that time. Tom McEwing struggling to cling on. Goldstein has definitely got all the pace in this race, out front and in the lead. The wins available for him for the first time this weekend. He's got close, but McEwing also in that 2nd place. Looks like he's just about able to cling on, but I would say that at the moment, if I was Goldstein, I'd feel pretty powerful out there.
Well, there you go, as they file through the mountain section of this circuit. Goldstein, followed by McEwing, followed by Armitage, followed by Giles Derry, not Barney as it says on the left-hand side. Obviously, the scoreboard, the leaderboard, not scoreboard, this isn't football after all, that's later. The leaderboard will update as they go and take the timing beacon on the pit straight. They're all making their way around the final corner. Here we go. Goldstein, McEwing, Armitage, Derry, Barney. This is brilliant fighting from all cars involved, from all caterers on the track. 13 minutes of racing left as they head up through Coppice.
Yeah, great vantage point. We've got a point as they swoop up that hill. It really is steep. We can see how much it climbs even after the camera. You can't see here. They climb all the way up the hill here to Charlie's, and then through, or Coppice through into Charlie's and out onto the Park Straight where they come downhill. Where's the action going to be? It looks like Armitage is under attack.
So Derry has really got the momentum. He's got the pace. He's got the slingshot effect from Charlie's to go round the outside of Armitage. And is he going to get it done by the park corner on Park Straight? He's going to have to take the long way round. Paul Armitage. Armitage showing him potentially onto the grass, and Derry, he's slipping, he's sliding. He's had to come back on. Somehow he wasn't connecting. He wasn't connecting with Alaric Barney, but he does drop back behind the dark blue Caterham, and it means that he's dropped further back from Paul Armitage, and it could be that a podium place has just slipped out of his clutches too.
He just got shown the edge of the track there, didn't he? Dropped his wheels over the edge of the curve onto the grass. We saw what happened to Duncan Mallet earlier on, so it's dangerous. He did well to actually get that car back under control. The rear end did step out, but he managed to get out the throttle before that car turned around. He will live to fight another day, and he will live to try for that podium. He's still got an opportunity.
Well, there we go, the field really breaking apart now. Goldstein and McEwing very much in a race of their own. Armitage is leading the battle for third place, but the battle for third place drifts all the way down. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. From third to ninth, they're separated by barely anything at the moment, Chris.
Tyres screeching all the way through Hall Bends as well as they fling the cars through that sequence. It's great to see them being able to do that in these dry conditions that we've got now. Goldstein and McEwing class of this field this weekend so far, except for Jamie Windrow, who we haven't got, who's won both the races. There is a win up for grabs for Goldstein and McEwing. Looks like change is happening.
Here
on
goes
start
Derry.
finish.
Here goes Derry. Looked down the right-hand side, but he thought better of it. He's going to stick in behind Alaric Barney, and it means he must definitely be trying down the Park Straight. Now, let's join the action and see if we can watch it unfold in front of us. There is Paul Armitage, Barney behind him. Giles Derry hunting down Barney indeed. They're going down the first initial dip of Park Straight. Time for the uphill, people. Giles Derry's going down the left-hand side of Barney. Could he potentially do it around the outside of Paul Armitage on this occasion to the Park corner? Let's watch. Contact!
All three of them there locked up as they went in and they just clipped the rear end, and that is the end of those attacks. That is also looks like a burst radiator. He is going to have to pull his car off to the side. That will be his race over if he continues with a burst radiator. That'll be the end of his engine. Sad end to that battle. It was really coming to a head. Couldn't get it stopped up. Barney and Derry just contacted Armitage's car, and that was enough to spin them all around.
Oh my goodness, I did not see it ending like that. Paul Armitage making contact with Alaric Barney and therefore ending his race and his chance at a third place finish on that podium. Well, Goldstein and McEwing fly past us here in commentary. It is Alaric Barney who goes through next. No, it's not actually. He's dropped back, and so is Giles Derry. Derry's not actually gone past us just
next
yet.
up. Gunter then Groom. So the rear end of that battle as it was, and now the battle for the podium, whereas three drivers have had a heartache to the end of their race at the midpoint. Now it's time for Gunter, Groom, Power and Hapgood to have a go.
And there was a car running very wide there after the hairpin.
Groom. So in the red car, number 6, he was in fifth place, so he is going to now drop back down that field again.
Well, let's watch the timing board update as they take themselves through the timing beacon. It is Gunter who slots himself into third position currently. Power in fourth, Alaric Barney in fifth. So Barney actually, out of the three cars that were involved in that incident at the Park corner, coming off better.
Yeah, just about surviving, wasn't he? And unfortunately they had sent other cars spinning around, but he is going to live on fighting in this pack. But they have all lost contact though with those lead two. Don't forget they're still out there as we see whether Barney can make his battle further forward. He's looking Derry.
It's Tom Power. Power's trying to take the position back off Barney, who stole it from him down the pit straight, and he's trying to look round Park, but maybe he knows not to try and challenge Alaric Barney around the Park corner, because the last time someone did that, they crashed out of the race.
So like the rear end of a kicking donkey, you've got to be careful. I think that's unfair though. We've had some spectacular racing. They race close, and unfortunately there's just a bit of contact caused that mischief in that one, but it's Goldstein, McEwing and Gunther Power over that line, but Barney looking to see what he can do about it.
Lots of weaving around as well, people trying to break the toe when we are on those straight sections of the circuit too. Gunther is starting to pull away, but Barney is trying to reel him in at the moment, trying to reel him in to retake that third place finish and the final podium spot as we see Goldstein and McEwing come past us again. They're not exactly going for it. Goldstein, I think, is quite comfortable with his lead at the moment.
You bet you they're doing qualifying laps as much as he can. He was trying to distance Tom McEwing as much as he can, but he's in a good position at the moment. Tom McEwing will be doing everything he can to try and extract the last bit of speed he needs to re-catch up. We've got 8 minutes of this race to go, still plenty of time for anything more to happen, but Goldstein is in a commanding position right now.
8 minutes left in this race, and Giles Derry is the fastest driver out on that circuit right now. 1:40.2 is the lap that he set to currently hold that record, but will he be able to keep that pace up and potentially challenge once more for the podium places? It's yet to be seen as we enter, as you say, Chris, the final 8 minutes of action here at Cadwell Park after an exhilarating weekend of racing. This is the final act. This is the way that we close off the racing action.
Absolutely, 7 minutes of Caterham action where, well, how else would you want to spend the last 7 minutes of your Sunday? Maybe a bit of football to tidy up their end result.
Well, here comes Alaric Barney. He's going to go down the left-hand side of Gunter. Is he going to make the move stick as they head into the Park corner? It's been a favourite corner of his in this race, and he has made the move stick. Brilliant driving there from Alaric Barney, and he slots into the final podium position. It's time for him to start pulling away from danger and pulling away into the final slot on the podium. podium.
Yeah, he's looking to see that trophy. He's got trophies in his eyes, but Barney will be happy to, Gunther won't be happy to leave him to that position. And there's 2 cars in his rear view mirror as well that are going to have something to say. Groom has also had speed in that red machine, but he has dropped away after that little bit of grassy moment out the back. Who's going to make the best of this last nearly 7 minutes?
Well, whizzing past us in commentary is Paul Goldstein. McEwing up behind him by a couple of seconds, and behind him still Alaric Barney. Could actually chase down McEwing, potentially challenge him as we approach the final minutes of the race.
Yeah, definitely more chance they're going to catch McEwing than I think McEwing catching Goldstein at this point. It certainly looks like that out on track, and as they weave their way through Park Bends, they can see McEwing just out dangling in front like a bit of bait, drawing them in, and I think McEwing's going to be looking in his rear view mirrors. Let's keep an eye on that gap for the next few laps.
Well, look, McEwing has dropped away from Goldstein, but he's dropping back into Barney as we say. We see them take the timing beacon. Really not much time separating these cars, and at the moment they're all lapping very, very similarly as well. Look, 0.6 of a second between Gunther and Alaric Barney, and then just over 1.5 seconds between Barney and McEwing. With 6 minutes left on the clock, that gap is going to significantly reduce.
I think it might already be reduced. It doesn't quite look that much now, and they're going to be feeling the toe of Tom McEwing's car as they head up the field, but it's an action pack for Gunther trying to make his way back past Barney.
He wants to redo what Barney's done to him. Alaric Barney has to settle for the fact that unfortunately on this occasion Gunther had the better speed, but there is a little bit of contact there after a lock-up by Gunther. Everyone makes it through the corner safely and soundly around the Chris curve and down towards the gooseneck, and unfortunately for Alaric Barney, he's dropped out of that podium position and he might drop back into the clutches of power too.
Yeah, a little bit uncomfortable. I heard a car locking up there, spinning maybe even in the background in my earpiece. I don't know who that was. Maybe they're going to get back up and running. But yeah, like I say, there is that car spinning, number 62. Who is that? That's a bit further down the field. But yeah, I heard that just in the speakers in the background. But yeah, Goldstein, here he is going on his merry way. Tom McEwing, you can see the chasing pack and how much they're closing in. He's still got an okay, comfortable gap at the moment, but one mistake and they will be with him.
Absolutely, and Gunther's done really, really well. Thomas Gunther to take that 3rd place and to move ahead of Alaric Barney, and Barney has got 2 other Caterhams right behind him who fancy their chances of going towards the front of that pack that have broken away from the main midfield group. Right, here they go through Barn. There's Goldstein. Oh my goodness, what was that? It was like a rabbit running across the track or something there. Everything's happening this weekend at Cadwell Park.
That's a very lucky rabbit so far. Grab his foot, because that's going to be anyone's lucky mascot. Let's use it for tonight's football as Barney looks down the inside of Gunther going into turn 1. He's going to make that stick.
Well, let's watch them as they come up the top of the hill. It has stuck for Alaric Barney, and he's going to go round Charlie's and on to the Park Straight. The important thing to note, though, Chris, is it does mean that Thomas Gunther has got the toe. He's got the slipstream on Park Straight. He's going to look to the right-hand side of Alaric Barney. It means he'll have the inside line of Park Corner as well. And Power's coming into the equation also. What's going to happen as they enter Park Corner now? Oh, how has he closed the door there so confidently? Alaric Barney swooped across from the other side of the track to say to Tom Gunther, not today, and let's push you back into the clutches of Power.
Don't look now, but the merest hint of mizzle in the air this end of the track as well. We've still got at least a couple of laps, and we saw it making an effect in earlier races. That was last of the late breakers. We can see, well, they're blocking up as another move. I think that was Hapgood on Power, was it? Or, yeah, coming down the inside there. Indeed it was. So he's made a position up, and he's next up in the line of Barney and Gunther.
My goodness, this race just keeps delivering. Goldstein is out with a commanding lead ahead of Tom McEwing, but just behind him, Tom Gunther and Alaric Barney have been fighting over the last couple of laps, and at the moment it's advantage Barney. There's my little Wimbledon reference for you, but it could still fall back for Tom Gunther because he's not out of the fight yet. And there's Giles Derry on your screen, one of the fastest drivers out on the track right now. Who knows what he can do in the final 3 minutes, the final 2 laps of this race.
It's definitely advantage Goldstein though as they head into, there's a moment there from Barney as he got onto the grass. Remember, it's just got a mizzle around as well, so maybe the traction's starting to break, but at the moment McEwing looks like, because of the battling that's been happening between Barney and Gunther, he might just have enough. 2 minutes 44, is that going to be enough? It's going to be ever so close between this. Is Barney going to be able to make it up into second place by the time we see the checkers?
Well, here we go then. We are watching Tom Gunter trying to make a strike move stick on Alaric Barney. He hasn't quite got a position here going down Park Straight to make a move into Park Corner, and actually they are catching right up with Tom McEwing, so McEwing is going to be looking in his rearview mirror thinking, how on earth did those guys get there so quickly? But that's because they are lapping so fast at the moment while they are fighting each other at the same time.
Barney was so late on the brakes, and that's why he was able to deny Gunther the last time through. He is so late on the brakes, he is taking a risk. If the track conditions and the traction does reduce, he is going to be flying off onto that track. But he can see that Tom McEwing dangling the green card just out of reach right now. But I think by the time they finish this lap, he's going to be in that tow. It really is the move. Can McEwing hold on? Jaws music once more.
This is just fantastic to watch. Absolutely sublime, and you can see that the clock is about to go into the final 1 minute 40 of this race, and they've not quite got round to the pit straight, which means we'll have only one more lap of racing. So all these cars have got one more chance to try and make a move stick, to try and get further up the leaderboard, to try and claim more vital championship points as we enter the midway point of the season, and of course the fight for the overall championship heats up.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does look like this battle's going to come right to a head. Goldstein sailing off into the distance, happy where he is. McEwing having to look in his mirrors. Here comes Barney then, and Gunther's not too far back. If they start battling, Gunther's going to be right involved in this as well.
Let's have a look what the run-up for them is like through Coppice. All of them are absolutely flat out, no brake lights whatsoever. So Chris, your Christmas wishes come early. They finally dried out the track enough to go foot to the floor and flat out all the way up that brilliant left-hander.
Barney may have timed this perfectly. He's just about in that right place for the battle as they go down Park Straight. He's going to be closing on the uphill.
Here he goes then, Alaric Barney right on the tail of Tom McEwing. He could even take second place, and Tom Gunter's looking down the left-hand side of all of them. They're approaching Park Corner. Will they get through entirely? They do. McEwing somehow holding on to second place, but he's being harassed by Alaric Barney. He wants that second place. He doesn't want to settle for third. He can sniff a bigger trophy right now.
Gunther really stuck the pack out notes of pigeons there. Didn't let Barney go where he wanted to. Tom McEwing therefore was able to defend to the inside, and basically Barney chose the wrong direction. He's going down the inside of Mansfield. We've not seen that yet.
He's made it stick as well. McEwing has lost out to Barney on the last lap of the race. He's stolen second position from the green Caterham, and the green Caterham of McEwing might fall into the clutches of Gunter as well. There is our lone leader. There is our lone leader, Paul Goldstein. He's driven a fantastic race. Let's not ignore that. But this battle for second is going to go to the wire.
McEwing was looking up the inside of Hall Bends as well to see whether I could do something that you just did. We've not seen anyone down the inside of Mansfield all weekend. That was the first time. Well done to prove they could do. Told you he was late on the brakes. And here comes our winner then, serenely out of the last corner. Goldstein is going to take it. Barney is trying to defend heavily from McEwing.
Well, look, we know Goldstein's going to take the victory, but what's going to happen out the final turn? Here we go. Alaric Barney looks as though he's got the lead at the moment for that second place position. Who's going to take the timing beacon? Will they change at the line?
It was McEwing.
McEwing has taken it from Alaric Barney at the line. What's the gap? 2/100ths of a second. The gap between second and third is 2/100ths of a second, and Tom McEwing stole it from Alaric Barney on the very last turn, getting the momentum down onto the pit straight. Chris Hutchinson, the weekend of racing is over, but what a way for us to bow out from Caterham Motorsport here at Cadwell Park this weekend.
All weekend we've been saying that you can't do anything if you don't make it out in the lead out of Park Bend, and they go and overtake twice in two places we've just not seen. Fantastic action here as the Cadwell circuit has delivered once more across all of Caterham Motorsport, including the graduates as well, and what a fantastic series of races we've been witness to.
I can also confirm that Giles Derry did finish as the fastest driver out there. His lap time of 1:40.2 was not beaten, so congratulations to him earning those extra points in the championship as a result. And let's take a look at the formal finishing positions, the formal final places for everyone in this race. Here they come. Here are the race results. Paul Goldstein takes the win, and just behind him Tom McEwing stole second place from Alaric Barney on the line. Look at that, 3/100ths of a second separating them. Thomas Gunter shortly behind, Tom Power, James Hapgood, Giles Derry, Richard Groom, Simon Armold and Amanda Anderson round off your top 10 finishers, and confirmation at the bottom as well that Giles Derry did indeed achieve the fastest lap of the race. Chris, they're heading into Park Fair, mate. You've got to sum this race up in one word somehow.
bonkers.
Yeah, do you know what? I agree with you. I fully agree with you. And now it's time to join Harry Scott Munro in Parc Fermé to try and grab the drivers after what was a brilliant race.
Well, what a race that was. We told you to stick around because it was going to get tasty at the end, and it certainly did. The man in gold behind me just getting out of his car, well, he had an easy ride at the front, but it was chaos behind him there. Paul, we'll come to you really quickly. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Compared to everybody else, you seem to have it quite easy out the front with the chaos going on behind you.
I didn't see any chaos, to be fair. I kept looking in my mirrors to make sure he wasn't catching me, and he wasn't catching me. I think near the end, someone caught him, and then maybe they swapped places, but I was just maintaining the gap by then. So, no, really happy with that.
And I say a great weekend for you. I think I've seen you on the track more than off it, the amount of races you've been in. Sum up the Cadwell Park experience for you this weekend.
Really good weekend. 5 races, 4 trophies. Yeah, amazing weekend. Do you want to say hello to my grandmother, Phyllis? She should be watching this. So, yeah, hello.
Well, there you go. A very happy hello to your grandmother. Thank you. Congratulations. We're going to quickly go back and see the congratulations there between the pair. Tom, I'm going to come to you. 0.02 you crossed the line ahead there. That was probably the finish of the weekend between the pair of you, right up to the end.
Yeah, that was crazy close. I could see him catching me for a few laps as it was getting wetter. I was on a full dry setup and I just didn't have the grip, and he was coming and I half defended on the last lap. I should have defended harder, but he got through and fair play, it was a good move. And then penultimate corner, he got all out of shape, had to get on the brakes hard. But then I thought, you know what, he's going to be out of shape going to the start-finish straight, just nailed the exit. And I didn't know if it'd be enough, but yeah, that was close.
I say it was just enough in the end. Congratulations. I said 0.02 you were ahead when you crossed the line. I think we'll literally be really quick. Alaric, just really quickly, just 10 seconds, a proper battle royale between the pair of you there right up to the end.
Really, I got a good start. Tried to survive them to the mid-pack tussles and managed to do that, and had one chance to grab second, and I took it but messed up at the hairpin, and he got me back by very small margin, but fantastic race, really good.
A brilliant race, as you said, a podium finish for you as well. Congratulations on a great weekend, a great meet. Well, from me, from Sam, that's it from our side. Thank you very much for joining us this weekend. Thank you to all of the marshals here, everybody that has tuned in to watch. And, well, the honours of rounding up the stream this weekend go back to James and Chris. So, guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Harry. You're such a sweetheart. What a nice way of putting that for us this weekend. Flipping heck. What an amazing weekend of racing we've been treated to, Chris. And before we completely wrap up and say goodbye to everyone, I think we need to take a moment to say thank you to a lot of people, don't we?
Well, basically, yeah, a lot goes into this. Thank you and welcome to Caterham Motorsport for one.
Oh, thank you. That's the first time you've said that.
James, it's been great to have you alongside me for this as well. Been fantastic to be your co-commentator throughout the course of this weekend. As ever, marshals out there, the volunteers, all of the staff that make all these things happen, all race control, the BARC, Caterham Motorsport, all the graduates out there, all the teams that come together to make these weekends what they are. I know everyone wants to get off home, so thank you ever so much to everyone. Thanks to the TV teams out there 24/7 and all the work, and the cameramen out there in the rain and drizzle, mostly dry today, which has been good, and the action's been absolutely spectacular. So from all of us at Caterham Motorsport, thank you, and we will see you again at Knockhill for the Super Header on the 3rd and 4th of August.
Chris, thank you so much for having me this weekend. It's been an absolute honour and a privilege to commentate alongside you, a goat of the Caterham Motorsport world, and that was proven at the lobster serving and the caviar station, which I'm sure we'll join in just a few moments' time. And well, thank you very much everyone for joining us this weekend here at Cadwell Park Racing Circuit for the Caterham Motorsport Racing. As we said, there will be more racing in a couple of weeks' time up in Scotland, so make sure you tune in for that. But for now, it's goodbye, good night, and come on England!